All right, hello. So, I, as the title of my PowerPoint presentation implies, am going to now talk excessively about the Sunwell intro. So, obviously, I've made a PowerPoint presentation. So, if you clicked on this video, I probably put some title about like the Sunwell intro is basically MA 2.0 or something like that. And it kind of is for a lot of reasons that we'll discuss. But you can probably see by the video runtime that this is going to be a very long video to the point where I've made an entire PowerPoint presentation. And spoiler alert, it has like 35 slides, something like that. It's long, and then there's going to be a lot of talking. It's not just walking through the slides step by step. So, this is not going to be scripted, kind of outside of the general framework of the PowerPoint presentation, but I'm just going to kind of talk about generally whatever comes to mind that I think is important. I am going to do some very basic editing, but it's mostly just going to be to like smush together a bunch of clips. I'm not going to excessively chop everything up so it flows super well. If you are watching this, then, well, actually, that's the next slide. So who wants to watch this? Who cares about this video? I care about this. This is just something where I really wanted to talk about this. There's a lot of stuff that has just been rattling around in my head regarding expansion launches, and I think it's interesting. And I think anybody who's leveling on launch day will also be interested in just all of the information in this video. If you want to learn more about the history of expansion launches and how the game has evolved in such a way where here we are at midnight, and this is why certain things that I will routinely kind of recommend as like, this is taken for granted, this is how it's always been. Well, how did it get here? How has it always been like this, right? So the first major section of this video is going to be a pretty exhaustive recounting of every single expansion launch, yes, since Burning Crusade. If you're not interested in that, I will put some timestamps and you can skip past it, but it's, not going to go into more detail than I think is necessary to understand like how we've gotten here, but I do think that it's interesting. Obviously, I have studied this extensively over the years, and I've tried to make sure that I'm focusing on points that are relevant now in the present day, so I still think a lot of you guys will be interested in learning about it. There's also going to be an intermission, which I've already recorded before doing this part, so I know it's about 1 hour long, and I basically talk extensively about all of the different move speed items in the game. So like gun shoes, gliders, Radinax. I do like time trials basically to show you which items are faster, what are the pros and cons, etc. Falling Flames, another one versus flying, and all these different little things that you can do to optimize and how that applies to the Sunwell intro and why some items I think are better or worse for certain sections of the Sunwell intro. That's just something that I could probably make a separate video on, but I don't really want to, and because it is tangentially related to this topic, I've included it in here. Again, it's timestamped. If you just really don't care about that and want to skip just to the Sunwell intro part, you can go to that timestamp. If you are really bored and just want to listen to me talk about relatively interesting World of Warcraft history and, upcoming stuff for however long this video is, I don't know how long it's going to be, then yeah, this might interest you. So like I said before, first major topic that I want to discuss is just the general history of all the different expansion launches, starting with TBC. And one other thing that I am going to discuss is also the classic expansions and some of those re-releases, the remix re-releases, and how Blizzard changed some of the older expansions when relaunching it, and how that affected, the way that you chose to go about leveling at the very start. I'm going to stop to take a quick sip of water. And don't bother trying to read all that, but all right, here we are, Burning Crusade. Now, what I'm going to try to do as we go through a lot of these expansions is I have all of my different footage of all of the different like launches and stuff that I have personally participated in, at least while I'm actively streaming. So up until I think original TBC and original Wrath, I never played on launch. I played the game back then, but I was like, tiny little baby Harldan. I started playing the game when I was 5 years old back in vanilla, so I have played in original Burning Crusade and original vanilla, but I was like a toddler, so yeah, I didn't, play for launch, the midnight release or whatever it was, and I certainly wasn't streaming. And the first expansion, as we will discuss later, that I streamed for was Shadowlands. That is when I created my YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel at least. This is uploaded onto my alt YouTube channel. And I have footage for a lot of the classic releases. The first expansion launch I ever played for, not like literally when it came out, but I think like 2 hours after release, so I still got like the midnight release experience, was Cataclysm. But obviously I did play for like on launch for Cataclysm Classic and MoP Classic and stuff, so I will have footage for that. However, for Burning Crusade, I can't show you any footage. Unfortunately, I wasn't actively recording around. I think I technically had started my YouTube channel when the first re-release of like Burning Crusade Classic came out, but I wasn't like actively making videos. I did eventually stream my first character leveling process, but that was a while after launch, like a month or so. And I played Classic Anniversary when it came out, but unfortunately, I am just really busy right now. So, my past anger translator Harldan has described my feelings about Blizzard constantly sniping their expansion releases. It would have been really nice if, like, back in the middle of Legion Remix, after I had already finished all of my leveling guides right around Christmas, if I could have just, for Christmas, sunk my teeth into TBC Classic. I would have loved that. I was really looking forward to it. Unfortunately, as it stands, I guess I'll have to hope that my schedule is free when Black Temple rolls around and play there. And yeah, it's a bit of a bummer because I was really hoping to play on TBC Classic Launch because it's one of the main like classic launches or expansion launches that I haven't actually experienced myself, which sucks because as you will see throughout this video, I really like expansion launches and I really like optimizing them, and it's just a really fun thing. And this remains now, even though it just re-released, the only expansion launch that I have never been able to participate in at all. So that kind of sucks. And that being said, I do know a lot about it, right? Like, obviously, I've done a lot of research into it because I was hoping to be able to play it. It just came out, so I've, a bunch of my friends have been playing it and talking about it, and I've generally followed it, so we'll still talk about it. I don't have any video examples, but of course, Burning Crusade, the very first expansion. Duh. So this is a completely dry run of a new release. Blizzard had absolutely nothing to base it on. It's the first WoW expansion, right? It's a big change for the game. So it kind of sets the standard for what we're looking at in the future. That being said, while there were some downsides, like obviously everybody had to go through the Dark Portal, and everybody was forced into one zone, Hellfire Peninsula. You didn't actually need to do that. So because of the more free-form leveling in Classic, which I would say persisted until pretty much about like End of Wrath, maybe Cata. We'll talk more about those. But definitely in TBC, leveling is way more open-ended. And in TBC, one thing that I do know is that a lot of people really like to spam dungeons. Because quests give a fixed amount of reputation, and dungeons give you a lot of reputation up to, I believe, Honored. So generally speaking, the optimal way to min-max your rep farming is to do dungeon spamming early on, because it's really good XP if you have a dedicated group. That also gives you reputation up to Honored, and then whenever you hit max level, you can go back, blitz through the quest. Obviously, it gives pretty good gold, too. And then you're also getting reputation up to Revered. I don't exactly know how all of the reputation rewards in TBC work. That's not super relevant. The point is, a lot of people don't actually want to quest in Hellfire Peninsula. So even though, yes, if you are trying to do that, it's going to be a super duper clusterfuck, the Path of Honor and like people having to go over to the opposite faction's side to burn their tanks and whatever. Sure, there's going to be a lot of world PvP there. I wish I got to experience it. Still salty. But like Hellfire Peninsula is going to be a disaster. Then after that, it kind of branches out and you have more zone options, Zangarmarsh, Terracar Forest. And then like at the higher levels, you can choose between Nagrand or Blade's Edge. And then you have like Netherstorm and Shadowmoon Valley as like the final areas. But same thing applies, right? A lot of times you want to spam dungeons for reputation. So it kind of naturally breaks up the player base into multiple areas, even if there is only one actual zone available. Because you don't actually need to, I have like some of this in points already, but there's no forced path, right? And that includes doing dungeons, but also pre-quests, because a lot of people have these crazy pre-quest setups. I don't know the exact number. I heard it's like 150 pre-quests, because another thing about Classic is there's a lot of quests where you have to collect like however many of this tradable item. And you can just buy it off the auction house and then have it ready and then turn it in on launch. So even if you don't have the quest picked up, if you have warlocks positioned all across the world and all of these items filling your bags, you can get summoned to an area, turn in a bunch of quests because you have the items for it already, which isn't a thing in a lot of future expansions, but definitely a thing in TBC, means that a lot of people skip those levels entirely. And do I have... yeah, I think this is the last bullet point. But one of the other important things here is because it's more freeform, because you're not forced into any one area, you're going to have a lot of players who are like on the bleeding edge of it, doing their pre-quests, a lot more people dungeon spamming, which is obviously completely instanced, so there's no crowding. And while Hellfire Peninsula will be relatively packed, yes, it's not literally every player forced into there. And then eventually you branch out into different zones, and more importantly, if somebody decides to skip the levels required for Hellfire Peninsula, they could, in theory, go straight to Zangarmarsh. There is no one-size-fits-all campaign that forces you through every zone, which obviously will be a thing as we continue later on in future expansions. So overall, for a first expansion, I would actually say that I don't think Blizzard intended it to be this way, and I'm sure that it was probably still a clusterfuck, especially because TBC servers are like gigantic mega servers, and there's not really like retail-like phasing with like a bunch of different shards and stuff like that. So it's probably much more overcrowded just by nature of how Classic works. But if you were to like tell somebody that this is how you're going to design new expansion launching, where people had like multiple different ways to level and you didn't have to follow the zones in a specific order, you could actually make the case that this is a pretty good design for an expansion launch, and overall it should result in a pretty enjoyable experience, which is pretty cool considering it was their very first expansion. Now, Wrath of the Lich King, I would say, in many ways was similar to TBC, slight differences. Now, I did play Wrath of the Lich King Classic when it launched at first, but I wasn't... that was after I had started my YouTube channel. I don't remember why I decided not to stream it, but I just didn't. I might have the footage somewhere, but as I said here, I'm not going to try and find it. But my experience on Wrath Classic is, well, you can see here, similar to TBC. I'll read off my bullet points and then I'll just kind of monologue. It was very close to TBC. There was no forced path, right? So there wasn't a specific campaign. You could reach 80 however you wanted to. A lot of people still chose to run dungeons. So I remember there were a lot of people in the guild that I was in that were forming groups to spam Utgard Keep. Nexus, I think some people were running, but most of the groups that I saw, I never knew the exact numbers on it, but a lot of people I saw running Utgard Keep. I never really felt like it was that great. Like, running Utgard Keep once for the dungeon quests, I think, would have been a good idea. I chose to just quest on my own, and it worked out well for me. I wasn't, like, the first person in my guild to 80, but one of the other things that made it so, like, in TBC, dungeon spamming is really good. I mentioned the whole thing about, like, reputation, but in Wrath, that's not a concern, right? In Wrath, you have those tabards that you can just throw on, you spam heroic dungeons, you just get up to max rep at max level, you know, it's not hard at all. So dungeon spamming wasn't, like, the best way to level, guaranteed. It could maybe be argued as the most XP efficient way to level, but it's not, like, strictly better for people who are trying to optimize endgame stuff. It kind of the same way, you know, in modern expansions, as we'll say, a lot of people will avoid side quests because they don't want to get the reputation, and they want to use that with, like, the Darkmoon Fair buff. I'll talk about why that doesn't matter for Midnight, but generally speaking, that was not an important thing in Wrath of the Lich King. Now, mentioned here, splitting players up across Borean Tundra and Howling Fjord, on paper, this seems like a good idea. And if both of them were required, where, like, you had to do either both Borean and Howling, but you could choose to do either one first, that would make a lot of sense, and it would, in theory, divide the player base 50-50. But what I found is that I happen to know that Borean Tundra was just the better zone, and I think most people knew Borean Tundra was the better zone. So when I quested on Wrath Launch, it was, again, I have this topic here, which I'll talk about, it was an absolute clusterfuck in Borean Tundra, and everybody was there because everybody knows this is the best zone, and everybody, if they're questing, wants to be in the best zone, which does lead to situations where I'm sure there were probably a few people who were like, oh, I'm going to go be like a contrarian and level in Howling Fjord because there's going to be nobody there. And that is a recurring theme and definitely in Cataclysm, which I'll discuss there. But the boats leading into Wrath were a complete disaster. I have no idea how this worked on the original release. I'm sure there were probably some server load issues, but I'm not going to go dig through the archives to find out, like, oh, what was it like back in original 2008? But obviously in Classic, it was so fucked that they had to add the ability for the Zeppelin Masters to just teleport you there directly, which was kind of funny because I think to this day they still haven't remembered to take that out. So even on Classic servers right now, you can still, the MoP Classic servers that is, you can still use the NPCs to teleport directly to the other zones, which I like. I personally think the waiting for the Zeppelin and it being RNG is a little bit annoying. Foreshadowing for a future expansion, and some of you guys will probably already know what I'm going to talk about. But definitely that was a problem on launch. Now, what I found interesting when I played Wrath of the Lich King launch is I just, like, I didn't have a super duper speedrun route prepared. I just kind of went in with, like, some past knowledge of the general questing path and general good speedrunning principles. I wasn't following any Voldemort add-on or anything like that. I was just raw dogging it. And I managed to get out of, like, the initial, I was playing Horde, so I got out of Warsong Hold pretty early compared to a lot of other people. And then I had a pretty smooth questing experience across the rest of Borean Tundra. And I was like maybe the first or like one of the first people in my guild to hit 72. I got there really quickly. I think I got like halfway to 73 and then I took a break because for anybody who has been a longtime viewer of the channel, you might remember that I made Wrath of the Lich King dungeon guides, and those did pretty well. Especially my channel was very small back then, like I think 10K subscribers or something like that. So I had got like a few tens of thousands of views on like all of those guides. The Oculus guide especially did really, really, really well, which I put a lot of effort into that. And obviously the Oculus was a hard dungeon. And I only finished about like a third of them by the time the expansion launched. I had been like working overtime, trying to get them all done in preparation, but I always end up trying to put too much detail in. So I got to like level 73, got like decently ahead of the pack, and then I logged out to finish, what dungeon was it? I think like Asjol Narabin on Kahet, because I wanted to make sure that at least like a week or so after launch, all of my guides were finished. I think Oculus was done like 5 days after the official launch. Because like, yeah, I wanted to get them all done immediately. I was hoping that I'd have them all ready by launch, but the next best thing is to have them all out by the time people start getting to their endgame heroic spam and stuff like that. And well, considering my Oculus guide was the last one I finished, and it ended up getting the most views, I think I still managed to kind of hit that mark and get it done early enough. A bit of a tangent, but I have no idea how I would have done if I had literally just tried to slam it out. I did, like I said, zero research really for Wrath of the Lich King launch, but questing still felt really good, and a lot of people, like I said, still did dungeons. Pre-questing, admittedly, I looked into basically not at all. I am sure that there were probably some decent pre-quest setups. Ah, yes, I actually remember. I did some pre-quests. So I had all of the stuff in Area 52. That's where I started because I knew the boats were going to be a disaster. So I didn't even start by the Zeppelins. I started in what was it? I think I started like in Shadowmoon Valley. Then I turned in a few of like the wanted elite quests. I hearthed to Shat. I turned in some stuff in Shat. It's been so long, I forget. And then I remember flying to Area 52 and turning in a bunch of those quests. And there were a lot of really good like level 70 elite quests. I got like about halfway to 71 just by doing that. And like I had already done Ring of Blood while leveling, so I couldn't do that. There were a bunch of other quests, I'm sure, that people hyper optimized. I would imagine it's nowhere near like the 150 that you can do in vanilla WoW, especially because by and large, a lot of those like prep the items and turn them in type of things weren't as prevalent. I know there were still some in TBC, like the Coil Fang armaments and the like the Cenarian herbs. So if you didn't do those while leveling, then theoretically you could bank those for extra quests. So I'm willing to bet that the fastest, like, I know world record, like the fastest, world first rather, fastest time, I believe, was now using like some exploit in Ice Crown or something like that. I don't remember the exact details, but I'm pretty sure what a lot of people tried to do was set up a gigantic prequest route and then dungeon spam. And similar to what I was saying with TBC, right? If you dungeon spam and then you get to the level required for the next zone, so in this case, I'm pretty sure most people went to Dragonblight. I think I went to Dragonblight. The quests there are generally very good. Then you can just skip past the bottlenecks in Borean Tundra or Howling Fjord if you get enough pre-quests and dungeon stuff going. So even though I found the questing to be pretty good, it wasn't entirely necessary. Obviously, going on a little bit more of a nostalgia trip than is necessary, but, like I said, I'm just going to yap, and if you want to skip ahead, you are welcome to. And then, I even did say pre-quests are still a thing, slightly reduced load, but not too much. So, Cataclysm. Now, I did play Cataclysm on launch, so what I'm going to show you is I streamed Cataclysm Classic launch, and I will play that footage in a second as I'm talking about how that went. But one thing that you'll notice I didn't do for Cataclysm Classic launch is I didn't start in Mount Tygel and Vashir. And I guess I'll talk about that now, because when I played Cataclysm launch originally, like way back when was that? Like 2011 or something? We young Harldan woke up at like 3 a.m. to play, and I distinctly remember like I started in Hygel, and oh man, there were so many people I had to fight for mob tags. But because I wasn't there immediately, I was like a few hours late. It wasn't quite as bad, but it was still pretty packed. But Mount Hygel especially was a bit of a rough zone in terms of competition. And while the questing in a vacuum was pretty good, and I did a decent amount of test runs on the Cataclysm Classic beta, where I did go through Mount Hygel, and I found it to be pretty fast. The problem with it is that, obviously, if you have a lot of other people, it becomes really, really, really slow. And there are certain quests that, like I said, massive bottlenecks, it's really tough, and you can never guarantee that you're going to outlevel people. And it's also just tricky with stuff like that, because, like, with Mount Hygel, technically speaking, there were multiple ways to get there. You could start flying, like, just outside the border in Winterspring, and then fly in, and I believe start the quest line there. A lot of people would start it in Orgrimmar, which would give you another quest, but then, like, there were also a lot of pre-quests in Cataclysm that were really, really, really good. So it became this situation of, like, yes, you could go to Mount Hygel, but then there's no good opportunity to turn in, like, a bunch of really efficient pre-quests, which you'll get to see in a little bit when I talk about my classic strategy. So it generally wasn't super recommended, even if it is good in a vacuum. But I still have fond memories of doing that on the original launch way back in the day. And one of the distinct memories I have is I did a lot of old raid runs at the end of Wrath of the Lich King, real Wrath of the Lich King, and I was like not an experienced raider at all, so I was pugging stuff like, we were deep into ICC already in terms of like the releases. I was not raiding ICC. I was like, some dumb 11-year-old shithead, and I wanted to try raiding. So I was forming groups for like the revamped Onyxia's Lair, the level 80 version. And I remember I got a gun. I forget what the name of the gun was, whatever the one that drops off Onyxia is, and it was purple. And even back then, like, I still had a lot of blues and stuff from heroic dungeons because, I wasn't good at the game. I didn't really know much about how to get gear, and I thought I was hot shit with my purple gun. And one of like the very first quest rewards in Mount Hygel was better than my purple Onyxia gun. And that like blew my mind as a little kid, because I thought, oh my god, purple, I'm never going to replace this. I'm going to use this all the way up to level 90 or 85 in Cataclysm. And then here I am, like, looking at the stats on this green gun, like, well, I guess this is better. I guess I just take this. And I mean, the itemization also was a little bit finicky with some of the Wrath of the Lich King items, so that probably had something to do with it. But that is, that is something interesting, at least, about Cataclysm itemization. Now I'm going to pause the recording. I'm going to pull up my footage. All right, here we are. I'll let this play. It'll just be like a little background footage. I put it on 2x speed because there's a lot going on. So what you'll notice is this is right around the time Cataclysm Classic, it opens up. You're finally able to get experience. One problem that I ran into personally when Cata Classic launched is they actually sent it up like about 10 minutes earlier than they normally are supposed to. You can see the timer, it's 5:55. Modern expansion releases, and that includes classic releases, usually go up on the hour at like 6. That's like the standard time that they do. And I've seen sometimes they send it like 5 minutes early. So, like, right around the time I started my stream, which was, I was like running behind, I forget why. But that's when I was planning to stream, and then they just sent it up like 10 minutes early. And I wasn't ready to stream, so, lost a little bit of time there. What can you do? But you'll notice that I still have a gigantic pre-quest stack here. So I have all of these daily quests from Icecrown, from Storm Peaks and stuff that give full experience at level 80, and I'm going to get a lot of XP by the time I'm done with this. There's a few more, like, because of the Titan Rune dungeons, there were a few extra, more than we used to have. And I also, like, I set up Warlock summons here. This is obviously a little bit more min-maxy, but this way I can cut off like a little bit of travel time. Those are the other people in my group. So I did this leveling with one of my friends, and the other 3 characters are my alt accounts, all positioned, ready to summon me. Now, this is obviously a much more min-maxy approach, but the fact that you're able to do this, it kind of goes hand in hand with what I've been saying with the previous 2 expansions of TBC and Wrath, where if you out-level the first 2 zone, or the first zone, or in the case of Wrath, then the first 2 zones, you can just skip straight to the next one. And obviously, if you get there before a good amount of people who are all stuck in, in the case of TBC Hellfire Peninsula, in the case of Wrath of the Lich King, Borean Tundra, Howling Fjord, then you get like a massive advantage, because then you get to effectively zone 2 or 3 ahead of everybody else, and you have no competition. You're just questing alone. You're, as I always like to say, ahead of the pack, right? That's the common term for it. And it effectively, when that happens, it snowballs your lead. And because there's no hard and fast campaign, right? Like, I'm not forced to level in Mount Hyjal for Cataclysm Classic. Similar as far as the what's it called? As far as like the reputation goes. So I cared about endgame rating in Cataclysm. I actually had a lot of fun. I stopped rating in mid Firelands, because Firelands actually kind of dog shit. I was not a fan of it, but I really wanted to raid in the very first tier. I ended up full clearing that on heroic, had a lot of fun, and reputation min-maxing was not really important from the whole like questing versus dungeons and stuff like that. So you could, if you theoretically wanted to, quest in Mount Hyjal. That was not a concern. But it also was very efficient, as we'll see later on, to quest in like Deepholm and Uldum and stuff like that. Even though you got the reputation there, we still had the tabards in Cataclysm that let you just grind reputation as much as you wanted at endgame. So all of the really good reputation rewards, well, you could just farm that out. So all that mattered then was raw XP efficiency. And one thing that I kind of mentioned earlier about like Hyjal was super packed. I distinctly remember when I was streaming test runs of Cataclysm Classic and making my leveling guide and stuff like that, I got a lot of people commenting saying, "Oh, well, if everybody's going to Hyjal, I'm just going to go to Vashj'ir. Ha ha ha, I'm so smart." And Vashj'ir was significantly slower, kind of. There were some caveats there, but definitely much slower on average than Mount Hyjal. A lot of people thought, "Oh, I'm just going to pick the slightly more inefficient zone." It was a lot worse. And also, there were enough people who had that super smart idea that Vashj'ir ended up being extremely overcrowded. So even if you went there, it wasn't guaranteed to be really fast. The biggest issue with Vashj'ir ended up being that although Kelpthar Forest, the very first zone, was actually very efficient, like the XP density there is absurd, it's only for like the first half of Kelpthar Forest, if you do everything correctly, that you get really good XP efficiency there. And it also, what's it called? It requires you to sit through a really, really lengthy bit of roleplay, the whole like boat ride over there. Now, I don't remember, because I knew I wasn't going to go to Vashj'ir, but in theory, maybe if you started in Stormwind, you could have just flown there directly, because obviously you have to go over a fatigue zone, but maybe you could have done that. I honestly couldn't tell you. I didn't look into that myself, but especially Horde players, which, I was playing Horde. Most people were playing Horde at this point because at this time, this era of WoW, Horde is still like has by far the best racials. It's really good, and also Blood Elf is a thing, and Blood Elf is really cool. So Horde doesn't have that option. Horde has to sit through the entire boat ride, and even if Kelpthar Forest ends up being really good, it's just going to be a mess. You're going to lose time. So I generally don't think that it was worth doing the what's it called? The Vashir trick at all. If anything, you could maybe do it to like supplement a bit of extra XP if you had like a bunch of pre-quests and stuff, but most people weren't doing that. As you can see, what most people were doing is exactly what I was doing here, spamming Halls of Lightning, which gave fantastic experience. I'm already halfway to level 81, which is really good, right? Doesn't seem like a lot, only one level, but you have to remember that the levels in Cataclysm effectively were only 5. So effectively at this point, I've already gotten one full level in like modern expansion terms. And within the first 12 minutes, thanks to a lot of my pre-quests, that's really good time. And leveling in Cataclysm, just generally speaking, was a lot slower. So right now, as we'll say with Sunwell and Midnight in general, you can expect somewhere in the realm of like, I would say 6 hours is like the average time that most experienced players are going to get. One thing that I actually forgot I did this to expedite the dungeon reset process. I summoned myself out reset instances instead of running to the entrance portal. Man, I was really sweaty on Cataclysm launch, which the thing is, it didn't even matter, right? Because I wasn't going for world first or anything like that. And I even, like, I started my stream late. But, like, a recurring trend that you'll notice throughout this video is I generally don't go for world firsts. When I say generally, I never go for world firsts. I'm not going for world first in Midnight. I just want to get like a really cool optimized time. Now I like going for like world records in speedruns, like outside of the context of world first, because when I have all the time possible to really, really, really optimize my leveling time, and I'm not constrained by, lag or server issues, or effectively you kind of need a gigantic team of people. If it's just a solo world record where only my skill and my routing and stuff like that is what determines my ability to level quickly, I love that. I will try to optimize my time, and I will try to beat other people because that is all within my control. There's way too many unknown variables. You can prepare for months and you can just lose to somebody who had like a secret strategy that you had no way to know about. And they also have like 20 people assisting them, and you just don't have 20 people who are willing to like dedicate their entire expansion launch just to getting you to max level. It's just a different ball game, right? And I don't want to deal with that. I want to focus on strategies that I can do. Generally, I do it solo. I'm going to be doing it, solo, quote unquote, in Midnight. We'll talk about my plans for Midnight. This was actually the literal only time ever where I have duo leveled with a friend, just because she was available on launch and was planning on leveling anyway. And I was like, all right, if you want to level with me, I'm going to force you to do practice runs with me on the beta. And she agreed. So duo leveling is faster in the vast majority of cases. I've just, up until, or aside from this point, because even like after this, never really found anybody who was willing to do the practice. And I've already, like, I will mention for a very brief portion, specifically the Sunwell intro, and we'll discuss why I believe it will be mandatory for me to level in a group of at least 4, ideally 5. And I've asked people in my guild, would anybody be interested? And a few of them have already said yes. And I said, that's cool and all, but I am going to make you do at least the Sunwell intro practice with me on the beta. I didn't necessarily ask them, are you okay with that? But I did just say, like, asking early, and then just a fair warning that that would be expected. If you want to level with me, you got to do that, right? So that is the requirement for me, at least. I normally do solo leveling, but yeah, it being in a duo is faster. It's very, very, very hard to solo Halls of Lightning. It's possible, but what you'll notice here is I'm playing a Blood DK, and I did not have Shadowmourne on this character. So I played a lot of Wrath of the Lich King. I had like not a full BIS prop pally, but like a close to BIS prop pally. But I knew I wanted to play Blood DK and Cataclysm because Cata Blood DK was, oh my god, it was so much fun. That spec actually fucks in Cataclysm. And I did not play Blood like at all in Wrath, so I just had to level it last second and then pug a bunch of raids and get whatever gear I could. And I put together a pretty good set, all things considered. But, obviously, if you have Shadowmourne full 25 heroic ICC bis, I'm sure that you would be able to solo this dungeon. Obviously, hunters with full bis could solo this dungeon. My friend had even worse gear than I did. I had to basically, figure out what the most optimal way for her to get, last second gear would be, because she was interested in Cataclysm, but not in Wrath. So that was a whole thing before launch. You can see there, I put myself on auto run and then tapped out the 7. Oh, man. Part of the fun thing about this video for me is I get to go down memory lane and look at how all of these launches played out for me. Some better than others, as we shall see. All that to say, let's skip ahead because I've rambled a little bit, so I'm gonna scrub through here. Lots of Halls of Lightning. I did it was over an hour of Halls of Lightning. So imagine that. Definitely, it was an interesting way to optimize it. I actually forgot just how long it took to do all of that. And when did I leave? Okay, here. Around this point is when I left Halls of Lightning. And we'll let it play from that. I spent my talent points. I had a mage. One of my mages was a summoning helper, so I was able to make myself a portal to Orgrimmar. And then now I can turn in some extra quests. I feel like, I should have done the cooking and fishing daily. Maybe that wasn't available. Maybe I just forgot or I didn't think it was worth doing. Oh yeah, and this is one thing I remember, because there was a glitch that let you, well, not a glitch, but there was a little, I guess, exploit that let you get access to some Cataclysm materials ahead of time. Now, technically, briefly, that was possible for the upcoming Midnight Zones, but Blizzard, in that case, patched out all of the items. A bunch of people paid, millions of gold to buy the materials that people were able to get. All of that has been removed from people's inventory. But you can see here, I was able to get very high Cataclysm cooking. I had one friend who actually got max Cataclysm cooking early on. And what I'm doing now is I'm cooking, Cataclysm raid stat food for leveling. So that's going to be really helpful for me as I continue through the process. I genuinely can't remember why I never did the cooking fishing dailies, but they still would have been good here. I'm sure I had some reason why I didn't do it. But now, because I'm 82 at this point, I'll skip ahead a little bit. I'm able to go to Deep Home. So over here, I do all the stuff. I forget, why did I go to... I must have accidentally went to Vashir for some reason. Why did I do this? Oh, I think there was some... Yeah, the Vashir... I forgot about this. Yes, the Vashir boats broke down. And there... So, remember what I said earlier? The whole... God, I forgot that was a thing. So when I said earlier that the Wrath of the Lich King boats broke, so apparently the boat ride to get to Vashir also broke on Cataclysm launch. Completely forgot that was a thing until now. And Blizzard added a temporary teleport directly to the start of Vashir questline, which ironically mitigated the one downside that I discussed earlier that made it inefficient. I also had some pre-quests here that I could turn in. So I think what happened is I talked to the guy that's supposed to start the Deep Home questline, and my auto gossip thing accepted the thing that Blizzard added that snap teleported me to Vashir, and then I had to go and emergency portal myself out. Or maybe my friend did that, and then that's why I went and did that. But you can see here, right? You want to take that portal to Deep Home, and that guy was the one who also had the snap teleport to Vashir. And now I'm going to skip ahead a little bit more, because one of the other things you'll notice when I get into Deep Home is it's already packed with people. Now, part of this is because, obviously, I started my leveling a little bit late, and I didn't manage to take full advantage. I'm going to try to find... There was one place in particular where I remember it was an absolute nightmare. This place. Right. So, there were... I'm going to go back a little bit. There are so many people on this boat, and I'm trying to do the quest on this boat. Deep Home in general is a pretty good zone, but look at all these gray mobs, right? Everything is tagged. Now, more tags are shared in modern WoW, so this doesn't happen quite as much for just generally trying to get tags like being a nightmare. In this case, if me or my friend don't tag the mob, then we're fucked, right? And we can't compete with these other people. So in this particular case, we got midway through the Deep Home quest line, and we were already behind the pack. Enough people had done the Halls of Lightning spam, and I'm pretty sure that like the game had phased us. And this is a big thing. Notice all of these people stacked up in one spot. There's a quest, Mornock the Hateful, subdued. You can see top right. Mornock the Hateful is that area just above me where there's like 50 million people spamming AoEs trying to get that one mob tag. And yeah, that was a colossal bottleneck, an unbeatable bottleneck. I'm not going to sit there and compete with people. Now, even though Deep Home questing is generally speaking more efficient than dungeon spamming in Cataclysm, I ended up spamming dungeons because there was basically nothing else I can do. This is not good. I even got like Blackrock Caverns, which isn't ideal because it's a little bit lower level than I would like, but it's either that or sit there and AoE spam. And sitting there and AoE spamming just to get a single quest done is an absolute nightmare. You don't want to do this. So this is what I had to do. Now, notably, spamming dungeons was not terrible in Cataclysm because dungeons actually gave okay experience, and they also gave really good gear. This is something that I talked about back when I made my Cataclysm leveling guide. The gear that dropped in Cata dungeons was actually even better than the best raid gear that you could possibly get. It already dropped at 308 item level, and I think 25 heroic ICC was like 280 or something like that. Shadowmourne, I don't even think was higher item level than Whitefin Axe, which actually I ended up getting. So I'm sure if I skip ahead here, I'll find my Throne of the Tides run, and then we kill Neptulon somewhere around here, and I, oh, their filthiness stains me, this dude. And then Ozimat, this is, I think, the right spot that I want to go to. So I kill Ozimat. I'm pretty sure it was my very first run. That Whitefin Axe dropped, and then I won the roll. 99% sure. Okay, it must have been the second. I still got an upgrade there, but then I continued spamming dungeons, right? So I got Blackrock Caverns again. One of the interesting things is for Cataclysm leveling, you get 2 dungeons at level 80. So it was Blackrock Caverns and Throne of the Tides, and they had pretty good item level gear. But then you get another 2 dungeons at level 81. The problem is, I think it was 81, a lot of people are still, like the bulk of the players, are still completely stuck in Mount Hyjal and Vashir. It might have been even 82 when you got access to those dungeons. I don't remember. But although, in theory, like Stone Core and Vortex Pinnacle, which are the 2 dungeons that you get later, are slightly more efficient for experience than the first 2, you actually, there's nobody available to do those dungeons, which is why all the people who are spamming dungeons have realized that they cannot get through the bottlenecks in Mount Hyjal and Vashir, so they're spamming dungeons, and they're all stuck at level 80, so it keeps putting me over and over and over in Blackrock Caverns and Throne of the Tides, because that is where all the players are. People can't queue for those other dungeons, even though I theoretically have it available. So that kind of skews the results, where if what a lot of people will do is like they'll spam dungeons on beta, and if like the average people who are leveling on beta, you'll see like a larger distribution. So if you hit level 81 or 82 or whenever it is that you unlock those dungeons, you're going to get like a more even spread of those across a random dungeon pool. But then on launch day, that's just not what it looks like. You aren't able to get access to that. So something to keep in mind, right? I ended up having to dungeon spam all the way. I think it was I got to see just for posterity, right? We're already spending time walking down memory lane, right? You know, we're gonna watch me get Whitefin Axe, and the best part is my friend sponsored, who lucky bastard gets to go play TBC Classic. I've seen him online nonstop. Yeah, there it is. There's the Whitefin Axe, and I think I was the only person who could win it. Yeah, so it was basically guaranteed, and that is a colossal upgrade. That is so big. It's higher item level than Shadowmourne. Shadowmourne obviously still better if you have it, but of course that is like, yeah, look, I had like a 277 weapon or something like that. I think I had to go Runeforge this, because, yeah, that's exactly what I did. Runeforge it because obviously that's really big for your DPS as a Death Knight. But that helps me out a lot for the rest of the leveling process. And dungeon spammed all the way up until... When did I hit 83? There was level 83. Notice, by the way, the first few levels, I got to level 82. Where was it? Got to level 82 here, at about like the 2-hour mark or so. And it has now taken me over an hour just to get one level. When do I even... I went and tried to do a handful more Deep Home quests just to squeeze out any last bit of experience that I can. I'm still level 82. Ah, here we go. Here we are in Uldum. So finally, somewhere around the 4-hour mark, a little over 2 hours to get to 83. Grinding every last little bit of experience to dungeon spam. And now I can finally get to Uldum. And then once I get solidly into Uldum, there's like nobody here. It is completely empty. I think it looks like I left a dungeon. Like, where this is like the very first quest hub. Absolutely nobody's here. It's just night and day. And this continues, right? No more dungeons. There's no reason to. Uldum is a relatively efficient questing area. Just Uldum. I did the Harrison Jones quests, which I think normally I don't do. But... oh yeah, and then we were queuing for dungeons, because like later on, Vortex Pinnacle is still good. So, I don't remember... I think what I probably was doing is queuing for dungeons, and then if I got... Yeah, it looks like that is what I was doing. If I got a dungeon I didn't want, I would leave the group. So if I got Blackrock Caverns or something like that, we'd leave. But I wanted to do Vortex Pinnacle and Stonecore at least once for the quests, so you just every 30 minutes queue up. If you get the good one, then you complete it. And then if not, you just leave, try again 30 minutes later, because you still need to finish the entire questing process anyway. We got Stonecore after that, after that. And at this stage, we're now 5 hours, 6 hours post-launch. More people have gotten to the level required to access Stonecore. I might have been 82. It's been a hot minute. I don't remember exactly. And at some point around here, I forget exactly when, I hit 84. And it took, I think, relatively speaking, a lot less than... Yeah. So it was about close to the same. But the levels also take, like, significantly, like, exponentially longer in Cataclysm. Cataclysm leveling was... Whew, it was something, that's for sure. And then you have to do Twilight Highlands. And then kind of the same problem, Twilight Highlands, you get a bunch of new dungeons available after hitting 84. So I'm at 84 this entire time, but most of Twilight Highlands is really bad, so I don't want to do Twilight Highlands. I think I got lucky, and I managed to get into a group of Lost City of the Tol'vir, which I believe is one of the 84 dungeons. So that, yeah, I forgot about that. That's actually very lucky. Very few people are going to be eligible at this point, but I guess we lucked out. And I can't remember if I ever hit one of the other dungeons. I did. We hit Grim Batol. That's, yeah, okay, interesting. It's been so long that I can't even remember. And I, yeah, finished up doing, I'll play the boat ride. And as I finish ranting about Cataclysm Classic, I spent way longer talking about this one than I did about the first two, partially because I had the reference footage. So strap in. We're going to have similarly length rants about the future expansions, but some of you may have, if you're familiar with expansion launches, may already know why I've focused on a few particular topics, because they are relevant. They will come forward in the future. There's a few things I've mentioned that will be relevant, and if you are not familiar, then keep in mind a lot of the stuff, even now, that we've discussed with how Cataclysm worked, will be relevant in the future. But the most important thing here, right, is that we're able to, like, the moment I hit this level, I can start Twilight Highlands. So I don't need to do Mount Hyjal. I don't need to do Vashir, any of that stuff. I can get as much random sources of experience as I want, efficiently level, and, you know, I can come back here later for reputation if I need. Is there anything else that I really want to say about Cataclysm Classic? I think I've kind of talked about it a lot. In many ways, it is actually, I would say, in terms of the leveling process, more similar to TBC and Wrath than it is to future expansions, which a lot of people consider Cataclysm like, oh, this is like the retailification of the game, but really, it was very, very grounded in the same style of leveling. Of it's free form, you can approach it in any order. The quest lines were a little bit more structured, yes, but overall it was all about just like get to level 85 as fast as possible. Like I think it was I distinctly remember that somewhere around here, like the 3 hour mark, when I remember I was on Neptulon. It might have been the White Phoenix one. It might have been a lot later because I did a lot of Throne of the Tides runs. Around that time was when the World First 80 or World First 85 happened. And they had some crazy strategy of like spamming like mobs out in the open world. And that's a common thing for World Firsts, even, you know, in modern WoW. I have no idea exactly what people are going to be doing for World First, but it's going to be something silly. And I guess, you know, this is something that a lot of people already know, and I'll definitely talk about it as we go on. But something that you'll notice, the big difference between the old expansion leveling and the current expansion leveling is that back in the day, yeah, if you managed to hit the max level, that's all that really mattered in the end. So when I was doing this stuff, and like I made a leveling guide for Cataclysm Classic, which loosely mirrored the strategy that I followed on launch. I showed like the fastest questing path. You know, I talked about when it was good to do dungeons and when it was better to just quest in Deep Home and Old Doom. And I would get a lot of comments saying things like, oh, just Halls of Lightning spam, which like, yeah, I did, even on launch day, but telling a random person to just spam Halls of Lightning, especially like on a fresh character that doesn't have full raid gear, soloing a normal dungeon is not easy. You know, the stuff I did at the start here, like that is not something that just anybody can do. And the strategies that people used for mob grinding in Cataclysm, there was a very popular spot in Deepholm where you just killed a bunch of trogs. And I believe that the world first was somebody who started mob grinding in an area in Twilight Highlands. And then after that was patched out by Blizzard, they switched over to the Trogs in Deepholm, and they farmed that to get the rest of the experience up to level 85. And I'm pretty sure, like, either the World First or World Second, or, like, one of the first few people on my server, at least, was Alando, and they did the same thing, but they just did Trogs. That's all they did. And they got it in, like, 3 hours or something. And if you have, like, a dedicated group of people that are farming this one spot, and you have no competition in this area, then, yeah, it's pretty good. A lot of times those mob grinding strats are going to be very effective. And I'm sure that World First and Midnight is going to do something like that. And it's probably going to be like 2 hours or maybe a little under 2 hours. In War Within, it was, I believe, 1 hour and 20 minutes or something obscene for max level. And they abused some like old scaling thing to farm a hyperspawn and kill a ton of mobs really quickly. But that is impractical for the vast majority of people. And nowadays, it's actually not, or it's actually mandatory to do the campaign on your first character anyway. Now, technically speaking, those people, oh, but they hit max level without doing the campaign. It's like, well, yeah, but then on their second character, they would have to go and do the campaign. Now, if all you care about is the glory and, oh, I want to be the first person, I want to be the one who gets, like, world first level, in this case, I guess level 90 or whatever, then, like, yeah, obviously, do whatever you gotta do to make that happen. I get it. But whenever people see other players do that to try and get world first and then try to copy it, they're doing themselves a disservice, because at that point, what time are you saving? You are eventually going to have to run through the campaign. It is far more efficient to just do the campaign on your very first character, and we'll show when this change happens. Do the campaign first, and then after that point, Once you unlock adventure mode, then you can level however you want. But even if like the fastest players can do mob hyperspawn farming, you can't do that on your first time. You can maybe do that for alts if you really want to. It may still not necessarily be fast for the average person, but that's a whole separate topic. We're talking about launch day. But when some people talked about how like, oh, technically speaking, my route isn't faster than this like hyperspawn strat, like in Cataclysm, yeah, they had some merit. Obviously, you know, my Cataclysm guide did very well. My MoP guide, as we'll soon discuss, also is currently doing very, very, very well. As far as I know, my MoP guide is the most viewed MoP Classic leveling guide, so, you know, W me there. And there are, like, we'll talk about more for MoP, but there were strategies in Cataclysm Classic that theoretically let you level up faster, but were they applicable to the average person? No. So most people are better served following my just optimized questing path and, you know, including dungeons intermittently and doing that on, well, in this case, all their characters because there's no major difference from first character onwards. Anyways, I think that's enough for Cataclysm, especially because a lot of the things that I just talked about are going to be repeated in MoP. So I will pause. All right, so the next one, Miss of Pandaria, I streamed this for Classic. I will also show MoP Remix. I will be showing MoP Remix, and you might be wondering, like, oh, really? We're doing the remixes too? It's relevant. I'm not going to spend an excessive amount of time on it, but I do think it is important to talk about. Just going to mention that I think, did I, or no? Yeah, obviously don't want Warlord to Draenor here. We'll talk about that later. But I'm just, like, pointing this out that we're going to talk about MoP Classic first, then we're going to talk about MoP Remix, and I'm just going to cut it like back to back, and we'll explain it as we get through it. All right, so for MoP Classic, I was playing a Brewmaster Monk, and you can see here I started, like, I'm logging in after the servers went up. I was waiting on the login screen. I had my alt account, and I was waiting until I saw that XP bar appear to log in because I had a Darkwind Fair buff prepped, which is definitely something you can do. Technically, people still can do this to this day. If you're watching this video, it's unfortunately a little bit too late. But you'll notice, pre-questing in MoP, still very nice. I just got a crap load of experience. Similar thing where obviously there's only 5 levels, so it doesn't look like that much. But that is a massive chunk of XP within 1 minute. It took me a little bit longer than I wanted to start my timer. But pre-questing, still alive and well in MoP. And what you'll notice here is that I am doing all my pre-quests at the start. And this is something that I think is probably worth talking about now. I don't really know. I also did, oh yeah, forgot I did crafting. Because you can get some skill points, like, and obviously engineering or professions back in the day were like one big thing that carried over. Why? I was trying to get Goblin Glider here. That's why I did all this stuff. MoP Classic wasn't that long ago. My memory's already fuzzy on this stuff. But yeah, you can see I do all my pre-quests at the start, and this is like one of 2 reasons. I don't know how much detail I went into now, but we'll do this rant again, and if I've repeated myself, tough shit. So when it comes to pre-questing, there's like an element of, in modern expansions, something that you'll notice is that a lot of the types of quests that I am doing now. So in Wrath of the Lich King Classic, I told you, I did a lot of quests in like Shadowmoon, in Netherstorm and stuff like that, and then you saw me in Cataclysm Classic doing all of the endgame dailies and stuff in Storm Peaks and Icecrown. And here in MoP Classic, I start in Wintergrasp and I turn in all of those quests, and then I head over to Tol Barad and I turn in all of those quests. And there's like a lot of different dailies that you can do, and these are just the ones that I chose to do. But all of those give really good XP, and they all give like XP for that level. So I'm level 85. These are endgame Cataclysm level 85 quests, and they still give the full XP basically equivalent to the stuff that I'm about to pick up here. The level 85, MoP quests in Jade Forest. That is something that like isn't really a thing in modern X-Packs. So just as an example, I'll touch upon this a little bit later, but the quests in Koresh, or any of the quests in War Within, give massively reduced experience. All of them give about like 1k XP, and the quests that you get at the start of midnight give 11k, or I forget. All of the quests give 1k XP in War Within. The midnight quests give 11k. I may have messed up what I was saying. So it's a massive reduction. Now, theoretically, could you get a stack of like 20 quests or something like that for what's it called? For War Within, and do one big turn in to get like 30k XP up front? It's like basically getting 3 different midnight quests in like one big turn in. You could do that. And there are a handful of pre-quests, specifically the Delver's Call quests, give about 4.5k XP at level 80 right now. And the main thing that I've heard some people saying that they're going to try to do is they're going to get all of the quests in like the plaza outside of Dornegal, which is ballpark like 25k XP or something like that. And that is like, yeah, like 2-ish midnight quests. And obviously that's like really easy to turn in. And then they're going to go and get like a bunch of other Delver's Call quests and stuff like that handed in. And that is okay XP for the time that it takes. Now, the problem with that, though, so I said there's 2 main reasons why you don't see people doing pre-quests. Now, one of them is just that the XP doesn't scale. We just talked about how there are maybe some cases where the non-scaling XP isn't a problem. The other reason is that you can see here in MoP, and same thing I did in Cataclysm, I am doing dungeon spam. I'm doing other stuff to get the remaining XP. So I'm not leveling in Jade Forest. Jade Forest in MoP was an absolute nightmare. Jade Forest, as we will see, this will come back when I talk about MoP Remix. This will be relevant. Jade Forest has like some really, 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 really nasty bottlenecks. Also, I'm just like, some extra context, right? You'll notice that I'm frequently AFK in this footage. You might be like, why am I sitting here doing nothing while my group solos the thing for me? These are my guildies at the time, and so they basically knew that they were springboarding me. I even asked them. It's a similar thing every expansion. They don't care about speed leveling, but I'm like, I'm gonna do some like absolutely disgusting shit. Are you okay like helping me out at the start if they're already planning on playing? And in this case, I didn't level with them the entire way, but they agreed to help me basically get to 86 a little bit faster. And I did warn them ahead of time. The moment I hit 86, I'm ditching you guys. Is that okay? And they were all like fine with it. I even said like I will help you later on. And I'm currently, even though you can't see it on the recording, I'm multi-boxing those same warlocks and mages that I used to summon myself to the entrance of the dungeon back in like the Cataclysm release. I'm currently multi-boxing those characters through Jade Forest, and I'm trying to use them to mine ghost iron ore throughout the zone, and then I'm going to get as much ghost iron as I can in like little moments and then mail it to myself. And then that little bit of ghost iron, like I need a tiny bit more to get the last few skill points to get Goblin Glider, which will then be a time save throughout the rest of the MoP Classic loading process. It's like, this is the kind of stuff where, again, I'm not going for world first, but the idea of like, okay, I really want to have Goblin Glider. I know that would save time and that would make my min-maxing approach for launch day more enjoyable. How would it be possible for me to get Goblin Glider on my first leveling run? Oh, well, what if I just played 4 accounts at once at the same time on launch day? And it was actually really stressful. There were multiple times where Jade Forest, like, obviously has very large cliffs surrounding it. A lot of times I would put my alt accounts on auto run, and then I would tab over to like help tank the dungeon boss or something like that. And then I would tab back, and one of my alt accounts had run off a cliff, fall into its death at the bottom of the cliff, and then I had to like go to a spirit healer to get myself back up. It was a disaster. I like my overall MoP Classic launch day leveling went pretty well, I think. Again, not going for world first, but like the strategy that I was going for, I got like a pretty good time compared to like all of my solo quote unquote test runs in the beta. Obviously, I'm doing some like cheesy shit, but most of my questing was solo. This is just like little hyper optimizations. Like, does having Goblin Glider for MoP launch save me that much time? Not really, but it's just fun, which is why I wanted to do it. Overall, it went well, but it was very stressful. I was not having a lot of fun multi-boxing. Spoiler alert, I'm gonna do it again in midnight launch. I have to for some reasons that I will explain later. You guys don't have to, but it does technically save time unless you have some very specific things, which most people, myself included, don't have access to. So you either eat like a 3-minute time loss or you multi-box, and I have the accounts. I've used them every single classic, and like even in War Within, I had to use them. I've used them for every single release. I'm gonna fucking use them again. You know, why am I paying 4 sub prices if I'm not gonna use them for stupid launch day min-maxing stuff? So it's fun for me. So that's why I do it. All that to say, right? So launch. I went through all this stuff. I ended up spamming dungeons. You can see here, spamming dungeons. In between spamming dungeons, I'm running around through Jade Forest. I'm trying to grab treasures. Okay, well, I was about to grab a treasure. Then I phased into Stormstar Brewery. And I'm just doing this all the way until, where is the moment where I hit 86? Am I 86 at this point? Still 85. Guild banners still a staple. The stage. At this point, I'm running around in Valley. Okay, I had hit 86. I remember what happened. So I had told my guildies ahead of time that when I hit 86, I was going to ditch them. But a few of them were like, "Oh, can you like help us hit 86, please?" And I was like, "Yeah, fuck, you know, I'm not racing or anything." So I did actually stick around a little bit longer, especially because doing monkey runs was a big thing that a lot of people did. This is effectively what we're doing at this point. I said, I will help you guys if we just do Stormstep monkey runs, where you just go up until this point. You don't run the full dungeon. You just pull all of these monkeys. You drop a guild banner. You kill as many as you possibly can. It's a really good mob kill XP. A lot of people solo farm this. I think technically speaking, if you could solo farm it, which was really hard unless you had like perfectly optimized endgame bis, that was the best way to do this. And all of this stuff is basically to skip the first 2 levels. Now, skipping the first level, so getting to 86, is by far the most important part, because like in, TBC, where we only had a single zone, well, we are back to that with Jade Forest being the only opening zone in MoP. So you can see here, we kill the first boss, we leave. Some people, I think, leave even before killing that boss. If you aren't in a full group, it's probably more efficient to do it that way. And because we're queuing as a group of 5, there was 2 ways to do this. You could either run into it, like, on your own. So some people did it this way. If you're doing it solo, then you had to run in, kill all the mobs, and then reset the instance, and then you would hit the instance cap. So I saw some people advocating for, they would do pet battles in between monkey runs, and if you were queuing as a group of 5, then there was no instance cap, because the dungeon finder basically bypasses that. And if you leave, as long as you're in like a pre-made group, you don't actually get the like the 30-minute lockout or anything like that. So I'm pretty sure that if a super optimized group did it like this, like we're doing, then this would have been the fastest way to level from 80, what's it called, 85 to 87. I have no idea what World First did. Probably like some even more disgusting hyperspawn cheese strat. I actually think maybe they did monkey runs. I have no idea. But probably not. I think they did some more broken exploit. I'm actually unfamiliar with the exact strategy. I do remember that like the MoP Classic World First was like happened within like the span of like 1 minute or something like that, to where there was like false reporting of like somebody who was 1 minute behind was reported as being the world first winner, and then it was found out that somebody else who wasn't streaming barely beat them. That's always fun drama. But this is obviously like a really good way to level. Now, I think, if memory serves, I did eventually start questing. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit and see. I was hunting rare mobs. I spent a lot of time running around just because, like, what else are you going to do in between dungeon queues, right? You may as well. So I was just trying to get, okay, here we go. Finally, I'm not 87 yet. But, oh yeah, I got Selena, and then I got the lily pad off him. That was pretty cool. So I'm still 86. I'm about halfway there. I forget, like, my guildies, some of them got bored or something like that. But there were a decent amount of quests in Valley of the Four Winds that were still pretty good. Now, a lot of people did monkey runs all the way to 87. Technically, I think you can do monkey runs all the way to 90. I don't personally think it's efficient. But like that's where like I said, my leveling guide doesn't recommend doing any of that stuff. It's also really hard to do unless you have super optimized gear or like a really experienced player, like maybe an undergeared Brewmaster monk, if you're really confident, could do it, like a really powerful spec. But I'm not going to make a leveling guide that says do this thing that the vast majority of solo players can't accomplish, especially when questing in MoP is still very good. And also, the whole like dungeon spamming thing isn't really a consideration. Like, you don't really get rep from dungeons in MoP, so they remove the tabards. That was another consideration, right? They remove all the tabards in MoP. You no longer have access to that. Now you have you still have really good rep rewards, but the rep rewards comes entirely from quests, which this I remember, yeah, this was one of the very rare situations where Darkman Fair was just active for launch. So you could have theoretically made an argument that it wouldn't have been worth leveling or through quests if you wanted to min-max rep rewards, because it's better to just dungeon spam and then come back at max level and get all the like increased rep from quests then. But Darkman Fair was available right now. You can see I have the top hat on. So you're just able to level normally through questing, get the full rep rewards, and then the main way that you optimized rep was by at what's we call it, at launch. Or I'm talking gibberish. My brain's fried after an hour of talking straight. At level 90, you would then spam dailies. Now, the interesting thing, right? You'll notice like I'm completely on my own here. I'm nobody else is competing with me. Part of this is because a lot of people are still, yes, stuck in Jade Forest, but I also did level on a dead roleplay server for MoP Classic, and well, it wasn't dead roleplay server, it was just a dead server period. Like, the classic servers basically got abandoned. You can see there, Goblin Glider, pretty nice to have. So I was basically completely on my own. I had very little competition. I actually, I optimized rep farming and all this stuff so much that I ended up getting Realm First Pandaren Ambassador on this dead server. Very impressive, I know. I had, nobody to compete with. I did beat a few people, because, it takes a while. I had to play MoP Classic for, a good month after launch, repeatedly doing, August Celestial dailies to make sure that I actually got there in time. And when I got Realm First Pandaren Ambassador on this dead roleplay server, I actually got a few whispers from other people who said they were going for it. Because, sure, the amount of average people on the server was low. For the record, I have no idea what has happened with these dead servers since they did the gigantic, server merge, which I read about, but I had already stopped playing MoP Classic. I just haven't had a chance. I really want to come back for Siege of Orgrimmar, but I've been too busy because Mana Forge Omega basically launched about a month after, this launch, and I had to focus on that. I didn't have time to juggle MoP rating and MFO prog. And then immediately after, a month after MFO launched, well, Legion Remix came out. And so I literally have not had time. And then, well, what do you know? Right now, Midnight's about to come out. So I just unfortunately have not had any opportunities to do any MoP Classic stuff, which is a bummer because I actually had a lot of fun. And obviously, I spent a lot of time optimizing MoP Classic leveling. I made my guide and stuff like that. I, at some point, still would like to do a few leveling speedruns on it before. We have no idea what's going to happen to Classic. I'm convinced we're still going to progress into WoD, or at least an expedited WoD into Legion Classic. Some people think it's going to end entirely. Either way, I want to do some leveling runs. Who knows if I'll have time to do that. But I have no idea what has happened to my dead roleplay servers, which I'm very eager to find out about at some point. But you have to keep in mind, there's less people on these servers, for sure, but there were still a handful of people like me who recognized the potential and were also on these servers to try and get the Realm First achievements. So I at least beat those people. I did optimize my rep farming quite a lot. I farmed a shitload of hose and peace pipes. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I did solo monkey runs. I don't remember how long I did this, but I think I was just tired of doing solo questing, so I just said, fuck it. I'm gonna go in here. I'm just gonna farm this to level 87. Completely forgot that I did that. But I my words are failing me now. I'm gonna pause as I think. Okay, I kind of remember what I was gonna say. Obviously, there's gonna be a lot of rambling here. There's just gonna be a lot of memory lane nostalgia shit. Is what it is. The main reason I started talking about reputation is, although you didn't necessarily need to do the entire questline. You didn't basically need to get Pandaria Lore Master while leveling. It wasn't a requirement, but anybody who was trying to optimize endgame stuff needed to do this. This is another thing that I kind of forgot to mention when I was talking about Cataclysm. Although I mentioned that Cataclysm rep farming wasn't quite as important, one of the main reasons why I discussed in my leveling guide in Cata that it was really important to do Deep Home and Uldum is that Deep Home especially not only was just a very efficient leveling process, but Deep Home was required to access Therazane. Now, technically speaking, you like in Uldum, you only had to do a little bit of the questline to unlock Ram Kahen, and then if Ram Kahen gave you your best enchant for whatever slot that was, I forget exactly, then you could just grab a tabard and spam it. That was the case for all the other factions. So you technically needed to do the introduction questline for most of the zones, like Mount Hyjal, like Twilight Highlands for like Dragonmaw Clan Wildhammer. I think like I use the Wildhammer Dragonmaw enchant personally, if memory serves. So that was required, but you didn't need to do the entire thing. As long as you got the faction unlocked and then you slapped on a tabard and you farmed reputation, you were able to get your thing. Therazane was an exception, though, because you didn't unlock Therazane until the very end of the questing process. So you needed to do at least the bulk of Deep Home to be able to get your mandatory, I believe it was shoulder enchants for raid. So every single player who wanted to play Cataclysm Endgame, which it's like, the reality of Classic is unless you're just leveling in Cataclysm Classic for fun, which, I mean, I'm sure some people did, the vast majority of people who are playing a Classic expansion are trying to experience the endgame content. I think that's fair to say. More modern Classic expansions, like, obviously, there are people who still play, like, Vanilla and TBC and stuff just for the journey, so I'm not saying that that is all, like, you have to hyper-optimize. I mentioned before that, like, TBC dungeon running was very important for rep farming, but there's a lot of people who are probably playing TBC just because they like the TBC experience. But as much as I think that MoP and Cata were like fun to play, I really enjoy playing like MoP Brewmaster. I really enjoyed playing Cata WotLK. I think it is fair to say that the majority of the population of those eras of WoW are mostly people playing endgame, either PvE or to a much lesser extent PvP. And generally speaking, the populations on like those like Ironforge Pro or whatever tracking sites seem to reflect that. The population kind of takes a nosedive later on, but there's still like a healthy raiding population for those eras of the game. There's still a lot of people who are playing like MoP raids right now. So a lot of people say like MoP is dead, and the unfortunate reality is like, I am not playing MoP Classic. I think MoP is still a fun expansion, and a bunch of people keep saying, oh, there's like zero interest at all in endgame classic stuff. And I think the problem with that is when you get into an expansion like MoP or Cata, like I said, that is the main selling point, because all of the endgame content in Cataclysm and MoP is present in retail WoW, but better. So the only thing to do in Cata and MoP that you cannot do in retail is experience the classes and the raids from that time period. So if somebody just wants to experience like cosmetic farming, or like, oh, I'm going to just do like daily quests and farm reputations and stuff like that, you can, like, they're still in the game. You can still do that right now in retail for all of the Cataclysm and MoP era stuff. And, in the case of MoP Remix and stuff like that, it becomes even easier during those periods of time. So that is not necessarily a selling point of the classic expansions, especially because for serious collectors, you probably have other stuff banked up over the years on your main account, and progress obviously isn't shared between classic and retail. So that isn't necessarily something that you're going to want to do. So again, the only really thing to do is endgame rating, which is, like I said, less of a concern for at least like TBC and even Wrath. There were a lot of people who just wanted to experience like the game because we still had the old vanilla zones, which that is a big thing that is not available right now in retail. But at least in the case of like Cataclysm, like I said, the Therazane enchants are really important, and realistically speaking, people who are playing that game will care about that. So I do think that was like relevant information to put in my leveling guide, because the vast majority of people who are playing that version of the game will actually will save time overall, because they're going to have to do that grinding regardless. So even if it wasn't necessarily forced, right, it is forced to a lesser extent. And this is we've kind of already talked about how like the campaign is forced right now in like modern WoW expansions, and you can start to see that, right, in like even to a lesser extent in TBC, but like even with the enchants, like the Therazane stuff, and in MoP, right? A lot of stuff in MoP was locked behind reputation. Now, in fairness, right? Like I mentioned that in my MoP guides, and I obviously farmed Exalted with everything. Like I said, I got Pandaren Ambassador, but the vast majority of MoP rewards you didn't need high rep for, and Blizzard actually nerfed it further than what it normally was. Apparently, in the original iteration of MoP, you needed to get, like, I think, honored with some factions and revered with others to access all of the rep rewards, like the Valor vendor stuff. And in Classic, they bumped it all down by a level, which, considering reputation requirements are exponential, that was a massive reduction in the farming required. So overall, most people who just wanted enough reputation to be able to spend their Valor points, they didn't really need to do much. Like most of my friends who I played with like early on didn't really care much about farming rep because that's all they really needed from it. But somebody like me, like I tried to get the quest rewards from Golden Lotus and Claxi. When I say tried to, I did, and I actually managed to get it done before raid. That was super min-maxy, though. That required me to do all of this stuff, and then I had to farm Hose and Peace Pipes and use them on cooldown, pretty much. But getting that stuff, like, yeah, the best rewards were locked at Exalted. Was that necessarily required? No. So, obviously, I didn't discuss that in my leveling guide. But for me, it was required. Personally, I knew that I needed to do all of that stuff if I wanted to have those rewards in time for raid. But, you know, reputation was still something that you would have either needed to farm while leveling by doing questing, or you would have to do a decent amount of dailies at endgame. I would actually say that, like, the Therazane enchant was probably more important than any of the stuff that you had to get in MoP, at least in terms of, like, how difficult it was. But that is with the nerfs that they gave to reputations in MoP Classic. But still, obviously I'm doing monkey runs here, but let's like skip ahead a little bit. I eventually I left and then I did Hemet Nesingwary quests because like I knew that was really efficient. I think I hit the instance cap, and then yeah, I went back to doing monkey runs for the last bit. Then I went over here, did like a handful of quests at the start because I knew I was about to head to the Veiled Stair for the intro quests here. And then I went to Kunlai Summit. Kunlai Summit, obviously, a very good zone. Overall, you want to do all the stuff here. Blah, 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 blah. One of the interesting things, though, about MoP, right, is MoP is basically an entirely linear expansion. So it is Jade Forest into Valley of the Four Winds, into Kunlai, into Townlong, into Dread Wastes. Every one of those zones is one level. And partially, the older expansions were like that at parts, right? So, like, Cataclysm was 85 to 87. You had two different options. And then after that, it was linear. Then it was Deepholm, Uldum, Twilight Highlands. But MoP was a linear from the very start, which is why Jade Forest was especially bad. Jade Forest is just not an efficient zone, but it's not an efficient zone, and it's just a massive bottleneck zone, and everybody has to go there, even though Alliance and Horde, for a decent amount of the questline, are split up, with one faction starting in the north and another faction starting in the south. You do eventually have a lot of overlap, and each faction has its own really nasty bottlenecks. If you played on launch, notoriously, a lot of the Alliance players literally couldn't make progress. That's something that you won't see when I talk about MoP Classic, but you will get to see the nasty Horde bottlenecks. So there were some really, really, really fucked stuff there. And that is why in these expansions it was really good to get ahead. Because if you manage to do like monkey farms or I guess monkey runs is what everybody called them. If you did monkey runs up to Kunlai Summit, where notably when I talked about like reputation and like good rep farming stuff, that actually only really mattered from mid Kunlai up until Dread Wastes. Claxi was the most important one. Shadowpan was important to an extent, and a lot of the other really important ones like Golden Lotus and what's it called? Golden Lotus and August Celestials, you couldn't even do until endgame dailies, so that didn't matter. So doing the quests in Valley of the Four Winds, even though some of them weren't that bad, actually didn't really matter that much for leveling, because the reputation was irrelevant. Like Tillers, you got some rep, but Tillers was more about like, you know, optimizing cooking, rep farm, or cooking like recipe and skill ups and blah, blah, blah. So that didn't really matter that much. and there was really no relevant reputation outside of maybe a tiny bit of August Celestials in Jade Forest. So all that mattered is getting the Shadowpan rep out of Kunlai Summit, which was, an efficient zone regardless, and then getting the Shadowpan rep out of Townlong Steppes, and then all of the Claxi rep from Dread Wastes. So Dread Wastes 89 to, or what was MoP again? MoP was 90, right? Yeah. Dread Wastes 89 to 90 is by far like the most important part of the questing process, but then because you also want Shadowpan rep, both Kunlai Summit and Townlong Steppes ended up being pretty good for leveling. Just saved you time, right? Two birds, one stone. Like, you can dungeon spam, but I would actually say that the dungeons that you get at the later part of the process are really bad. So Jade Serpent is a pretty good dungeon. Stormstout Brewery, because of monkey runs, ends up being a pretty good dungeon as well. But Shadowpan Monastery is not a good dungeon. A little cheeky glider that I did here. This is one of the things I loved about having Goblin Glider for the leveling process. I think I'm checking for Scritch, right? And he was up. Oh man, little did I know, I would spend a disgusting amount of time trying to farm this stupid guy. And I made gold cap in MoP Classic. I still have it. I've been debating what to do with my Classic Gold. Because, like, on one hand, I am really, really, really hoping that we get, like, Wrath and Legion Classic, because, or WoD and Legion Classic. I would really love that. And I would like to have gold cap for WoD and Legion Classic, because, well, if I'm going to play it a lot, I want to have gold for BOEs. But then also, if they decide to screw me over and to say, oh, we're ending Classic here, then the value of my gold is going to immediately plummet. So I could buy, like, tokens now and get, like, a shitload of game time. Random little tangent. But yeah, I made a lot of gold farming this guy in MoP Classic. I had warlocks, like, so it keeps coming back to those stupid warlocks. So those stupid warlocks that I use to, like, optimize my launch day processes, I also would park one of each of them in these little Scritch spawn points. And on my server, on this dead roleplay server, nobody else was really there to farm it, but every now and then somebody would have the same idea of, oh, hey, this server's dead, and Hose and Peace Pipe is worth a shitload of gold. What if I farm it on this dead roleplay server? And then they would fly over, and they would see me there with my 4 warlocks, one camped on top of every single spawn point. So if they wanted to compete with me for a single Scritch spawn, they would have to basically take a 1 out of 4 chance, and then hope that they could get the tag before I did. But I had, like, timers ready for whenever Scritch was about to spawn. And at this point, I had a computer that I eventually returned because there were problems with it. So I was literally, like, double fisting computers, one on my side desk and then my main computer. And I had my warlocks. I would just, like, quickly alt tab through my warlocks and get Hellfire rolling. And then on my main monk, I was just using Rushing Jade Wind over and over and over. And they had to basically hope that they won a coin flip on the 1 in 4. And most people just gave up. I did, towards the very end, when prices were already plummeting, have one dude who was just like, he really hated me, and he was dedicated to just trying to take as much gold off me as possible, and every single time that he was online, he would sit there and waste his time trying to compete with me, and, like, sometimes he won. So he did, like, win some Scritch tags off me, and presumably a few Hose and Peace Pipes, but by that point, like, I think it was only a few days before the prices were already crashing, because the Hose and Peace Pipe was only really valuable because people really wanted to get their reputation rewards pre-raid, and I already saw the prices tanking. I have no idea what they're worth now. Probably next to nothing, because they don't affect the modern expansions, like the Throne of Thunder ones, Dominance Offensive and Kirin Offensive, or whatever they're called. So I would be willing to bet, like, Hose and Peace Pipe has 0 value these days. But made a lot of gold. Random side tangent, just fun little fact, because I saw myself doing this now. But all that to say, even though it technically wasn't forced, you technically speaking didn't need to do what's it called? The campaign, quote unquote, in this case just Lore Master. You didn't need to do Lore Master to reach max level in MoP. A lot of times it was still worth doing, even in Cataclysm and MoP. Another, like, final note, something that just comes to mind, right, as I'm looking through my footage here, is you'll notice I still have cooking, crawfish creole, and fishing a golden opportunity sitting in my quest log, and I have not turned it in yet. It's funny how the cooking and fishing dailies, which scale with your level, have remained a bisque prequest since Cataclysm Classic, which, like I said, I don't remember why back in Cataclysm Classic I didn't prep those. I must have had some reason, but I didn't. But in this case, I did prep them for MoP, and I also prepped the pet battle ones, which I don't think are showing on my quest log on Questy Tracker over here. But I ended up waiting until level 89 to turn these in, because whenever you have scaling prequests like this, it's always better to wait until the latest possible level to get the maximum value out of it. So this will like play into prequests in Midnight. I already talked about how it's not really worth doing the War Within quests, but the ones that are worth doing, like still those same cooking fishing dailies and the pet battle quests, you're not going to want to turn them in immediately, even if some of them are universally turn-inable. I don't know if that's a fucking word. You don't want to do that. You want to wait until much later in the leveling process when you get closer to, I guess in this case, like for Midnight, ballpark, you'll want to do it around like level 88, 89, because at that level, 88 is ballpark when you will finish the campaign, and 88 to 89, you're going to be doing a lot of stuff that scales. So in theory, right? Oh, right, Darkwind Fair wasn't active. Oh my god, I just remembered. Darkwind Fair wasn't active for MoP Launch. I did the like super duper sneaky Darkwind present. So you could get okay, this is just a fun little tangent. This doesn't work anymore. I believe they fixed this in WoD, but when the Darkwind Top Hat was introduced in MoP, it worked differently, and you could get them, you still can get them as rewards out of Darkwind prizes. But back in the day, the item didn't immediately disappear when it entered your bags. So what you were able to do is get a bunch of Darkwind prizes, which you get from doing like the different minigames. You could open it up without auto loot to check if there is a Darkwind Top Hat inside, and the Darkwind prizes don't disappear when the Darkwind Fair ends. Any Darkwind Top Hats in your inventory will get wiped the moment the Darkwind Fair ends. And what I found is that if I had one in my bags and I logged out and logged back in, it would disappear again. But the game only ran the check to wipe your inventory of Darkwind Fair items when you logged into the game. So if you prepped a bunch of prizes and had Darkwind Top Hats inside of them, the game couldn't see the Top Hats inside of the container. So you could then open a container, pull a Top Hat out, apply it, get the buff, which wouldn't be wiped, and use it after the Darkwind Fair had already ended. I forgot I did that. Oh, that was so sneaky. I forgot about that. And the main reason I did that, like, it helped for leveling, right? I basically get the perma 10% Darkwind Fair before leveling, which you technically can for the very first hour. If you logged out when the Darkwind Fair ended, which I have on my character, get 10%. But in this case, I was able to get 10% for the entire MoP leveling process. The main reason I did it was for the reputation, because like I said, rep farming did matter a lot. So most people obviously had to do some amount of quests for MoP Classic, and I was able to do all of them, even the ones that normally you might want to wait until max level to do, because I had the Darkwind Fair bonus already, so I was able to get even more efficiency there, and then I got like 10% on my initial daily quests. There was a reason that I got Realm First Pandaren Ambassador and even beat the other people who transferred to the server to try and get it. I did a lot of really disgusting min-maxing stuff, and yeah, that was fun. I forgot that I did that. All that to say, I feel like I've said that already. Whatever. The pre-questing situation in MoP is kind of the same thing here as far as you want to wait until the end, and as far as that how that's going to apply to Midnight, similar logic. In the case of MoP, obviously you want to wait until literally level 89 to get the maximum value. In the case of Midnight, it doesn't really matter that much, because if you're really heavily stacking the scaling prequests in Midnight, there are a few of them. A lot of them have been discussed in my Discord. I'm not going to provide an exhaustive list in this video. That's kind of like outside the scope of it. But you can prep a lot of them, and if you do prep a lot of them, also, like, while we finish this up, I'm just going to skip to, like, Dread Waste or something. I don't know. When did I go to Dread Wastes? I forget. Oh, yeah, here. I'm fighting Echelon in this section. Very cool. When you get to, like, the end of the campaign in Midnight, and you're in, like, the final 2 levels, you're going to unlock Adventure Mode the moment that you finish the campaign, even before you've hit level 90, and then everything will start scaling to your level. So even if you don't do the pre-quests, all of them, at exactly level 90 or level 89, you can still do them all at 88, get to 89, and then whatever you do at level 89 will also scale with your level. That's not necessarily the case for... I also got, by the way, Realm First. There were a few people... yeah, let's skip to that, actually, because this is the first Realm First that I ever got. When does the timer stop? We'll end this with watching me get Realm First. We'll cut to here. There were a handful of people who were on this dead roleplay server also like keeping up with me. I just noticed because I was towards the end I was constantly typing /u/u/u, and obviously I did not get world first or anything close to that. I wasn't even expecting to get realm first. Like I said, I didn't do this for the 10% bonus. I did it for the rep bonus, or the 10% XP bonus. I mean, I did it for the rep bonus, but it just so happened that, you know, it was enough to get me server first, which was pretty cool. But I in this particular case, because all of the people who got like world first did it on like the big servers because they had access to like a shitload of resources. The only people on here were people like me who were trying to optimize for solo leveling, like basically questing world first, which was kind of cool because one of the things that I like to do in modern expansions is I like to go for like I'm not necessarily world first, right? But I like to go for the fastest possible campaign plus, you know, max level completion. And I'd like to think that I've gotten very fast historically. Dragonflight, I got fucked. But War Within, I did pretty good. I have no idea if I was like the fastest. I don't think I was. I'm pretty sure I at least knew of like one person who I was like friends with who beat me for campaign plus level 90. But I was definitely up there for like full campaign completion and max level. Same for Shadowlands. Shadowlands, which obviously we'll talk about, which like I did try to really heavily optimize. I was definitely among the first few people because a lot of the people who beat me to like max level did like some other strategies, but I did pretty good there. And I didn't speed level before that. I feel like I would have kicked ass in Dragonflight, but as we'll talk about, I got completely fucked. Not much I really could have done there. But it like there's no real way to know for sure. Like, hey, did I get like a really fast time for solo leveling? But in the case of MoP Classic, I was only competing against other people. So Realm First level 90. I forgot about that, man. That was fun. That was a good feeling. And it was satisfying knowing that effectively I, like to a lesser extent, I won my category, and I had like definitive evidence that I won the solo category. And I have no idea for the other servers if that's the case. I'm sure there might be somebody else on like a different dead roleplay server who like marginally beat me. There's probably like a group of people who did like organized monkey runs in like a 3-stack or something like that all transferred to a dead server to get like a faster time. I have no idea. I can't say for sure. At this point, it's behind my timer, but I'm getting whispered by the other guys who were like on my heels. And they were like, holy fuck, how did you get like half a level ahead of me? And I don't think they realized that I did like the Darkwood Fair cheese. So I was 10% faster than them. And that was kind of the funny thing, right? I actually, a lot of the people who were barely behind me on Realm First MoP were doing really optimized monkey runs. I think a few of them told me that they were in a duo. So some of them did like duo monkey runs up to 87, and then they solo quested. You can see, like, it's hard to see. You could barely make out like the whispers behind the timer. They were all pretty nice though. So one of them was like, "Ah, man, disappointed." I felt bad. The main guy who was whispering me, who for most of the leveling process was like number 2 behind me, he barely lost. He barely lost, and he got number 3rd. But what was super depressing, and I felt really bad for him, is I got Realm First 90, and I got Realm First 90 Monk. This guy was playing a Death Knight, and the person who beat him and got number 2 was also a Death Knight. So he got Realm 3rd, level 90, but he didn't even get Realm First for his class, because number 2 and number 3 were both DKs. So, yeah, bit of a bummer there. I think he did good. I forget what the other dude did. Probably similar strategies. But I was really happy with how this turned out, and I wish there was a similar metric, right, for retail. Like, if you could do that, right, I would probably optimize it even more. But I felt really satisfied with all the optimization that I did for MoP Classic, because like, hey, does it really mean that much? Like, no. Am I gonna like frame it and put it on my wall, Realm First 90 MoP Classic on like some dead RP server? No. But like, I felt good about it. It was satisfying, and it made me feel like all of the crazy preparation and prequests and stuff that I decided to do actually paid off, and and it was satisfying, right? Like I did all this optimization, and I just enjoy doing that. But then you have something to show for your efforts. Uh, anyways, enough of that. I've talked about MoP probably more than I really need to. So of course, naturally, what we're going to now do is talk about MoP Classic. Okay, so MoP Classic or MoP Remix. MoP Remix was interesting. It popped up. I got in really early, and the thing that I just said, right, about Missa Pandaria, where Missa Pandaria, you technically didn't need to follow the campaign. It was more freeform. People still did it because of reputation. Well, obviously, in the case of oh yeah, I forgot they fucked up. They forgot to spawn the NPCs. So there's supposed to be guys here that you could talk to, and it took them a little bit to actually activate. But they felt like that wouldn't work. So they added an intro scenario unique to MoP Remix. It only is here. This is not a thing in MoP Classic, but everybody has to go through this intro scenario to actually level, which is a problem. It's a real problem. I forgot to loot the mob here. I had practiced this obviously a ton. But now everybody is funneled into the exact same spot. Everybody has to go through this place really quickly. It's not a very long quest line, but it is a colossal bottleneck. Everybody fighting over the same thing, and it was required for your first character. You couldn't do any of the fancy MoP Remix strategies until you did this, and this was something they did again in Legion Remix, where in your very first leveling run, it was actually even more punishing in Legion Remix, I felt, because in MoP Remix, at the very least, it was really just your first character. You get your like fancy cloak unlocked. You obviously have to do this intro cutscene. You can skip this like on future characters, and you power up your cloak as you level. But the way that the alt cloak worked in MoP Remix, I actually think was a lot better. It's crazy. I can't believe I'm saying this now because at the time, I was really frustrated by a lot of stuff in MoP Remix. It's really fun. It is actually such a trip down memory lane. I'm glad I decided to record this because I'm getting like massive waves of nostalgia seeing this. I mean, you literally can't even access this anymore. It's just so cool getting to remember, like, I did all of this crazy optimization for this thing that like doesn't even exist anymore. But like that, I mean, that's the fun part about WoD leveling. You get like these limited time chances to like, it's basically like a seasonal optimization problem, which is just so much fun for me. But like you can see I'm one of the very first few people to like optimize this process. I have it all memorized. I get here first, and then I get here. I get snapped to the entrance of Pandaria, and this is the Jade Forest bottleneck I'm talking about. Very few people are here. I'm here super duper early. You can see there's a few other people who are getting here. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Why am I doing this? I forgot about this. Why did I do this? This is not what I remembered. Did I guess I did. I know I did Jade Forest. Why? Yeah, so here's the problem, right? So look at this quest. If I recall, I think I just overestimated myself. Because this is a really, really, really nasty bottleneck. This quest right here. And you'll notice that as I'm trying to get like tags on these mobs, they're just dying really slowly. I managed to get like a decent amount of cannons, but like the troops, it's gonna reach a point where I'm struggling to get like a single kill. And I remember that distinctly. And then as more and more people arrive from the intro scenario, the troops are just dying instantly. You have a shitload of people in cannons, because these tags are shared across different players. Shitload of people all just spamming the full auto fire at random spawn points. And so the moment a mob spawns, it gets instantly killed. And so I'm unable to get any tags whatsoever. Now I remember what happened. I was cocky. I went ahead and I figured, oh, I'm so far ahead that I can go complete these like intro things. I flew to the Honeydew Village, completed those quests, and then flew back, figuring, oh, I'm so far ahead, I can just get past this bottleneck. And then, my arrogance caused me to get stuck here on the final 10 mobs as, like, I got really far ahead, and then boom. Now, all of the people that I passed in the intro cutscene, or the intro scenario, have now reached this quest. And now I cannot even get a single tag. And now I have to literally aim down one spawn point just to get one kill at a time. Now imagine if you did not have those first 10, 15 seconds that I had, and you had to get all 80 of those basically one at a time like I am right now. Absolute fucking nightmare. I got really lucky. I sniped an entire patrol, and I'm pretty sure and still ended up being one of the very first people through this quest, which, like, I was cruising in MoP Classic, right? And you'll notice, right, the quests here have the campaign symbol, the little, like, pentagon things. Okay, there is another person who got here ahead of me, right? But now, so few people are making it here that my general optimization, my general knowledge of the MoP questing process is going to start carrying me ahead. And I mean, you'll be able to see, right? That was the main bottleneck. Eventually, I'm just cruising, right? I'm leveling really quickly. There's an introduction, right, where it teaches you how to do, like, the gems and stuff. You reach the bazaar. For, like, solo leveling, doing all this stuff, I got really, really, really far ahead. I think I did do some dungeons, right? But I forget why. Dungeons ended up being really bad. Like, it was really, really, really inefficient to do dungeons early on. For some reason, I think the scaling was just completely messed up. So one of the issues with MoP Remix is we just got done saying, like, Jade Forest is terrible, right? But you needed to basically do the entirety of Jade Forest. I think it was level 25 when you unlocked Valley of the Four Winds. But unlike MoP Classic, MoP Classic, where, oh, you could just spam regular dungeons, or you could do other stuff like prequests and stuff, you don't have that option in MoP Remix. You just have to do it raw. So I just had to do the entire quest line one by one. You also had very limited access to dungeons, although technically speaking, like, the most efficient dungeons were at the start, right? The reason why a lot of those dungeons ended up being super efficient, so like Scholomance, etc., is because eventually, towards the end of MoP Remix, people had, like, super geared demon hunters that were able to do crazy skips. This early on, nobody was doing that, so the dungeons were taking basically the full length of time. Scholomance would take like 5 to 10 minutes, and at that point, well, it's not efficient to do dungeons. So I had to do this entire thing. Eventually, I got to, like, Valley of the Four Winds, and I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, I was one of the first people in Valley of the Four Winds. Okay, it was level 20, not 25, when you got to Valley, and I just did Lore Master. I did the entire thing. Kunlai Summit, by this point in time, I was, like, completely alone. I didn't get, like, World First MoP Remix, definitely not. I have no idea where I placed for MoP Remix. I mean, like, basically, tracking for MoP for Remix and stuff for World First, nobody takes this shit seriously. So I don't even know if there is a record out there of things like that. It's also, I think, a lot harder to track because, you know, it's not like there's a new level cap. You're just leveling effectively alts in, like, a mode. So it's probably very hard for those automated, like, websites to even track who got first. But I did fairly well. Obviously, it took me a while, right? I did do some... Did I do dungeons towards the end? I can't remember if I did. I'm trying to scroll through to see if I can find myself in a dungeon group at all. Why did I pause my timer? Oh, yeah. I disconnected. Oh, I forgot about this. I disconnected and I had to disable all of my add-ons to fix the problem. Yeah, that was a really nasty bug. And Dread Wastes. It's kind of funny how it was about 9 hours or so. Yeah, so the time that it took me to level in MoP Remix was not that far off the time it took me to level in MoP Classic. This is actually... I coincidentally skipped to the exact same part where I hit level 80 or 90 in MoP Classic. That's funny. And this was, yeah, towards the end. But I think the main thing to note about Remix, right, is because of the layout of the, you know, the questing and stuff like that, you basically had to farm, like, follow the entire campaign, so to speak. MoP Remix, or MoP wasn't designed with a campaign in mind, but they basically forced the questing progression of MoP into a campaign format, which meant that by getting ahead just on that one bottleneck quest right at the start, those, like, 10, 15 seconds that I got, and frankly, I was really cocky. In hindsight, I cannot believe I took my advantage and tried to like squeeze out 2 extra quests ahead of time. That is so greedy. Past Harldan was such a greedy bitch. But it worked out for me. It worked out in the end. But I I still got a massive lead because of that, and then basically completely alone for the entire rest of the leveling process. I would imagine that dungeons probably weren't worth doing, generally speaking. One person flew by me there. Generally speaking, when it comes to dungeons, this, especially in the older expansions, they're only worth doing once for the quests, unless they're like extremely efficient, like the Monkey Run thing. But even though like Stormstar Brewery still exists in this iteration of MoP, the mob kill XP would have been normalized, right? That was more of like the way that the mobs scaled. I'm sure that the mobs gave heavily reduced experience in Remix. I don't really think that was a viable strategy. But the like the general idea behind dungeons is obviously you want to only do them once, get all the quests, and then you're good to go. Another thing with MoP Remix, right, where this it's like not the same, right? Because I talked about how in Cataclysm and MoP Classic, you wanted to get reputation for endgame progression and stuff like that. You could argue there's a similar like thing here, where on your very first time leveling a character in MoP, you wanted to get a lot of like threads and stuff. You wanted to get the account-wide achievements because that would boost your cloak. It was less of a concern in MoP Classic, because in MoP Classic, the moment you got the max achievement for your cloak, all of your alts would start off with their maxed out cloak, and a lot of the thread gains that you got were character specific. Most of them weren't like warband wide, because warbands weren't a thing at this point in time. Warbands were introduced in War Within. This was still End of Dragonflight is when MoP Classic was a thing. So outside of getting your max cloak on your first character, which was easy enough to do if you had the all the stuff like or if you did like the entire campaign and just like reached max levels somehow, then you were cruising on all of your alts and it was basically the same. And then obviously, you know, I think, yeah, oh yeah, for back in MoP Classic, right, I don't even think I made a leveling guide for first character, because it's just you kind of can do whatever you want, even though campaign technically is like the fastest way to level. The problem is then by the time like this is for launch, by the time that we get into like late MoP Classic, even though theoretically in a vacuum this is the fastest way to level solo, you eventually have people who are able to carry. And then the thing that I did end up making a leveling guide for is how to carry yourself. And while it was very hard to carry yourself on a fresh account, you could theoretically spam dungeons and get random people who would help carry you, and then you would just basically get your maxed out cloak, make your own level 20 alts, and then boost yourself through all of this stuff. So, I mean, MoP Classic was its whole thing. A little bit different in Legion Classic, which obviously we will get to. I will talk about Legion Classic, or not Legion Classic, Legion Remix. So we will talk about Legion Remix. I know it's kind of fresh in everybody's memory, but if anything, this will serve as like maybe a bit of a fun retrospective on Legion Remix and the differences between first character leveling and alt leveling, because actually it was much more pronounced in that version of Remix than in MoP. And to its detriment, I actually think. I do generally think that the first character having to do the campaign is fine. And like, you know, they kind of did that in MoP, like I said, in MoP Remix, that is. The bigger issue that Legion Remix had compared to MoP is, like I said, MoP, once you get the cloak, all characters are the same. Legion Remix had a much larger, or longer, I guess, longer progression path across multiple different alts outside of the first one in order to get to the like really efficient alt leveling. Like obviously getting that maximum XP bonus stacked up. We'll talk about that in more detail when we get to it. But I think this is one area where I actually do think MoP Remix was significantly better. But you can see on launch, this is another funny thing that I distinctly remember. A little bit off topic for the scope of this video, but like the scope of this video at this point is like so fucked. Like it's more just like 3 videos in one, and they're all just like tangentially related. But in the start of Legion Remix, I remember I did my very first leveling run, and it was, I think, 8.5 hours. And I remember getting a lot of comments after my first Legion Remix leveling run saying, oh my god, it took 8.5 hours. I'm fucked if it took him this long, because like they remember MoP Remix being so fast. And yet, look at my first character leveling in MoP Remix. We eventually got this down to like under 30 minutes and consistently 1 hour for most people, but the first character still took much longer than alt leveling. And I mean, alt leveling is its own thing. You know, this will be relevant for Midnight too, of course. Like the first character is always going to take longer than alts. And while I don't know exactly, God, back when the Windwalker talent tree wasn't completely fucked to shit. Oh man, I miss like mild tangent, but dear lord, they have taken Windwalker behind the barn this fucking expansion. I mean, they've taken so many specs behind the barn this expansion. Brewmaster especially. I'm not gonna even start on that, but I'm really worried about Windwalker for leveling. I actually think at this rate, Guardian Druid might, like, for my old S tier and my tier list, Guardian Druid I think is the only thing that still deserves to be an S tier. I actually think I would take Windwalker out with where it currently plays. It's in a rough spot for, at least when we're speaking for low character leveling. It's probably still going to be good for launch day leveling, just because a lot of specs kind of average out if you have max optimized gear on it, but you don't really have that luxury when you're on like a brand new fresh character, just, you know, doing heirlooms and stuff like that. But anyways, I mean, the main thing I kind of wanted to draw attention to, especially for Remix, I got a little bit sidetracked, the fact that the leveling process ended up being a lot more linear. It's the exact same quests that we're doing in both MoP Classic and in MoP Remix, and yet because of the format, the structure that they've applied to this, forcing people into that linear intro and forcing people through that bottleneck, you can't avoid it. That's the way that you have to level, unless you want to spam dungeons, which I don't remember exactly why, but were not efficient at the start of MoP Remix. You are forced into like the worst bottleneck zone of all time, that being Jade Forest, and that was a recipe for disaster. And MoP Remix launch, I think a lot of people weren't the biggest fan of if they played like immediately at launch. Obviously, over time, when there's less people competing, it kind of averages out. One thing I don't miss about MoP Remix, by the way, the Tinker Gems. Holy shit! I'm now remembering how awful these things were. Some people complained about the gearing process in Legion Remix. I would take any of Legion Remix's gearing any day over the dog shit MoP Remix gearing system. Having all of the different gems and like all that stuff, and that being like 90% of your character's power, oh, awful, terrible. Give me like the general system, the leveling systems of MoP Remix with the endgame systems of Legion Remix next time, whatever remix they do, and I think that is perfect. But I mean, they did take this out, so I do feel there was a decent amount of backlash to the Legion Remix leveling changes. Most people I don't think like that, but who knows? We'll see what they do next. At the very least, they didn't bring this forward, so yeah, step in the right direction. Anyways, that's kind of all I have to say about MoP Remix. A lot of the other stuff I think we'll talk about with Legion Remix, so on to the next expansion. Alright, returning now to our PowerPoint briefly. So, onwards to everybody's favorite expansion, Warlords of Draenor. It's hard to believe that we're still cycling through the expansions, right? And we're only partially like halfway there. But WoD, I would say, as far as expansion launches go, that is like the first semi-modern expansion. It's not necessarily exactly like the current like retail stuff. We can talk about when we got there, but it is definitely a notable shift. Now, I played WoD. I was there on launch, obviously long before I started streaming. Thing about fun story just about my original WoD launch experience. I mentioned this probably on past. Actually, let me pause real quick and just respond to something. Yeah. So when WoD originally launched, I was planning on playing immediately at midnight release. I can't remember what happened with MoP. MoP I definitely played like on launch day, but it's funny how I distinctly remember like original Cataclysm launch playing there like at 3 a.m. Going through Mount Hyjal. I know for a fact that I played MoP on release night, the same thing, because that like from Cataclysm onwards that was a recurring trend. But I genuinely, this is a funny gap in my memory that I up until now didn't realize I had. If I close my eyes and try to picture Mists of Pandaria original launch, my memory is actually blank. It's so strange. I usually have a pretty good memory for stuff like that, and it's weird that I remember Cataclysm but don't remember MoP. But I genuinely cannot remember anything distinct from the original launch of MoP. I remember I was playing my Troll Hunter, which was Harldan. So that's the extra little bit of fun backstory lore. My original character that I played when I was like a little kid, all the way through many expansions, pretty much up until end of MoP, was a troll hunter named Harldan, and that's where like the channel name came from, because that was my battle tag, and that was a name that I used a lot, and like I don't really use it anymore, especially because it was my hunter's name, and now I'm a tank main, and obviously, well, until they give us like Rexar survival tank, I won't be able to play a hunter, and I still sometimes play a hunter, but I don't know, I don't even really use my channel name for anything in game outside of like sometimes if I'm streaming and I'll do like a test run or something like that. I'll use it just because like I feel obligated to. Uh, I'll be honest, I might have mentioned this before, but like figure like this is the type of video, right, where if I'm ever gonna like just do random rambling stuff, this is the place to do it. If I had to go back and do it all again, I probably would pick a different name for my channel. At this point, it's like when everybody already knows you by a specific name, like you're going to just stick with it. But I would not have picked Harldan. 100%. Like I can say that confidently. I would have picked something completely different. It's like I did not set out to be a YouTuber. I wanted to upload a YouTube video, which actually here, the perfect segue, right? Let me pause real quick. All right, so the video quality is gonna look like ass, and that is basically intentional because that is what I uploaded it with. What you are watching now is the WoD intro because we're talking about WoD. What you're also watching is the first YouTube video I ever uploaded. It was my Shadowlands 10 to 50 world record, and that actually I didn't even intend for this to happen. Just literally a completely random tangent, but like obviously we're leveling on a character, Harldan, which at the time that's what I named my character. But it was one of those things of like I I wanted to like do like these leveling speed runs, and obviously I did not think these were going to perform well at all. I just figured, hey, I'd upload this run, and then I was bored, so I decided I'm also going to turn my run into a leveling guide. And then, of course, those two videos exploded in popularity. WoW had wrote articles about me and stuff like that. And then that was when I was like, hey, maybe I can actually continue doing this, right? But it never like set out to be a YouTuber. So obviously, I didn't have a YouTube channel. I'm just like, all right, well, I need to have a channel to be able to upload these videos. I need to have some name behind it. And because I had always done all of my like my hunter was named Harldan, and for my very first ever leveling run, I was doing it on a Beast Mastery Hunter, which obviously, times have changed a lot, right, since then. But I was convinced at the time that BM Hunter was the fastest. Oh, we have a little ad here. I'll just pause for this. But I was genuinely convinced that BM Hunter would be the best, partially just because I hadn't really done enough speed leveling to know that, like, how good Guardian Druid was, how good Windwalker was, like, when it was fully optimized. So there were a lot of big elites in the questing process, and I had tried to solo them on some characters and found it really hard. And, like, Yetimus, right, will kick a lot of people's teeth in. And obviously, when you have all the fancy speed leveling consumables that I would end up using eventually, you can solo him on a handful of specs. But when I was initially designing this route for the very first time, I figured that one of the only reliable ways to kill those mobs solo was with a Beast Mastery Hunter healing your own pet. And BM was pretty good at the time, so that's why I opted to use it. Now, BM, uh, another thing is like Shadowlands leveling and like leveling just in general back in the day was really weird because you didn't get to choose the order in which you got your abilities. So BM Hunter got a lot of the really good abilities that it wants for its rotation, like back then, really early on. This I know is a completely random tangent, but fuck it, right? BM Hunter was one of those specs that actually benefited really well and got a lot of its key abilities early on. So the spec actually functioned pretty coherently from a very low level. Whereas a lot of other specs were really fucked because they just didn't get like core rotational abilities until much later on in the leveling process. It's crazy to see like the consumables that I was using way back then in my very first ever leveling run. I forgot that I was using some of these. Like, obviously, I had no idea at the time, like, what the best consumables were. That's something that you know, I ended up refining over like the next few years. Um, but man, crazy shit. All that to say, we're not even supposed to be talking about this. This is obviously Shadowlands, but I figured this was just a fun way to show the WoD intro footage because we're supposed to be talking about WoD. So back in WoD, I was planning on playing at launch. I overslept by a few hours, and by the time that I got through the leveling process, the funny thing about launch, actually, that's kind of a good example for what I'm talking about. So we talk a lot about these launch day bottlenecks and all this stuff, and I have a lot of people who will ask me like, "Oh, what should I do for leveling? Like, when should I do XYZ thing?" And like, I stress about the Sunwell intro being a nightmare and stuff like that. The reality with all this stuff is this is all assuming that you were actually playing immediately at launch. And obviously, I want to play immediately at launch. I want to level really quickly as soon as possible. But if you are planning on playing like 5 hours after the expansion launch, well, then you're probably going to be fine. Like at that point, unless you're like waiting, like if you wait basically like a full 24 hours and you're leveling like during prime hours, like 8 p.m. EST or something like that, a full day after, you're probably still going to have a decent amount of competition. But a lot of people, right, they'll be working when the expansion launch happens. So if you get off work and it's like really late at night and you're leveling at like midnight or 1 a.m. or something like that, you're probably going to have like next to zero competition. And at that point, one of the main things that we talk about when it comes to launch days is getting ahead of the pack. And, if you get through those very first quests, like I've showed in some cases, you have zero competition for the entire remainder of the leveling process, and that really helps you out. My phone just buzzed, so if you heard that, that was my phone, not yours. So in cases like this, look, like I have to sit here and I have to wait for Taskmaster, whatever the fuck, to spawn. So I'm just trying to find stuff to do and, not lose time. In this case, I had a few things that I was able to do to fill the time, right? But when like you're on a launch day, right? If you can get ahead of people, then you'll never have to wait for the single mobs like that. You won't randomly bleed like 10, 30 seconds depending on when the mob died, and that adds up. And that ends up being a pretty substantial time save over the course of an entire leveling run. So if you are playing immediately when an expansion drops, that is very, very, very important. That is critical. But if you are, like I was on original Warlords of Draenor launch, an idiot, and you sleep through your alarm and don't wake up until 3 hours after the expansion launches, you then get to hear about one of the most disastrous launch days in the history of WoW, and how basically all of your friends had been sitting there stuck for over an hour trying to get through the garrison, and then even though I overslept, I didn't end up being that far behind a lot of people in my guild because they were all stuck on the garrison bottleneck. So, admittedly, I was bummed. I wish that I had been there on launch, but it is kind of funny that the one expansion where basically everybody got completely stuck for hours, unable to progress, I was sleeping. And then I woke up. I woke up, it must have been like 20 minutes or so after they fixed that bug, because I woke up, of course, to like a million messages. And then I think, were people still using text messages back then? Because obviously, like Discord wasn't a thing. I started using Discord middle of WoD. My friend group was one of the very first adopters of Discord. I used it like right after it came out. I'm pretty sure if you look at like my Discord account creation thing, it's one of the earliest ones out there, because we used Discord very shortly after it was created for challenge mode sales back in WoD, because we were looking for like a good voice chat thing where a lot of times we needed the buyers to join voice, and other stuff like, TeamSpeak or whatever. It was really difficult to get like different people. So Ventrilo, I think, was the big one people still used back then. And it was really, really difficult to like coordinate and make sure that like, oh, you have to install Ventrilo and stuff. And the really nice thing about like ancient Discord back in the olden days, before they were trying to get you to like photo ID yourself to access, really stupid change, but we're very off topic. But holy shit, I cannot believe Discord actually thinks that they're gonna get away with doing that. It's like they have like a crazy pedophile problem, and instead of like actually doing substantive changes, they're just going to nuke their own platform and just fuck themselves over. Like I don't even like I've watched enough videos. What's that guy? Like no TTS, is that the name of the channel? Whatever the one is. Fucking another advertisement. God damn it, Harldan. Why do you have ads on your videos? How dare you make money? But yeah, I've watched a lot of videos about like, you know, the problems with Discord and I mean other stuff like Roblox and whatnot. Like it's fucking crazy out there these days. But I really don't think that any of the changes Discord's making is going to substantially fix their massive predator problem. We're very off topic for launch day leveling. Point is, one of the very nice things about early Discord is early Discord had this thing that might still exist. I don't even know if it does, where you could just take the URL of the Discord server and plug it into your browser, and anybody could just join the voice chat in the Discord server, even if they didn't have a Discord account. They could just join as a guest. So it was really nice for challenge mode sales because we had our own challenge mode Discord server, and then we would just send the link to the buyer, and the buyer would just plug it into their browser, and they could like be in voice with us and hear, and it made it really easy. So that was why we used Discord way back in the ancient early days. And I don't even remember how. Oh yeah, I remember because I was saying because on launch day I definitely wasn't using Discord, but I do remember waking up to a million messages from my friend Paul, like where the fuck are you? Like you're late. Wakey wakey, that kind of thing. But then I remember messaging him like, fuck, I overslept, and he said, you're in luck. Everybody has been stuck waiting at this one quest for like 2 hours, so you're actually not going to lose that much time. My friend Paul ended up being, oh, I remember. He got past the bottleneck, and he was in contention for server first at the time, and he got banned for 24 hours when he was like in the lead in the middle of Spires of Iraq. Because on like the week before the launch of Warlords of Draenor, my friend Paul and one of my friends from high school, we, or well, I wasn't there, thankfully, I guess. They decided to do a Siege of Orgrimmar run, and Paul ninja looted the Iron Juggernaut mount, whatever it was, and then later on traded it to my friend from high school. But apparently, enough people in that Siege of Orgrimmar run mass reported Paul for ninja looting the mount, but somehow because like nobody knew that it got traded to my friend who was like the real recipient of it. My friend Paul already had them out because he was like in a cutting edge guild at the time. My friend from high school never got banned, but because he got mass reported, Paul got a 24-hour ban, which Blizzard sent out literally on WoD launch day. So he ended up losing Realm First, whatever the fuck it was at the time. Was it level 100 back in WoD? Yeah, it would have been because we went from 90 in MoP to 100 in WoD. So he lost Realm First 100 because Blizzard waited to do his ban on launch day, which, by the way, real dick move from Blizzard. Like, obviously what my friend Paul did was a dick move, but also, they, you know, they didn't have to time it in the middle of the launch day leveling process. That's some crazy shit. He was, my friend was, I mean, really pissed off about that one. But, minor tangent, right? Obviously, everybody got stuck because of garrisons, but the entire reason I'm showing this, right, is the WoD intro was a pretty sizable bottleneck, even on top of the garrisons. This was like, I think the first time ever where everybody was funneled into the exact same intro scenario. Because like back in MoP, technically speaking, yes, if you did Jade Forest, you were stuck in like an intro scenario. And I mean, admittedly, I definitely did not do any pre-quests or anything like that in original WoD launch. And I'm sure there's probably some good pre-quests, the same like pet battle, cooking, fishing stuff for WoD. Maybe if we get WoD Classic, I'll be able to research that and figure out what the best option is. But the thing about WoD is so much of the game revolved around your garrison. It revolved around all of the stuff like that you unlock at endgame. And it's a continent that you can't even access. So like you can get to Pandaria, and like what you could do, what I did in MoP Classic launch is I took the boat to Pandaria and then I just didn't do the quest. I just jumped off. And technically speaking, you can walk into the Dark Portal and end up in Ashran. I'm actually not sure if that works for your first character. I know at this point it works for everybody where you can skip the Dark Portal intro. I am 99% sure that was not a thing on original WoD launch. So in order to even access Draenor, period, you needed to do the like the WoD intro, which funneled every single person into a bottleneck for the first time ever. Now, was it a campaign? Was it literally mandatory? I don't know. Not necessarily. I also, to be honest, have zero clue what the world first WoD did. I genuinely could not tell you. I know that like world first MoP, wasn't that like Athene or somebody, like one of those old guys, and they did like the mist walkers in Townlong Steppes or whatever, and they farmed those mobs, and it was basically, you know, a typical mob grind to max level strategy. And maybe something similar ended up happening in WoD, but obviously garrisons were pretty important for endgame progression, and getting that set up at the very least was pretty critical. God damn, another fucking ad. I don't even think this video is publicly listed. I'm like 99% sure it's unlisted at this point, so I probably could have just taken ads off it before I played it in the background. Though it is worth noting that YouTube does auto put ads on like a lot of videos these days. I mean, we're in the age of like Twitch is forcing ads onto everybody, YouTube's forcing ads onto everybody. It is what it is. Like, I can't complain too much because like this is my primary source of income, even though I probably will finally bite the bullet and create a Patreon, because I am currently making a leveling add-on. And when I do that, I will probably make a Patreon for anybody who wants to support it for free. The add-on will be completely for free. The Patreon will just be like, hey, thank you for making this, and here's some money so that you can, you know, survive and continue doing all of this work completely for free. Which maybe I should have done that a while ago, but the add-on is definitely a pretty sizable undertaking. So I'm finally going to bite the bullet and do that. I'm also just noticing people in in the background of the trade chat in this bitching about like leveling sales, the random things you notice. But yeah, that set up the garrison thing for people who don't remember. Back in ye olden days, when you had to click on that telescope before to like fully construct your garrison, people were parking gigantic mounts on it, and it was impossible to interact with the item, and you just couldn't construct your garrison. People were stuck there for hours until Blizzard fixed it and made it a no mounting zone, which nowadays, if you wonder why, so funny thing is, that's actually relevant now. So many areas in the Sunwell intro. Look at cheeky little Harldan. Oh man. Back before my very first video, people are complaining about leveling speeds, and I just drop there, try Silverpine Forest. I'm like, my guide isn't even out yet. I didn't even think I was going to make a guide. I'm just dropping, try Silverpine Forest, which obviously at this point in time, I know is like one of the best leveling zones, but it's not common knowledge at this point. Ah, I don't remember that I did that. I haven't rewatched this video in years. It's fun. This is why I wanted to include this particular one, because like I've done the WoD intro in so many different speedruns, but how many times do I get an opportunity to show like my first ever YouTube video? Right? That it's just like from a different age, back when the Chromie time window wasn't bloated to shit. Speaking of which, it's so fucking dumb that they're not adding War Within to Chromie time. That's just so stupid. I cannot believe. Oh, but I had so many cracked Rendex control gems. Wait, why am I not slamming those on cooldown? Like, I have so many. Damn. Like, I could be using a cracked Rendex control gem right now and saving time. Dude, like, 2020 Harldan was washed as fuck. Anyways, I guess I probably hadn't just really considered just how broken it is. Like, technically speaking, yeah, I have Rendex. I definitely could have done that. Eh, whatever. These days, you know, spoiler alert, using Radinax for like extensive movement periods. I don't think I realized just how broken the Radinax was back in the day. Like, I knew it was good, but it was unclear just how obscene Radinax was compared to other stuff. I also don't think at this point in time I had the idea to use like Caddy's Stamp Whistle as a portable mailbox to like get extra Radinax gems. That was something that like I started including in my runs later. I mean, I'm still playing fucking Beastmastery Hunter at this point in time. Like, you know, you can't really be expecting me to have all the fancy strats memorized. I mean, like, well, memorized as if I wasn't the one who created a lot of these fancy strats anyways. Again, we're getting off topic. uh, so be it, though. The nice thing, back in the day, back before anybody else was ever questing in Silverpine Forest because people didn't realize how good it was. I say that as, what the heck? There's like a giant multi-boxer here. Somebody started the RP for me. I think at least some people understood that it was good, but nowadays, like, these zones are much more crowded. Well, normally they're much more crowded. These days, not so much, just because, like, coming off of the back of Legion Remix, obviously everybody has so many characters leveled. Like, the amount of people just doing low character leveling is much lower, right? But prior to the remixes, these zones were packed to the brim. But we're supposed to be talking about WoD. I don't know. I don't really have much else to say about WoD that I kind of haven't already said. I think one of the biggest things is obviously you get kind of funneled through a fairly linear campaign. One of the nice things is splitting Alliance and Horde up across two separate starting zones was pretty good. So having Horde and Frostfire and Alliance in Shadowmoon definitely divides the player base up a little bit. It's pretty linear after that. Everybody has to go Gordron, Talador, Spires, Nagrand. So after that point, it really is like if you get ahead of the pack, then you get like a pretty sizable advantage. I actually have no idea which faction is faster, but presumably one of the factions is just faster. Like Alliance or Horde will have a more optimal path through Frostfire or Shadowmoon, and it's look, another Marvel Rivals ad. And presumably I don't know. They're actually both zones have their own merits. I think Frostfire is probably a more efficient zone. I mean, obviously, this is all stuff that I'm gonna get to optimize eventually once WoD Classic happens and I am vindicated. Dude, I cannot wait until they announce WoD Classic. If they don't announce WoD Classic, I'm gonna be so sad because if they do announce WoD Classic, which I think they will, I think it's going to be a thing. I'm going to have like one of the biggest I told you so moments of my life because I've been arguing with people about the existence of WoD Classic for so long. And I feel like I'm in the minority. And not necessarily, I'm definitely in the minority of people who actually want WoD Classic, but I still think even beyond that, I'm in the minority of people who think that WoD Classic will even exist. And to me, it just seems like a no-brainer. But so many people are convinced it won't exist. But anyways, WoD, I think the most notable thing about WoD, at least that I can say right now, with my somewhat limited knowledge of how it actually played out, is obviously the massive bottlenecks with garrisons caused huge issues. Everybody being forced into the WoD intro obviously made it slower. Having just a single intro scenario, this was the first time they ever actually did that. There were intro quest lines, like in Jade Forest, but nothing like the WoD intro, which then became kind of the norm going forward. And what do you know? That started the like, or I would argue that WoD intro, or rather the general WoD launch catastrophe is one of the biggest controversies, so to speak, on expansion launches that Blizzard had. Also, holy shit, my routing is a mess here. I am all over the place with my movements in my original run. I really cleaned up a lot of the Silverpine pathing over the years. But yeah, I don't know. If I think about something extra to add for WoD, I will. But I think we've seen enough. I just, we're watching Silverpine now. We're not even watching WoD intro anymore. But you get the idea. Anyways, all right, back to our PowerPoint presentation. So we continue Legion. So for Legion, I'm going to just play footage of my very first run in Legion Remix. Now, Legion is a very weird situation. We haven't really had any expansion launch like Legion, and it wasn't entirely linear like WoD, but it also, it wasn't really like the super open-ended path that we had in MoP and earlier. And what was interesting specifically about Legion Remix, obviously you guys know this, most of you watching this have probably played through Legion Remix. The introduction of like a linear campaign path in Dalaran that everybody had to go through was like a pretty rigid thing that they forced upon everybody, and that made it kind of awkward I have my problems with Legion Remix that I'll talk about specifically. That's just the stuff that I wanted to specifically point out. I have a lot of stuff that I want to say. Now, real quick, as for Legion itself, well, obviously I played Legion at launch. It was many years ago, and I definitely wasn't trying to go for like realm first or anything like that. But when I played like the original release, anything crazy, and I definitely wasn't streaming. I don't have any footage of it, but I'm just going to play through my Legion Remix footage, and then we'll talk about Legion first, and then we'll talk about Legion Remix. So, that's how I'm going to structure. All right, so as we watch through the introduction for Legion Remix, which I don't really need to explain this much anymore. I think for the intro scenario, you get the idea. Most of you probably just got done playing through this, so this is nothing new to you. I do have some stuff to say about like Legion Remix in general. As I said, I think it'll be interesting to do like a tiny bit of like a retrospective on how it all went down, but I think this is just better background footage than anything as I talk about regular Legion. So regular Legion was a little bit interesting in the sense that it technically had an intro scenario, but it was instanced. So there were a lot of quests that you had to do in Dalaran, but pretty much all of the quests in Dalaran were like part of the pre-patch. So when the expansion actually launched, effectively what happened is you talked to Khadgar, you got the quest that was, I believe it was in the blink of an eye. So you had like obviously the Battle of the Broken Shore. Right now, if you do Legion in Chromie time, you have to do Broken Shore, then you have to do the quests that like lead up to Dalaran, and then you get like your Dalaran Hearthstone, right? This is something that I always talk about in my guide of like it's nice to get Dalaran Hearthstone. If you've already done it once on your account, then you can just talk to Etrig outside by the beach or whatever Alliance one is, and you just skip immediately Dalaran and you get that quest. But back in the day, all of that other stuff, Broken Shore, etc., that was actually done in pre-patch. And then we did Broken Shore, then we had the Legion Invasions, and obviously that was its own whole thing. So the expansion actually started just by speaking to Khadgar, teleporting to the Broken Shore, and then getting the follow-up quests. And then you would basically jump into whatever your class's order hall thing was, which was interesting because every single spec had a different path that they took, and most of it was instanced. I don't remember exactly how it worked for every single spec. Like, for instance, I played Guardian Druid. Now, my memory of that, like every last little detail of launch was fuzzy. I do know that I was playing Bear. And the Bear quest line, you have to go to Grizzly Hills, and it's an uninstanced version of Grizzly Hills. So presumably there were other people there that I had to compete with for tags. I don't remember exactly whether I was ahead or behind or anything like that. But then once I got like Claws of Ursoc, there are some like scenarios that you have to do for everything, and then eventually you unlock the Dream Grove, and then you pick your zone. But every class is split up. So not only are all players divided across like their own unique classes, but then every single spec has their own little cutscene or instance that they have to do in order to get their artifact. And so the players in like the very intro, the most congested part of the leveling process are completely divided up across multiple areas in a lot of instanced scenarios. It's basically the perfect way to start a leveling process, because then after all of that, after you set up your order hall and you get your first artifact, you're told to pick a zone to go to. You can pick Azuna, Val'sharah, High Mountain, or Stormheim. And then players are split up amongst 4 zones, so even further. So basically, from the very get-go, the player base is filtered through a bunch of little intro scenarios that make the initial surge of players more manageable. And then once people begin to get into the bulk of the leveling process, they are still effectively split across all 4 zones. Because the other thing about Legion, right, is you basically need to do all of the different quest lines. Technically, I think later on in alts it wasn't really as important, but especially on your first character, you need to progress like your entire Order Hall campaign. There were a lot of important rewards behind that, especially early on. I don't remember exactly, but like also grinding your Order Hall research, I remember was a big thing. And then getting like your artifact power. I mean, Legion was when we started getting all of those different systems. I kind of mentioned before that like WoD was the first modern expansion, but a lot of the endgame stuff in WoD, while there were important systems that you needed to progress, Like, for instance, you needed to get, like, Apexis crystals. I forget, like, the exact number. It was, like, whatever much is, you know, too little. The other one would be absurd, right? All those different fucking Khadgar quests. I'm pretty sure you could just jump into that quest line the moment you hit max level. There wasn't, like, necessarily a campaign locked behind it. In that sense, WoD was actually a little bit more open-ended because there weren't really that many campaign requirements. WoD arguably had the least important reputations of any expansion ever. That is actually, I believe, just true. Expansion mattered, reputations mattered the least in WoD. Like, a lot of WoD reps just literally, they just forgot to give them any meaningful rewards. Yeah, because they mattered all throughout, like, vanilla through MoP. And then expansion, I would say reputations mattered not that much in Legion. There weren't that many good rewards. I think another big reason is, like, you technically you could buy some stuff from reputations in Legion, but this is when we got Titan Forging, right? And also when we got Mythic Plus. So reputation rewards were very important in Cata and MoP because obviously being able to buy, like, an epic item or something is really good. And later on, when they would, like, add a lot of throttling on your ability to gain gear from M+, I don't remember exactly how the unlock process worked in Original Legion, but I'm pretty sure Blizzard just kind of let you go wild early on. It was a lot easier to get gear, like even just spamming +2s to get, you know, ridiculous amounts of Titan Forging. Like, the entire fun little bit of WoW history for people maybe who weren't around. So if you ever hear somebody say, like, 3-chesting a dungeon, where you basically get the +3 upgrade, something that made, like, people take for granted, it's still referred to as 3-chesting, 2-chesting, 3-chesting, etc. And it seems like such a weird thing to say, of, like, 2 chests, 3 chests. Why is it called a chest? Why not, like, +2 or just +3? The reason it's called a 2-chest or a 3-chest is in the very original iteration of Mythic Plus at the start of Legion, when you finished a dungeon, depending on how many upgrades you got, 2 or 3, you got extra chests, extra boxes of loot at the end. So it was called a 3-chest because if you did a +2, the most popular was +2 Maw of Souls. When you finished a +2 Maw of Souls, you would get 3 boxes of loot at the end of the dungeon. Hence 3-chest, because you were overgeared, you'd be able to very quickly speed through it. And then you would get more chances of gear because Titan Forging was a thing. Even if the raw item level drops of the dungeon weren't high, like nowadays, obviously, we farm 10s and 12s. Well, upgrade tracks weren't a thing back then. Raw item level was all that mattered, but the drop item level didn't matter because if you just kept farming enough +2 dungeons, +2 3-chests, eventually there was a good chance that you'd just get a massive Titan Forge, and it didn't matter if it was only a +2 dungeon, it could just be your best in slot. On that note, Titan Forging is one of the worst systems they ever added, and I'm glad it's dead. I've heard people argue over the years that, like, oh, I miss Titan Forging, they should add it back. Fuck no. Definitely no. That's one that I'm very glad it needs to stay dead. I took Demon Blades in my first run. I forgot about that. You don't want to take Demon Blades. You want to take the thing that empowers Demon's Bite, which you can't anymore. Demon's Bite, as far as I know, is gone now. So nowadays, Havoc is actually really, like, fucked at low levels because you can only run Demon Blades, which feels really awkward up until, like, level 30. Until you get Fellblade. Bit of a side tangent. But, yeah, so Legion was kind of interesting because another thing is I don't remember exactly... Oh, no, I do remember. One of the only important things about Reputation is in order to unlock world quests, which world quests were much more frequent, and a lot of the rewards from world quests were very relevant. They were one of the best sources of artifact power early on until you were able to, like, spam, you know, 3 chests +2 Maw of Souls, which people realized later on. But there were still a lot of really good world quests that gave really good rewards. There were also some trinkets off world quests, like Devilsaur Shock Baton, for a lot of casters that you could only get as a Titan Forge world quest reward that were really, really, really important. And also, Suramar was locked behind max level, and I don't remember exactly what the requirements for it were. I think you might have been able to go there immediately at max level. But in order to unlock world quests, you needed to complete the quest Uniting the Isles from Khadgar, and I don't remember if it was friendly or honored with all of the factions. It's still, I think, the same to this day. And that did mean that you couldn't just, like, mindlessly dungeon spam. You had to do quests in every single zone to at least hit the requirements for Uniting the Isles, because unlocking world quests was very important. Now, technically speaking, you didn't need to 100% the campaign, but then also because of like your order hall research and order hall campaign progress, a lot of times I think they required you to get the like all of the different pillars of the Isles, which obviously at the end of every single Legion quest line you needed to get a pillar of the Isles. But one of the cool things about Legion is like the campaign was like I would say soft mandatory, not as mandatory as it is nowadays, but kind of mandatory. But there wasn't really any like super duper way to optimize it. There really were zero bottlenecks on Legion launch because, as I said, everybody was filtered through a ton of different like little scenarios and stuff like that. And by the time that you got to your second zone, like even if you were fully ahead of the pack, let's say you picked Val'sharah to start off with, which I don't actually necessarily think Val'sharah would have been the best zone to start off with. The thing about Val'sharah is, although it is really good, here we get it. Another, dude, okay, you know what? I hate this advertisement. I've seen this advertisement a million times, and I'm going to rant about some completely off-the-wall shit. This, you can't hear the audio. Some of you may have gotten this one. This is an ad for Wix, a website creating like thing. I don't know the exact details. And the advertisement basically says, oh, really smart people will buy website domain names before they even start their business, as long as you have an idea. And basically the guy in the advertisement is like, oh, I had this really cool idea years ago, and I had this domain name that I wanted to use. But somebody took my domain name, and now he's making all the money that I could have made. Like, that is the dumbest fucking ad you could ever make. What? So because this guy registered a website that you had an idea for, like, oh, so I'm just gonna have an idea of like, I have this business idea that I know is going to make a bajillion dollars. So I'm gonna register the name of the website for this business that is going to make a bajillion dollars, and just because I now have registered the name, I now like am totally guaranteed to make that business and make a bajillion dollars. And just because some dude like years down the line creates a website with the same name as me and now makes that business, probably because he has like a shitload of capital and resources to invest in it, like, shucks, I missed out on all that money. Like it is one of the dumbest advertisements. Like, yeah, just like random guy gets high and says like, I have an idea for like smartphone app, and I'm going to spend money, register a domain name for the smartphone app that I'm probably never going to build. And it's like that's their business proposal. Not like, hey, are you like an actual small business that like needs a website? It's like, no, did you have this random fucking idea for a business that you're probably never going to start? Pay us money to register bumfuck random domain name. That's definitely a good use of your money. That is random side topic, but every time I see that advertisement, it pisses me off. It is like the dumbest fucking ad I've ever fucking seen. How is that a thing? Do people do that? Do people hear that and go, wow, that's a good idea. I guess I'm just going to start randomly registering website domain names because I might want to start my own small business in a few years. Like, maybe I just don't understand small businesses, but like, I mean, also, I am the proud owner of Harldan.com, so I did register my domain name, but I didn't register Harldan.com, or rather, my dad actually did it for me. My dad gave me Harldan.com as a Christmas present one year. But that's the thing. I probably wouldn't have registered Harldan.com until I decided to make a website. What am I gonna start my YouTube channel? Basically 2020 Harldan from the video we just watched of doing a Shadowlands speedrun, and I'm just like, gee whiz, I might create a YouTube channel and start making written leveling guides one day. I should just spend money on a domain name just in case I decide to do that in 2022, 2 years from now. Like, no, that's not how. That's just not how it works. I'm pissing myself off, and this has absolutely nothing to do with launch day leveling. But you know what? We're 2.5 hours in. At this point, you're along for the ride anyway. So the Sunwell Intro people, the people who are gonna leave the nasty comments, the people who leave, man, I got comments on my midnight campaign run, the stream, and it said, sees title, speedrun, looks at time, 10 hours, ponders, ... And I'm just like, motherfucker, while you were pondering, did you see the fucking timestamps that say first 3 hours I'm yapping about random bullshit, and then the next few hours I'm doing the actual speedrun? Like, obviously, the speedrun is just part of that, and first off, like, the idea that like long things can't be a speedrun, like because it's a speedrun it has to fit this like arbitrary time inside this person's head of like, no, a speedrun is just this thing done optimally. And sometimes if something is very long, then a speedrun is going to take multiple hours. But the fact that he even said 10 hours goes to show he didn't even bother looking at the fucking timestamp. We're gonna calm Zen. Woo. Not gonna be mad. I'm not going to let random YouTube advertisements tilt the fuck out of me, or random YouTube comments tilt the fuck out of me. But those people are gonna leave comments. I already know, and look, I don't even give a shit. I just want to talk about this stuff, and it's tangentially related to the Sunwell intro. I just feel like yapping. And you know what? I could either just not make this video, or I can make this video and include it with the Sunwell intro stuff. So if you are watching this, comment or something and say like, hey, I'm still watching during the random side tangent during the Legion remix section, and I enjoy I guess we're still on Legion. We're not on Legion remix technically. And I still enjoyed watching this. I found this interesting, or I just, really wanted something to listen to. And that'll help counterbalance all the people that are like, oh, all I wanted was information about the Sunwell intro, and you have to present me with a 3-hour video? My brain is too small. I don't know how to hover over a YouTube video and scrub through it to get to the part that I want. Oh, the video clearly has a timestamp. Fuck, another. Okay, where was it? And the video clearly is timestamped to say that the thing that I'm looking for is at hour 6, or however fucking long it's going to take me to get through all of this. Oh, that's too much for my tiny mind. Oh, I have to leave a comment and complain that, God forbid, somebody uploaded a long YouTube video on the internet. And I'm just like, oh, I know I'm going to get that, and you know what? I don't care. I hate thinking about having to read those comments. I do care. It does annoy me, but also at the same time, if it really, 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 really annoyed me, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't make this video. But I think this is interesting enough to where I don't care that I'm going to have to deal with a lot of those mentally deficient people leaving comments. And I know that enough of you will find this interesting, and I know that I find this interesting enough to just want to rant about it somewhere. And so that's what we're going to do. And so far, I have actually enjoyed recording this video because I've gotten to, like I say, take a walk down memory lane and talk about a lot of different old leveling processes. And oh boy, we haven't even gotten to the maw yet. The reason I even had the inspiration to do this video is because I was watching through my Shadowlands intro, my Shadowlands intro video, and I'm like, I should do a retrospective comparing the Shadowlands intro with the Sunwell intro. And then I'm like, why don't I just do it for every single expansion launch? Wouldn't that be fun? And that's what led to this video in the first place. And then after that, I'm like, while I'm at it, I should do a detailed breakdown step by step of the Sunwell intro. And then that is going to be included, obviously, at the end of here. And then I'm like, you know what? If we're talking about why certain parts of the Sunwell intro are faster than others, it's probably good to make a detailed breakdown of why certain movement speed items are good. Where is Falling Flame better than, Radneck's Control Gem? And then that ended up being a 1-hour long intermission segment. So it's basically just a bunch of random speedrunning topics just kind of shoved together into one video. And I found it interesting, so I'm going to talk about it, I guess. I paused to check a message and skipped ahead in the footage just because why not? But back to the topic that I'm supposed to be discussing, which is Legion Launch. It'll be interesting if we get Legion Classic, which I really hope we do, trying to optimize it, because outside of the very first intro, there's really not a lot that you can do to speed it up. And the Legion zones are a lot more freeform anyway. It's technically, while it does have campaigns, good example would be Val'sharah. Val'sharah has a start of 3 branching paths. So even if you manage to get to Val'sharah before anybody else, by the time that you get to the third of those branching paths, other people will be there and you'll have to compete with tags. So there's a case to be made that it might be better to start with High Mountain or something. But even then, as you can see in High Mountain, there is a later stage of the campaign where you have to choose between Blood Totem, Drogbar, or all the other guys. A lot of the quest lines have that. And even Azuna, right? Azuna is split between Ferondis and the Blue Dragons, and technically you can do either one in either order. It's interesting. Stormheim is technically a lot more linear, but it's kind of funny how I actually started in Stormheim on Legion Launch, the original Legion Launch, and I remember thinking that that was probably not the play, but now that I think about it, if you actually need to do the entire campaign, then Stormheim is technically the most linear. So assuming you do manage to get ahead of the pack, then you would have the least competition in Stormheim, and then you could always just go and do the other zones later on. You would definitely want to do Val'sharah and like parts of High Mountain and probably parts of Azuna, definitely for uniting the Isles. You want to do it all eventually, but I don't know. That being said, like the zone that you do first, the one that you want to get like the most ahead in, arguably you would want it to be the one that is the most XP efficient, and that is not Stormheim. Stormheim is not like the most efficient zone, but it also is the most fun zone. And that's the kind of thing where like until Legion Classic comes out and I get to do a lot of test runs, I genuinely have no idea. I do not remember anything about the world first race for, Legion, whatever it was, 110. I don't know what people did. I'll be honest, I don't know what people did for BfA. I'm sure that it was probably some mob grinding thing because like that has kind of been what it is every single expansion. I know what it was for like Shadowlands onwards, but it's just one of those things where like it doesn't really matter what people did for that. It's some hyperspawn almost certainly. There's a bunch of viable ones in Legion, right? Even the ones that people used for like Legion Remix, I'm sure there were a few that ended up getting used for leveling. And probably if Legion Classic happens, that's what people are going to do to level up really quickly. Who knows? You'll probably still need to get your artifact, but like technically speaking, the moment you get to the Broken Isles, you could just like fly off into a random direction and go do stuff. But even then, like my memory is too fuzzy about Legion to really say exactly. All I know for sure, and I think we've kind of already beaten this topic to death, is that Legion was much more open-ended, and it basically made it impossible for there to be any sizable bottlenecks. I don't remember if there were any real problems on Legion launch. All I know is that on Legion launch, I had no issues. I had basically zero competition. I was not like really that far ahead of the pack, but I also did have like a pretty smooth leveling process. I played a lot on Legion launch, but I also, I don't know, it was a weird time for me back in original Legion. As for Legion Remix, whew, I've already at this point bounced around so much that I've talked about Legion Remix a decent amount already, but I think the first character leveling process was interesting. It was very comparable in time overall to the MoP Remix leveling process, and it is interesting kind of how like the order in like the zones that you chose. I just kind of got done saying like for Legion, I'm not sure which one would have been better. You very much needed to do the entire campaign, so to speak, for Legion Remix. Obviously, if you just watched my video, like I literally just made a leveling guide, so it's fresh in my memory. But if you're trying to maximize your percent XP bonus, which although, for all the classic expansions, we're talking about like how to optimize endgame stuff and like rep farming. Well, in the case of the remix events, what you're trying to optimize is your alt leveling speed. So what do you do on your very first character to make sure that when you're leveling your next few characters, it takes the least amount of time possible? So technically speaking, you could do like a bunch of stuff. You could power level yourself in it took about like 2 to 3 hours ballpark. I think probably closer to 2 hours if you did like the open world boosting strategies. By the very end of Legion Remix, like even if you had 0% XP modifiers, you could probably farm like the hyperspawn infernals to max level in an hour. And it's kind of at that point, is it worth doing the campaigns? Like we're talking at the very end of Legion Remix. Probably not. Because at that stage, it's better to just get like whatever alts you can. Like I actually leveled a few alts on my alt accounts, and I wasn't going to farm 400% XP on those. And I did just spend, I was saying it was about 2 hours. I literally did test it. Yeah. It was about 2 hours for my, I guess, I'm so used to like keeping it a secret, but I mentioned this like vaguely in some videos, but I had like a secret farming spot in Stormheim where the faction rares Champion Elodie and the other ones just south of the Warden Tower would spawn very frequently. The main advantage of that is you could do it completely AFK. And a lot of people talked about like AFK leveling, and I definitely shared the secret with a few people. And I think some people never really fully understood why that spot was so good, because a few people figured it out and they would message me about it. And then there were a few people in my Discord who would say things like, oh, I think I've discovered the spot that you were talking about for Legion Remix. But it's not, I don't really think it's better than XYZ thing. And every single time I'm just like, all right, well, you're doing it wrong. Because what I would do, like in the final week of Legion Remix, I would log on to all four of my like paid like sub. Actually, I have 5 now. Actually, yeah. But I would only do like 4 at once because obviously I needed to have my alts in the group. So I would do like 3 or 4 at once. I would log into them. I would park them AFK, and then I would log into my level 20 Twink accounts, which are starter edition accounts, and then they would sit AFK at the rare mobs and just automatically kill them. And then I would walk away from my computer and do something else. So like in the final week of Legion Remix, I remember I was playing a lot of Zenless Zone Zero on my phone, and I would literally just be like on my phone, basically, laying on my bed, like across the room. And then every like 25 minutes, I'd get up, I'd move all my characters a little bit, and then I'd go back to playing on my phone. And I leveled a lot of characters like that because it is literally fully AFK. And you cannot beat that. Like, technically speaking, yes, there were faster methods. I should know. I leveled a character to max in 1 minute and 58 seconds, right? Like, we got a ridiculously fast leveling time. Yes, you could do stuff like that, and you could consistently level characters in 10 to 15 minutes with dedicated boosting, but you still had to be at the Infernal. Like, a lot of people viewed the Infernals as pure AFK leveling. It was not purely AFK. You had to be there to at least keep yourself alive if you were doing it like correctly. Technically, you could kind of AFK the Infernals. The problem was, if in a perfect situation, nobody interrupted your Infernal farm, you could get like 1 full character leveled in the time that it took. But the problem is, oftentimes, somebody would come and kill the Infernal, at which point you would need to move to a different Infernal. So it wasn't actually fully AFK leveling, it was AFK for 5 minutes, and then move. But you had to be constantly monitoring to make sure that the Infernal was not dead. Whereas in my case, I knew that if I just waited on my main account with the 400% bonus, like about like 40 minutes, I would get another max level character. On my alt accounts that had no percent bonus, it was about 2 hours. I would get like another max level character. And I got like 4 characters doing that. Just like every now and then, if I was like, yeah, I want to play a bit more on my phone, or like, let's say I was going to go make lunch or something like that. All right, well, let me set it up. I go make food. I come back 20 minutes later, and then, move my characters. Then I go and, do something else. I don't know, do the laundry or whatever the fuck, which I kind of need to do. I haven't done that in a while. But in like that case, I'm basically leveling for free and getting extra characters, for doing nothing. So there is no better trade-off than that. And I forget how I got onto this topic. Oh yeah, so my point is, you could technically speaking have done that, right, on your very first character. On my alt accounts at the very end, when I had like the perfect setup done, that is what I did. I never did the campaigns on those characters, but realistically speaking, everybody kind of agreed that for Legion Remix at the very start, you had to do the campaign. You needed to get like all of the 10% bonuses. That overall, when nobody had super geared characters that could boost you yet, if you wanted to level alts, then that was the thing to do. Now, technically speaking, the best way to level in Legion Remix is to, the only way to win is to not play. Like, is that how the expression goes? I don't know. Realistically speaking, if you wanted to level a bunch of alts in Legion Remix, you just don't play the fucking mode for the first month. This is what I told everybody to do, and I remained correct, because obviously in that case, like, if the only thing you care about is leveling a bunch of alts and getting all the collectibles, for this mode, Blizzard will do their best to make sure that people are forced to go in. That's not necessarily a thing for, like, actual expansion launches. You ideally want to get there as soon as you possibly can, and so, that stuff matters more. But for Legion Remix, like, technically speaking, yeah, you could just ignore all of that stuff. That's kind of it for Legion Remix specifically, I guess. The last thing I think I'll touch upon is just like general uh, general, like, retrospective stuff, I Legion Remix was such a wild ride, man. Both remixes were crazy. Legion Remix was crazier though. I think, like, I know for a fact after doing the super fast speed run, the very first one, I think it was Goose Comics, said like which run stressed you out more. And at the time, I wasn't sure, but then obviously we ended up doing like the sub 2 minute run, and like just the fact that I had to like literally reorganize another super fast speed run at the end, another fucking, like, just the fact that I had to do all of that all over again, that made the whole thing really stressful. But I don't know. I kind of liked doing like the launch day Legion Remix leveling, like this leveling process. I think I remember saying at the time, it's been a while, and my thought process on Legion Remix is like so diluted. It's so hard to think back to like where I was mentally at that point in time. But I remember thinking to myself like it was actually kind of fun. And a large part of that is, like I said before, the gearing process of Legion Remix like really wasn't that bad. Like both processes felt the same for both MoP and Legion, right? But I distinctly remember feeling like MoP was just very frustrating. And I really hated managing all the Tinker Gems. It was also very RNG, where like I remember doing test runs. I did like a handful of test runs in MoP Remix, and my first character runs, I was like, it basically lives or dies by whatever you manage to get as your meta gem early on, because you get a guaranteed one, but it's completely random. And some of them were better than others. And I think like I got Lifestorm as my first one, as I saw in some of the footage. And I just think I remember I didn't get the one I wanted, and it makes it a lot harder. I may do, obviously, like we saw, I did pretty well in MoP Remix, but it is a lot more frustrating when you have like very little control over your character's power. Whereas like in Legion Remix, I felt like I knew what I was doing. Like I had pretty good control over uh, the the progression of my character. Most of my damage came from like the Havoc talents and abilities. I wasn't a huge fan of like the way that the artifact thing worked and that whole progression tree, but it wasn't terrible. It was just like a little bit linear, right? Like early on, everybody like you went Everdisk, and then they buffed the storm, and then theoretically running the storm thing was just much better. And then obviously at endgame, everybody was just running Fellspike, but because of the way that Fellspike was designed, it was just not very good for leveling, because you didn't actually get Fellspike and a lot of the stuff that made it strong until the very end. So it was just kind of this weird thing. So I'm okay with like the forced campaign. I feel like the fact that I effectively got to re-experience Legion fully in my very first character run of Legion Remix. So that I liked. I hope they do that going forward in future remix events. And as far as the endgame stuff, the endgame like leveling progression was turbo dogshit. Having to grind for bits and pieces. I don't know why. I guess I must have gone AFK for coffee or something at this point. Let's skip ahead and just have better background footage. Uh, I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with the whole like grind for tiny bits of percent. That was miserable. I'm a little bit bitter about it personally, because like my method of multi-boxing with like starter edition accounts, it just objectively was the best way to farm the 400% bonus. But I had to take so much shit for it the entirety of Legion Remix, and like get comments saying like this is stupid, like, you know, like why do you have to do all this? I got the same types of comments about like, you know, level 20 characters back in MoP Remix, but it's like I don't make the game, right? Like this shouldn't be the way. I literally made a video when I got my like 36-minute time or whatever it was, and I said, like, I outlined a lot of detailed stuff about how I think that they should change the, you know, remix. At that point, it's kind of like they opened Pandora's box. The problem is, I think that they could make remix, I think, a fun leveling event that doesn't feel like super absurdly broken. It feels like just the right amount of broken, and I think that is like more fun. To a certain extent, sometimes you do kind of need to save players from themselves, you know, people say that in like a bad way, but that's just like good game design, right? Like I this is fresh in my mind, right? Because I just left a forum post on the midnight beta thing about how the prey system is just dog shit. The prey system is really 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 bad. And I wrote a forum post outlining the main problems with it, and I got a comment or response from some random dude in the forums basically saying the opposite, saying like, you know, the people who want to min-max the system, like, you know, they're hopeless and Blizzard shouldn't design around them. And it's like, no, you're just wrong. That's just not how game design works. If your game is designed well, ideally, the most optimal progression path should be the most fun. If there is a really, really, really stupid design oversight and people feel obligated to grind something that is not fun to progress a system that you have made, that is a design flaw. That is a problem that you, the developer, should fix. Now, in the case of Midnight, it's a fucking beta, right? Which is especially insane why there are some crazy fucking just dick riders for Blizzard who I'm pointing out a pretty blatant design flaw in a system on the beta in the hopes that Blizzard fixes it before it goes live. And this guy is basically saying Blizzard shouldn't fix it because, like, it doesn't matter. It's not that important. Like, motherfucker, what the fuck is the point of a beta, you fucking imbecile? I cannot stand the people who exist on the WoW forums, right? It's absolutely fucking crazy, the shit that those people say. But at least in the case of Legion Remix, I could kind of understand the argument of like, okay, we're already so deep in the event, it's just kind of pointless to change it now. But I'm really curious about how the next Remix event goes, because you quite literally cannot get faster than what we had in Legion Remix. It's just not possible. Unless you can start leveling, like, I mean, we got a sub 2-minute run. So unless leveling in the next event is going to be so fast that you're going to be able to level a character in under 1 minute, what would that even look like? Because I have a route that theoretically could get sub 1 minute, and I don't even think it would have been possible. It's just like, and that's with how broken Legion Remix was. How do you get more broken than that? Without the game just feeling like fucking shit. At least, you know, that's me. I think that feels like shit. Maybe people just like that. Maybe I'm just like, I'm old. I don't know. And that I think that leveling experiences like this are fun. Like what we had in Legion Remix. Maybe like maybe you know, I should just like fucking go to the classic retirement home or something. Who fucking knows? But personally, I think that's the nice trade-off, right? You have the first full campaign run, and then you have like fast alt leveling. But the thing about like MoP Remix that I liked is the MoP Remix alt leveling at least felt like you still were engaging with the expansion content. You still had to run the raids, you still had to run the dungeons because you wanted to like build up your experience bonus. And although technically speaking, you were running some raids sometimes for Legion Remix, I mean, you were mostly just farming Infernals by the end. There was like a brief period of time where, yes, running raids was efficient, but I mean, it's not even really the same. So I don't know. I think they really dropped the ball with how the alt leveling was handled. I think that it was done much better in MoP Classic. I think the first character leveling and the overall gear progression was a lot better in Legion Remix. And like it was more deterministic for sure, which was good. There was less variance. I hate variance, so obviously I'm going to be biased towards that. And I generally speaking like the Legion content more, so you know there is that. But that's less to do with the event itself and more just the fact that I thought Legion was very fun. And I don't know. I mean, so many people ask me about like my thoughts on that stuff, which I'm sure I've given it like somewhere, but I'm giving it again here. It's a difficult topic to discuss. People also always ask me like, what do I want for the next remix? And I'm just like I'm kind of indifferent, right? I don't fucking know, but it's as long as it's fun, I don't even really care. Um, Man, it's crazy that I've spent so much time working on the end of this PowerPoint, the detailed breakdown of the Sunwell intro. I do feel like the people who leave comments that are like, oh, this information is buried like in a multi-hour video, like they're gonna have like some justification here because it is really useful information. But you know what? The way that I'm gonna view it, right, is obviously if people are too stupid to know how to read timestamps, like then they don't deserve this information anyway. And the people who are willing to like look at a Harldan video and say this thing is like 5 or so hours long. Because at this point, I've already been recording for 3 hours, and the move speed intermission is 1 hour. It's probably going to be like 5 or 6 hours long. If you're willing to look at a video like that and say, I'm just going to click on that and watch it anyway, and then, you know, like you're either smart enough to read timestamps and just get to the bit you want, or you just watch the entire thing and then watch the information at the end, then you get all the good, super optimized Sunwell intro info at the end, and you get to benefit, and all of the other lazy assholes, they don't get all that super awesome information, so, you know, sucks to be them. But anyways, I think I've talked enough about Legion Remix. We still have multiple expansions left to talk about, so let's move on. Okay, so now, Battle for Azeroth. We're back to... I'm not going to play any footage for this, so this one should end up being a little bit faster. So, I'm just going to... Okay, here. I'll back up, because I couldn't remember exactly how many things. I'm just going to go through, like, all of the information here. So, Battle for Azeroth, personally, I played at launch, and I'll talk about how that affected my overall experience with it. But overall, I think BfA actually had a really good leveling process. It was similar to Legion, where you had multiple zone selections, and also similar, you start off with a solo scenario. So a lot of these like intro scenarios now, like the Sunwell scenario, the Moss scenario, everybody's in like an open world phased area, and that means that like there are shared bottlenecks. But the Alliance, what was the Alliance intro for? It was like you're escaping from like some prison or something. I forget exactly, but the Horde intro where you're like invading like Stormwind to free the prisoners and stuff like that, that was like fully instanced and stuff. So your time for that was entirely dependent on your ability to clear it quickly. And that was really nice, because that meant that it was long enough to where you could, if you were really clean about it, get an edge. And then if you did that, then once you entered Zuldazar, you got a time save. Now, admittedly, I'm not entirely sure how that played out for Alliance, because I primarily played Horde for the longest time, so my experience with the Alliance intro side of Kulturos is fairly limited. I know, like, vaguely how it works, but I cannot really speak to how it would have played out, but I would imagine it would have been similar. And obviously, the fact that Horde and Alliance were literally divided across factions just meant there were less people to compete with. It's kind of similar to how Frostfire Ridge, Shadowman Valley, you were in separate areas, but in this case, it was the entire leveling process. Also, this is when they introduced War Mode, right? So you get an XP bonus. This, ironically, despite being the introduction of War Mode, I even said in the PowerPoint, despite the theme, this is when they added it. It was maybe the safest expansion to level with War Mode in, because what are you going to do? Like, get ganked by somebody who's doing their intro quests, like, for planting a camp across the continent? Like, oh, a Horde player is moving through the mountains of Dressvar to activate their camp, and they're going to, like, take a detour to kill Alliance players. Like, could they do that? Sure. But unless their primary goal was ganking people, nobody is going to do that. So, I don't recall running into a single Alliance player when I was doing my entire questing process. I'm 99% sure I was in War Mode, because, like, why wouldn't I be? And the biggest thing, I don't remember exactly what the best... Well, I have no idea what the best order for Alliance would have been. But for Horde, you had 3 zones, right? So you had Zuldazar, you had Nazmir, and you had Vol'jin. Now, you needed to complete the entire campaign, because, like, you know, this was still... You unlock world quests and stuff like that, and, like, reputation was now a thing once again. Obviously, I don't think we had Titan Forging. They definitely removed that. I believe we still have War Forging. It's been a hot minute, though. I don't remember exactly what changed in BfA. But we still had valuable reputation rewards. That much I remember. It was kind of where we are now, where the rep rewards are, like, nice to have going into raid. It basically makes Mythic Plus RNG less of a concern. And obviously, back in the days of BfA, like, Great Vaults and stuff were just, like, a weekly box. You had way less deterministic gearing. So the rep rewards were notable. I distinctly remember barely scraping enough reputation to get exalted with Talanji's Expedition to get the epic item before my guild's first Uldir raid. So that was relevant. So doing the reputation was once again an important thing that you wanted to do. But admittedly, at this stage in WoW, it has reached the point where reputation has become like a lot more min-maxy. It's only for like the super duper min-max raiders like me who really want to get the rewards. Gone are the days of things like, the Therazane shoulder enchants where every single person wants to get those to, get their literal best in slot rating enchants, that is a just strict power upgrade. This was like I get a slightly higher item level piece going into my very first raid clear. And I wasn't even like getting consistent cutting edge at this point. I was only getting cutting edge. I didn't get cutting edge Cahoon. I got cutting edge Jaina, but that's a whole separate story. But all that to say, doing the campaign for the different zones mattered. And I remember one of the things about Zuldazar is kind of similar to how we said before, like in Val'sharah. Val'sharah like divides into 3 separate little subzones where you have to talk to like all the different ancients. So even if you got there first, you would eventually have people who were catching up with you. Well, that was very much the case with Zuldazar, where you have to go like, there's one questline with Zul, there's one questline down in the markets and stuff like that. And then eventually it converges into like the finale there. But Vol'dun was fairly linear. Nazmir, I think, was also mostly linear, but I remember I decided to start off in Vol'dun when I quested, and I was really far ahead of all of my friends. I'm pretty sure like I was the first person to hit max level on my friends list. This was, obviously, I didn't start speed leveling until Shadowlands, so while I was speed leveling as of BfA, this was like when it started becoming like a side hobby. I always enjoyed trying to level on the beta and stuff and optimizing my process, but it really wasn't until like end of Legion, early BfA, when I took up speed leveling as like a hobby of like something that I really wanted to try and do just for fun, just to see if I can make like a more efficient route than my friends. And that's where I had the idea of like, oh, I'm going to start Vol'dun. And then I remember I got ahead of the pack in the intro scenario with the instance one in Stormwind, and then I was like the first person in Vol'dun. I had 0 competition in that entire zone, and then I don't remember if I did Nazmir or Zuldazar second or third. It really doesn't matter at that point because everybody can pick which zone they go to first. So no matter which one you pick, you're still going to have like roughly equal amounts of competition. So I did Vol'dun first, got through all that, and then I did the other 2. And that worked out really well. Like I said, I'm pretty sure first person in like my friends list and guilds to max level. Overall, I'm sure it was not as fast as some of my it wasn't like as fast relative to like my Shadowlands and my War Within times, which in my opinion were just genuinely very fast. I smoked in both expansions all of my friends and guildies. But I think I just did very well in general for like a solo player, solo air quotes. Shadowlands, I was purely solo. We'll discuss that. I was solo, quotation marks in War Within. We'll also talk about that. But still mostly by myself. I didn't do any like crazy strategies that involved other people. Basically the same type of little min-maxy things that I did for like MoP Classic by that point in time. But I still felt I did pretty well in BfA, and a lot of that was because of the more freeform zone order. And it's interesting because I remember in BfA thinking like, I'm really glad they've taken this approach, because you look at the older expansions, like it was frustrating on launch. You still had to compete with a lot of people, and like it was completely linear, the process through Frostfire, Gorgrond, etc. And then Legion, you get to choose like 1 of 4 zones. It very spreads out the player base. Like Legion launch, I remember being very smooth, and BfA launch, to my knowledge, I mean, I didn't have any issues. I remember it being smooth. Maybe there was an issue that I just wasn't aware of that I just can't remember here, but it was overall a pretty clean expansion launch. And one of the other things that I haven't really touched upon a ton, but when you have situations like that where you need to do the entire campaign in a linear fashion, or like at least you need to do the entire thing like, by reaching max level, and it's relevant for endgame and stuff like that, and getting ahead of the pack is a significant time save, well then doing all of your pre-quests at the very start now becomes more and more inefficient. We kind of already talked about that a little bit earlier, but by getting that head start in the BfA intro, like I was able to be completely alone in Vol'dun. I wouldn't have been able to do that if I turned anything in at the start. So there may have been viable pre-questing strats for Legion and BfA, But I'm gonna be honest, like I cannot see it being a really important thing outside of like the people doing the crazy world first strategies. Almost certainly it would just be much faster to get a head start. And especially considering like BfA, you basically get an entire free zone. I think that is very worthwhile. Hey, we went through this one pretty quickly. I don't really have much else to add for BfA. Overall, I think a pretty clean, loving expansion. There was a lot more freedom. And now it's time to talk about Shadowlands. So, before I hop into the video, some context. This is when I started doing YouTube. And obviously, my main videos that I mentioned popped off were the ones that we saw earlier, the Shadowlands pre-patch stuff, where I did my Chromie time routes and my Chromie time guide. But then I also started covering Shadowlands 50 to 60 leveling, and I had some streams at the time that I did, and we're going to look at one of those. One of the unfortunate things is you will not get to see my Shadowlands launch day stream, because my Shadowlands launch day stream was 26 hours long. I did like a literal 24-hour longer live stream, and this was back when I was like just starting YouTube. I didn't really understand how it worked. I was not actively recording my streams. Nowadays, whenever I'm streaming, I'm also recording just a video file on my computer, just in case. And also, YouTube will save your streams as VODs, but not if they're over like 10 or 12 hours or something like that. And that stream, obviously, was really long. I didn't know that, so that file is lost forever. Now, I remember what happened on Shadowlands launch, and I will narrate that as we watch the thing that I'm going to show you. But what I will show you is my final test run the day before Shadowlands launch. So I basically did exactly the same thing that I ended up doing later on the actual launch day. But it's, you know, it was a lot rougher. And you know, it's still relevant, though, because the entire point of this video is that Sunwell Intro is the MoP 2.0. And there's a lot of stuff that I'm going to point out to you in the MoP Intro that, hey, doesn't this look familiar? Now, we've kind of already seen bits and pieces, right? There's been a lot of random little things here and there that potentially make like an intro really bad. The MoP has basically all of them. And the Sunwell Intro, in my opinion, now that I've tested it a lot, it is not as bad as the MoP. It is slightly less bad than the MoP, but there is still a lot of potential problems. And it's a shame, because I think that if Blizzard actually did like a launch test or something like that, then they might be able to make fixes to the Sunwell Intro that would actually make it like just solid. It has a lot of deep-seated problems, and it's definitely one of the worst intros we've had in a while. I mean, like, it's worse than the Dragonflight intro, as we'll discuss. Dragonflight launch had its problems. We'll talk about that. It's definitely worse than the War Within intro, which is one of my favorites that we had in a while. We'll discuss that. And like BfA intro was really good. Legion intro, I just got done saying, like, you know, everybody was spread out a while. So no matter what, it's still going to be the second worst intro we've had. But it could be like still leaps and bounds better than the MoP. And yet we're basically barreling towards only slightly better than the MoP, which is low fucking bar, let me tell you. But anyways, before I actually start ranting, let's get the footage rolling. Alright, here we are, back in the Shadowlands. So, like I said, this was my first intro, or my final Shadowlands full speedrun, which includes the intro speedrun. Now, one thing that you'll notice, I mean, there's a lot of things happening here, right? The start of the Shadowlands intro is fully instanced. Now, this is a blessing and a curse. You're going to see, I'm going to fuck this up, right? On launch day, I actually did this perfectly. But the thing about this intro cutscene, where you have to get the Helm of Domination, like you can see I went to the wrong area. You can use Goblin Glider to speed it up, right? I set lounge cushions. What you can do is, like, if you get close to the lounge cushion, you hop inside of it, and then it gets you closer, because, like, dragging the Shard of Domination. I mean, this is maybe the most miserable questline ever designed. There were ways to speed it up, but it was still, like, whoever fucking designed the MoP intro, I really hope they're gone now. Maybe not, because now we have the Sunwell intro, but, like, there's nothing nearly as bad as this in the Sunwell intro, I gotta say. Like, this was still just absolute turbo dog shit. Dragging the helm fragments, it's so bad. The thing about this quest, though, is this was fully instanced. So we're like let's say that if I hadn't messed up, this was about 2 minutes, right? And you can see that I still had like the lounge cushions to optimize time. And if you didn't do that and you just dragged the helm fragments one by one without using any toys and stuff like that, it would take you probably like around the time that I got with my mistake. But if you did it perfectly, it was around 2 minutes. You could save like a full minute ballpark by doing the lounge cushion thing absolutely perfectly. Maybe that's a little bit of an overstatement. Ah, god damn it. Bit of it maybe an overstatement, but I think like 30 seconds is maybe reasonable. The thing about like the cushion thing is you'll notice the strat that I did there with the lounge cushions and like Goblin Glider and stuff like that. I actually adapted a new strat. Somebody in chat told me literally at the last second, right before the expansion went live, that if you queued up like a big movement speed ability right before picking up the helm fragment, that it would go off. So what I did on launch with 0 testing is I pressed Fell Rush as I was picking up the helm fragment, and it carried me forward, and I managed to turn in the helm. Something to note here, by the way, you'll notice that Ruiner Maroth. In fact, I'm going to pause. We're going to pause because a lot of stuff is happening. Obviously, I'm running this at 2 times speed because there's a lot to discuss. But by doing that, by using Fell Rush, Goblin Glider, I managed to save like 30 seconds off my personal best from that like Helm of Domination quest. And I distinctly remember on launch day, when I entered the Maw, I was alone. I was the first person there, at least on my server. And I was not on a dead roleplay server at this time. I leveled, I think, like on Illidan or some like large server. So I really, really, really got a head start there. And I distinctly remember doing like the first few objectives. I killed a few mobs. I rescued a few of these Death Knights. And then I turned around and I saw pop, 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 like a bunch of people phasing in. And that's where Ruiner Maroth comes in. Because you get the initial quests and you have to kill a bunch of mobs, rescue these Death Knights, and then kill this guy. But what you'll notice there is in this test run, I got to this guy and he's dead. Somebody had just killed him. And now I had to wait. Now, here's the problem, right? If every single person has to wait to kill this mob, it creates a massive bottleneck. Named mobs in scenarios like this are colossal bottlenecks. The Maw, surprisingly, doesn't actually have that many. The Maw was slow for a variety of reasons, but the named mobs weren't the biggest problem. And a lot of people forget that when you're in war mode, if somebody of the opposite faction tags the mob, you don't share credit. So here, like this dude, Drastest, from however many years ago, is able to share credit on Ruiner Maroth because he got there in time. But if an Alliance player got here, they would not be able to share credit with my Demon Hunter. That would be a problem for them. They would have to either kill me or wait, and presumably they'd be competing with other Horde players who would then see them waiting there, trying to get the tag, and would then try to kill them, because they know that, hey, if this mob spawns, this Alliance player is going to try and snipe the tag. So the Maw intro on War Mode was, I mean, it's difficult. The problem with War Mode nowadays is, back in the day, it used to be that, like, War Mode was only within your own server block, and basically every single person was Horde. So, technically speaking, if you were Alliance, it was just like a death sentence, right? Because, like, you just knew that most people were going to be Horde. So, as Horde, it was just a free XP bonus. As Alliance, you technically got more XP, but there was just no way you were going to survive. I'm sure that the people who got World First probably were Alliance. I honestly don't remember. They might have been Horde. Really hard to say. I remember that was Monkey Law, and they did like dungeon spamming in between like quests and bonus objective and stuff. They would get like summoned into the dungeon and get like completion credit or something like that. Basically, you know, typical World First shenanigan things. But the interesting thing about Shadowlands is you had to get through the Maw. Like, no matter what, you had to get through this bottleneck to be able to do anything in the quest line. And unlike a lot of the previous expansions, Shadowlands was fully linear. The entire thing. You had to go through the Maw, Oribos, Bastion, Maldraxxus, Ardenweald, and then Revendreth. And if you got a head start, you cruised the entire way through. And that, like, 15-second or so head start, I don't remember exactly how long it was, but it was at least 15 seconds, that I got on launch day, put me so far ahead. I got into the MoP early. I immediately, the moment I saw people loading in, I grabbed the Ruiner Maroth quest. I ran all the way over here. I got my kill ASAP. I backtracked a little bit to finish up the Rescue Death Knights and kill mobs quests, and then I continued. And then I'll let the rest of the footage play. But getting just that minor head start and getting ahead of people there, I remember I was like midway through Bastion, and there were people in my guild still stuck in the maw almost 1 hour into the questing process. It was that bad. Now, part of this is just because the maw is a really difficult zone to optimize if you don't know like all of the speed strats, but there are so many areas like that where you're fighting over tags, even if it's not just like a named mob. Obviously, this was particularly bad. There was like a lot of competition for certain mob tags and stuff like that. So the maw was a nightmare. I knew a lot of people really got stuck here. And it's largely because of that stuff. Because of just like, it's an extremely linear but shared tag area with a lot of really nasty bottlenecks that Blizzard just, didn't bother to fix. And there's also like a bunch of stuff where if like the Helm of Domination thing, basically quote unquote unskippable roleplay that can be skipped if you use a very niche strat. So if you know the strategy, this is, by the way, big foreshadowing for the Sunwell intro, by the way. Everything I say here is basically foreshadowing for the Sunwell intro. But if you know the strat, you can save a lot of time. If people don't know the strat, then they will just lose time. So it's like, if you're watching this video, you're probably already going to have an edge over every other person in the Sunwell intro, but I can just imagine right now there's going to be a lot of people who complain because they're going to fall behind. Now, the maw was its own fucking load of crap. Obviously, the biggest problem with the maw is the fact that you just couldn't use a mount at all. The lack of any mount whatsoever, you don't need me to tell you how controversial it was. It was bad. But it also meant that general move speed items like gun shoes, like Radinax, like Goblin Glider were even more important. So that kind of exacerbated the problem of, if you didn't have that stuff, you fell even further behind. Now, I mentioned that there are areas in the Sunwell intro where you can't mount. It's nowhere near this bad. You can still mount at certain places, but it's tricky, right? I would say you don't really want to mount. If anything, it's so strange. Another thing that you may have noticed is at the very start of the maw, this run, before I even entered the maw, I was wearing like basically a clown suit. It's kind of hard to tell, but I noticed it, right? I had basically what is called a speed set, and I had a full set of gear with like speed tertiary, where I basically get the max 49% out of combat movement speed bonus. And for purely roleplay sections, of which there are a lot, right? Like, we're sitting here listening to Jaina go, we're stuck in a mob, blah, blah, blah. Like, when I'm running in and out of this cave, for instance, I can't use gun shoes, I can't use gliders. So yeah, actually, you can see me swap to it right here. So notice how my gear has changed. Normally, back then, I was using a pirate outfit on my Demon Hunter, but here I use like a speed potion. I have all this stuff. I forget what I did. I think I was Netherwalk or something like that. I have to do a lot of stuff to optimize my like actual movement speed. And it's like, that is not really as much of a thing now. Obviously, with the lack of any sort of mounting, that becomes like even more important. Like, that's the thing with the maw, right? I would say that general like on foot movement speed though does still matter for like the Sunwell intro, but it's less so out of combat, it's more in combat. So a thing that a lot of people have been asking is like a bunch of different speed consumables. Like, should I use the speed file from Dragonflight? Should I use like exquisitely eviscerated muscle? The answer to that is no. You should use fried bonefish, which does give you speed, just more speed. But another good example, fucking advert. Okay, I paused this just because I was responding to a message while I let it play, but this is actually a very notable example, right? So you can't mount, but this is a perfect instance for glider. Now, I actually fucked up this glider. You're supposed to jump, and then I barely missed that cliff. On launch day, I'm 99% sure I nailed that. This was obviously a practice run. I fucked it up. I'm still in my speed set, though, because I can just run past all these mobs and just get to this teleporter, and then I'm put out of combat. So having basically no real combat potential doesn't matter here, because there's so many extended roleplay sections in the MoP. Now, in hindsight, I think, like, obviously, if I had known better, I can't remember if I was just, like, you know, not as familiar with, like, speed strats, or if there was some reason that I'm forgetting why it wasn't possible, but I feel like I should have been using more Radinax gems. I know that there were certain areas where I used Radinax gem in here. I think what I might have done is I just didn't know that, like, Caddy Stamp Whistle was an option, and obviously we didn't have, like, the Mailbox Brutosaur mount. Fun note, though, I say fun, kind of bullshit notes, about the Sunwell intro that we'll talk about is all toys are disabled. Literally every single possible toy. That includes Caddy Stamp Whistle. And it looks like Blizzard just literally applied an aura that any single toy that you could think of does not work. So that sucks. That prevents Molly, that prevents Caddy Stamp Whistle, that just doesn't let you access a mailbox outside of the Mailbox Brutosaur, and you can mount, but it's only in very specific areas. So it's possible to get more Radnax gems, and I'll talk about that, but I think like 2 Radnax gems is the ideal amount for the Sunwell intro. But theoretically, I probably could have used more here, but just there's so much out of combat roleplay where you can see that movement speed really helps here. Not so for the Sunwell intro. So I think it is very important to have like a balance of enough movement speed to help you round up mobs and kill them in an efficient way, because a lot of times in the Sunwell intro, you're either in combat and trying to like run around and do stuff. So specifically the first section is a lot of that. Or you are out of combat, in which case you're using a consumable pretty much always. If you're out of combat, you need to cross like even a moderate distance. You're using a Radnax, you're using a Gunshoes, you're using Oddly Shaped Horn. I don't even know if in this Shadowlands run, I don't even know if I had Oddly Shaped Horn, which, L Harldan from however many, years ago. This was 2020, I think. So, like a little over 5 years ago, Harldan, basically. L him. Now I'm showing you, you can see in my speed set, right? I didn't have speed on quite literally every piece, but there's actually, I'm sure somebody in chat probably asked me, like, can you show your speed set or something like that? Good old days. But yeah, a few people have asked, like, will you need a speed set like that for the Sunwell intro? And no, I cannot really think of any situation where that would especially help, because like there's so many natural combat drops in the MoP, and Sunwell intro, it's either a combat drop where you want to use a mobility item, or a like you're not able to drop combat easily, and it's like multiple combat sections back to back to back. So yeah, not really a thing, basically. I guess I've kind of talked, I think, about all of the really important context, because like I'm trying to think of other stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that we've already discussed. The obvious thing is, again, touching upon pre-quest, just to reiterate, like getting through the MoP intro was so absolutely crucial that any sort of pre-quest that you could possibly get set up in advance is just irrelevant. You wouldn't want to turn in anything. I have no idea if quests were still scaling well at this point in time, but again, it doesn't really matter. You would still need to get through the MoP. And although I've kind of already told you, right, that the quests in War Within, generally speaking, don't scale well. Even if the quests did scale well at this time, you still probably wouldn't do them. And then by the time that you got to a high enough level to justify stopping, it wouldn't be worth it. I'll talk more, because like obviously in the case of Shadowlands, there's another fucking. All right, I temporarily paused it. But I think one of the biggest things specifically about Shadowlands, as far as like the whole snowball intro, kind of the exacerbating problem with the MoP is the whole thing of it is a super bottleneck intro, but then because the entire thing is linear, there really isn't any point where you feel like you're getting ahead. So it's funny how I even remember the skips all these days. They're like running to the runestone, skips the roleplay there. Man, it's been so long since I've had to do the MoP. I hate this fucking place. I hate Shadowlands for what they did to the lore. I'm not gonna get onto that rant. I'm now thinking like nobody escapes the mod. I saw the line of like, a relic of the first ones, and then it just reminded me that the first ones are a thing that they've tainted the lore with now. Dear old lord. It's also interesting to me that like I'm looking at a lot of the MoP stuff, and a lot of the quests are you have to kill fixed amounts of mobs. So something very interesting that the mod differs from the Sunwell intro is a lot of the Sunwell intro quests, as we'll discuss, are like percentage bars that you have to fill. And there are further ways to optimize that. Like you have to kill every single one of these mobs in this like roleplay set of enemies that are attacking you. And earlier, usually it's like you have to kill X amount of these enemies, but there's only one quest that I can think of where you have to kill like multiple of a certain type of enemy. That being why am I just spamming this dialogue option? But like the quest where you have to kill a bunch of ethereals, like that one, theoretically, like that's a kill X, in that case 12 enemies. But there are at least, yeah, like 2 distinct sections where you have to kill a bunch of mobs and it's fill a bar, and each mob has like its own unique value. And I've actually seen a lot of people basically get it wrong for the Sunwell intro of like what the fastest way to fill the bar is, which is kind of neat because that is another area where by watching this video, I'm almost certain you'll be able to save time. Whereas like a lot of the ways that you save time in the MoB was like weird niche like toy skips and stuff like that. And I think that the way you're going to save time here is just by being generally efficient. So that's something to note. Also, I think I kind of started on this point and then got sidetracked, but because Shadowlands was fully linear, and obviously you needed to do the entire Shadowlands campaign, I would say Shadowlands, I think, is the first expansion that literally effectively required full campaign completion on your first character. Because, yeah, no, quite literally it was. Obviously, you can make the case for, like, you needed to do the campaign on, like, Legion for the Order Hall unlock stuff, but you didn't really. You needed to do the full campaign in BfA to get, like, I mean, you had similar, like, not Order Hall, but, like, Warfront unlocks and all those other things and reputation bonuses and whatnot. So, up until Shadowlands, campaign was not necessarily required. It was like soft required, and personally, I did basically the campaign. I remember doing like all like effectively lore master, as I guess what we called it back then. So I remember doing lore master for Legion and lore master for BfA because it was still worth doing, but you could technically make the case that it was not hard required. It was like soft required. But Shadowlands was the very first time when it was literally required. Like you didn't unlock scaling mobs, you didn't unlock like Threads of Fate until you got your very first full completion, and there were so many things locked behind the Covenant campaigns and shit at max level that you just needed to do the entire thing to get. So this was the first expansion that introduced the concept of, wow, this is my first time using the Radnax, and I used it for dumb shit like that. I must be doing this because, like, now I have access to mailboxes, and because I now can open one up from the mailbox, I can get an extra one. But yeah, so that's why I'm doing it. But that's like such faulty logic, right? Because I could have been using it throughout the MoP, and then the moment I enter Oribos, I grab another Radnax. So like dogshit 2020 Harldan needs to fucking optimize his speedruns. For all I know, maybe I made that optimization by launch day. Technically, this was not my launch day run. But all that to say, this is the expansion that fully introduced mandatory campaigns, and but anyways, I mean, I feel like we've kind of already talked about the important points of Shadowlands. I mean, you literally got to see the entire sped up MoP intro here, and overall, I think the MoP was worse. And the notable thing about the Sunwell intro, which we'll discuss, I've kind of hinted at this, is there are a lot more ways to optimize this. The MoP intro was like ballpark 30 minutes. Like, what was my... I didn't actually look, but what was my final time? I think I got out... Yeah, I got out of the MoP under 30 minutes. I remember that was a big thing, right? Early MoP intros took me longer than 30 minutes. So the fact that I got a sub 30 here, it was like 26. That was pretty good. I do remember that at the time, that like sub 30 MoP intro was considered pretty solid. And right now for Sunwell intro, most people, like on their very first time going through it, are going to get like a 20-minute time. I think I got like around 20 minutes the first time I did it. And then doing like fairly unoptimized runs of it, I've gotten it down to like 15 minutes. And I'm seeing like really fast times of like 11 to 12 minutes. I have a few skips that I'm going to try and implement, which I think will cut it down to like, I don't know if sub 11 minutes is possible, but even the 12-minute times that I've seen are like not fully optimized. So you can get it down a little bit lower. Now, so that's good, right? But it's I don't know, it's interesting, the differences there. Anyways, I think that's enough Shadowlands, and now we can talk about... Jesus Christ, I'm not looking forward to talking about this one. Alright, so that's the Shadowlands slide. This is the Dragonflight slide. So, the Dragonflight intro is kind of funny, because on one hand, it didn't really even have an intro scenario. Dragonflight had, depending on how you look at it, either one intro, two intros, or zero intros. It's a little bit weird. It's definitely unique. Unique is basically a nice way of putting it. So, kind of like how I said earlier, the whole like Dalaran thing, where technically speaking, the intro quests for Dragonflight ended up being part of the pre-patch. So all of my Dragonflight beta test runs ended up being like starting with some quests, and even like my later on Dragonflight speedruns, the quests that you have to start with were available in pre-patch, which was really annoying because I had a really clean route through Orgrimmar. And I mean, there was a route that you could go through Stormwind too. I started at this point fairly trying to optimize both factions. This was the expansion when I really started doing that. So I had a pretty clean route through Orgrimmar. And one of the big things with Dragonflight Intro, I mean, well, you'll see here. Basically, I'll cut to the footage and then you'll see how it all played out. But the biggest thing, right, is the boats. The boats were just a bad idea. Obviously, like anybody could have told them this. I have still to this day no idea why they thought that was a good idea. That was an absolute disaster. And I mean, let's cut to the footage. Okay, so for context, right? This is the first time I have ever rewatched this footage. I have actually deliberately avoided rewatching. Remember I said like this whole thing about, you know, memory lane and all that, and good nostalgia for a lot of these. I have avoided. I've literally never gone back and rewatched this. It's seared into my memory, so I know exactly what's going to happen. It was a little bit hard to see, but basically I started the footage right as the quest became available, exactly at 6, as a lot of expansions launch. So I picked up the quest, but then the problem is, after doing the intro stuff, because I plan to do all this stuff like in pre-patch and whatnot, and then you get to the boat. And then at 30 seconds, the boat arrives. Now, I remember planning, if you manage to pass the bottleneck, like the biggest possible bottleneck, potentially one of the biggest bottlenecks we would have ever seen on an expansion launch would have been this boat. If they didn't make it so all of those quests were like part of the pre-patch, it could have been a scenario where you do all of those pre-quests or all of those intro quests, you make it to the boat before anybody else, and you get to the Dragon Isles 5 minutes ahead of anybody. Unfortunately, everybody was at the boat immediately. Literally all players immediately at the very first boat, which, bad decision number one. They did a terrible coding decision where anytime somebody looted an object, it sent a request to the game. and that like caused the servers to basically melt, which is why Area 52, the server that I was playing on, literally crashed. Spoiler alert. So I get on the boat, I'm sailing out, and we're about to hit the loading zone. We're on a super long loading screen. Now, this is to be expected. This is why boats suck. You're always on an incredibly long loading screen. Like, processing the boat is really, really, really tricky. And I'm gonna, you know what, let's hold on. So, I have it paused right now. I've unmuted the audio, and I'm gonna let you listen to this in real time. I'm even gonna put the playback on 1. Now, another thing to keep in mind is I had extensively practiced, like, I had practiced the Dragonflight speedrun route more than, like, I mean, there were a lot of other people who did try to optimize it, but more than, like, the vast majority of people. Now, obviously, I didn't get world first. I wasn't trying to get world first. I wasn't doing crafting. Crafting was still a little bit inaccessible for people who didn't have, like, anyone to funnel them mats in Dragonflight. It's become a little bit more accessible in War Within and Midnight, which we'll touch upon later. But I did a ton of practice, and one of the biggest things, if you remember, I'm sure you remember, when you get off this boat, you need to do a very precise falling flame skip to get from the boat to shore, and then you have to Radnex midair to land at the correct spot. Now, I had practiced this extensively. There was a Dragonflight launch test, and I was like, I don't remember exactly. I was top 5 for sure by the end of the Dragonflight launch test, when basically they let the servers run for like an hour or two, and I was not first, but I was either 5th or I was 3rd. I was in the top 5. I think I was 3rd, but I also don't know for sure. But I definitely remember I was top 5. I was one of the only people at like the highest level. I think we all got to like, what was it at the time, 64 or something like that. I was midway through Onaran Plains, and that launch test especially pissed me off because I knew for a fact, I literally had a launch test evidence to back up the fact that my route was clean. I was like up there with like the fastest people, and I don't know if those people were even doing, like, some of them might have been doing like speed strats and stuff like that. I was just doing my campaign route. I know a few of them, the other people were too, but I was clean. I was smoking the vast majority of people. So I knew that I had this route down to a science. And I'm going to let this play with the audio. You can see the name of the stream is My Disastrous Launch Day live stream.
Wouldn't it be fucking hilarious if after all that prep, when we load in, we're already at the dock because the loading screen took so long? I could totally see that happening. And then the falling flame skip just doesn't matter at all.
This is past Harldan, by the way.
For everybody who farmed it like me, though. If Horde crash, that would just be such a fucking emotional roller coaster. Well, we'll see, though.
Oh.
I haven't started my timer yet? Oh, shit. Whoops. There we go. Okay, started the timer.
Why do I say things like that?
I've got too many things going on in my head right now to remember to start the timer, but thank you for reminding me. Why is Wrath of the Lich King max level 80 and this is 70? Please explain. They did a level squish. That's why.
How long is the loading screen?
5-minute loading delay.
I want you to see my live reaction.
We would not end up back at Org.
Why do I say things like that?
Get off the Zeppelin, it will teleport us to the dock.
Why do I tell?
We'll be safe. Worst case scenario, we load in at the dock. The Terrace boat is stuck. Holy shit.
I manifested it. I forgot. I've never rewatched this. I literally manifested it.
It's a bad idea to funnel every single player in the game through the exact same vehicle, through the exact same fucking zone. No, everybody said I'm unreasonable. Oh, God. All right. I was not expecting them to fuck up this hard. Ah, yeah. Not a rushed expansion at all. Properly, thoroughly tested. Oh my goodness. I have never seen that happen. Holy shit. The timer is up, but the Alliance boat hasn't arrived. Holy shit. Oh, this is great. You were able to turn on war mode? Yeah, I mean, hey. Somebody in my guild just said they missed the first boat, and it's like, well, works out well for them. Holy fuck.
God
Is the timer working? Well, it says the next boat's in 55 seconds, so...
How long
Wait.
until disaster?
Bruce got to the Dragon Isles? No shot. Hold on.
Oh man,
Did he actually?
this brings back memories.
No, Bruce is fucking trolling. Wait, no, some people are in the Waking Shore. How the fuck did some... Oh, some people's boat worked? Oh, you're kidding me. Oh, that is so fucked. So some people got on a successful boat and some people just got fucking shafted. Oh, that's so troll. Wow. Remember when I said there was going to be an uproar if one faction got an advantage? What about just everybody being at a disadvantage because some people randomly just failed the loading screen check? Holy shit, what a shit show, man.
Oh, yeah, that was another thing. Because the boats arrived at different times, I raised the point that if the Alliance boat or Horde boat arrived 2.5 minutes
now
earlier...
Now it's almost 62? Well, he's probably doing, like, profession shit. Who knows?
One faction was basically guaranteed to get a 2.5 minute head start. Obviously, in the end, it didn't matter.
Didn't work either? Damn.
Because this happened. I guess
I mean, I'm actually mildly tilted now that, like, some people got an advantage. Like, when it was just, oh, hey, everybody just got screwed over, right? That's just funny. But when it's, oh, no, actually, some people got screwed over, and then other people, it just worked fine. So now, it doesn't matter how much prep I did, I am automatically at a 5-minute disadvantage. This is not recoverable, unfortunately. My timer is 3 minutes, and I started it during the first load screen. Yeah, I started my timer like a minute late. Yeah, it's slightly off. It's fine. The timer doesn't matter. I mean, if you want to time a run, you could just go back to the stream.
I am progressively getting angry and angrier, and I'm trying not to snap at commenters.
That matters.
But I can tell you, I am so pissed off, and it just gets worse until I eventually just end stream, because, like, what am I going to do?
The ally boat is gone? Fucking hell.
There's a reason I'm still playing this, by the way. If you haven't seen it, then...
2-minute Zep wait, then no Zep, timer restarted.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Seems like what sub-realm we were on decided if your load screen worked or not. All my friends I couldn't see got through. Damn. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Well, that feels bad. Now
this
it's
is like
shit in the mod is Guardian? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that was what Now did for World First. I
Leave it to Now to find some weird shit in the Ma. Stuck again. We'll see. Well, because the people in my guild that said they got through basically said nothing actually popped up. They just got teleported to shore. Yo, if you're able to make coffee, it would be much appreciated.
I hope this audio is working. I'm sure that I think it's like recorded on some channel, and then I can just edit it into the footage.
The boat spawned past the dock and immediately left. Boat timer's not working for you anymore. Wow.
That was the one funny thing about Dragonflight Launch.
Has me at
everybody talking about how fucked it was. Just everybody's like, my boat's fucked, my boat's fucked.
Does anybody want to know why I said I'm not competing for World First 70? Gee, it's almost like I anticipated a lot of garbage was going to happen, and I don't want to set myself up for failure only to have, like, the most catastrophically miserable experience of my life. If I go in with no expectations, I can't be disappointed. So, you know, I'm still having fun even if I am mildly tilted.
That won't last! That won't last long at all!
You got over to the islands? Nice. I'm probably going to get stuck in Durotar again.
Why do I talk? Why do
Everyone
I
in
talk?
Strowman is lagging so bad that a guy is stutter summoning mounts every 1.2 seconds.
Everybody who's still
Damn.
watching right now, we're trauma bonding, right? I'm
Now you're
reliving
lagging
my
like
trauma.
crazy in Dragonflight. I
Oh,
mean,
dear
that's
Lord.
to be expected. Man, if
Oh,
oh. What?
I finally
Sorry.
get in. Oh my god. We're at the Dragon Isles. Holy shit, it's
Please?
finally happening.
Please? Blizzard, please? I'm sorry about all the times I've shit-talked your company. You're a very nice and great game design company. Please, can you let me load into the Dragon Isles? Please? Pretty please? You got the dots? I hope the dots are a good omen. Quest giver bugged? I'm not fucking surprised at this point. So far, this is the worst expansion launch since WoD. Yeah. Definitely,
Yep.
I think this automatically already puts it as bad as WoD, possibly worse depending on how the rest of the
Definitely
night goes.
worse. It gets
We're already
worse.
well into the shittery of, you know, the worst stuff that happened in Shadowlands, Legion, BfA.
True.
Like,
Breach.
BfA was shit for me. Your server was down for 5 hours. Oh, okay. Yeah, I ran into 0 issues on the last 3 expansions. So. Oh, wait. Where am I? Yes. Hold on. I can't see, but I can't fucking see. Hold on. We're gonna just send it, and I hope this works. Game
I
graphics.
actually forgot that I couldn't see anything.
I need to turn this up to 6. Apply. Where am I going? I'm going the wrong fucking way. Nope, it's that way. Where is the horde boat going? What? I was on the opposite way? Oh no. Okay, this is recoverable. Okay, hold up. Radnex gem. Okay.
I actually forgot that I did this.
I'm gonna land.
I forgot I even made it this far.
I made it! Okay.
Wait, I actually kind of kicked ass. Oh, that's a crazy landing. That's such a sick recovery. I cannot believe I actually did. I forgot I did that.
I almost shot myself at the Forbidden Reach. Or what was that place called? I almost went to the fucking Evoker Zone. Oh, now Z-Seed? Well, that's not good for now.
So basically what's happening right now...
my map, that is probably not good.
In order to prevent...
Well, I can't turn in my quest,
so... I'll mute Harldan for a second. In order to prevent data mining for the Dragonflight story, the dumb fuck quest designers with Steve Denuser, good riddance, that guy's gone, by the way, with Steve Denuser at the helm, decided that it would be a good idea to manually send a server request every single time a quest was completed as like an extra layer of protection. And on large servers like Area 52, the moment people started, you know, looting mobs and accepting quests, it also did this for looting mobs, by the way, the server just got overloaded with requests, and it literally crashed. Some extra context in case you never understood what happened.
Over on the dock.
Oh yeah, and then they added a portal, which, like, imagine.
Brilliant.
What do you know? We did that back in WoD or Wrath.
I need the quest. I can't.
Because turns out boats on launch are a fucking terrible idea.
Well,
let's do that again.
For that quest to be accepted, I'm just gonna go do the other ones. So I can't
fucking
kill
Blizzard,
the whelps
dude.
yet.
Fucking Blizzard.
Come on. I need to. Oh, wow! This is such a terrible release. Portal made the game crash. Nice. All right, I can't click on it. All right, I guess I'm just gonna kill other shit. My abilities are not registering. It says I'm out of range of this mob. Portal's back for you. Okay, I can't get any tags. Did I tag this mob? Okay. Yeah, I can't use any abilities, so I'm getting 0 credit for doing any of this stuff. All right. Great. Oh, I looted successfully. Dragon Isle supply bag. All right. Thank God for small victories. We started Dragonflight during BfA. Yeah, don't believe the bullshit they tell you. This is the messiest expansion launch I have ever seen. I've heard WoD was worse, but admittedly, I was not there for WoD. I woke up late. I actually overslept for the WoD launch, so my WoD experience was good because I was late.
See, there you go, full
But out of the
circle.
expansion launches I have personally experienced, this is the worst by far. Not even close. WoD
My
was
story
really bad.
remains
All
consistent.
my friends ran into issues.
Oh boy.
All right. Still waiting on this one quest. WoD had you
Forgot
locked
how
in
long
Garrison
it took
for
me
4
to
hours.
get
Illidan
fucked here.
Illidan just went down? The entire server? Holy shit. Well, I hope that doesn't happen to Area 52. No! Oh, why do I open my mouth? Shit. I forgot it was that.
Oh my god, I literally cursed myself.
Asmongold leveling normally since he's Alliance on a dead realm. Yeah. I guess that... Wait, no, but why am I on beta? What? No, that's not live. Fuck. Hold on.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
God.
I'll mute it now. So, moral of the story: always level on a dead roleplay server. If you ever wonder why I've transferred my character. I literally have moved my druid, over to a dead roleplay server, and if needed, I will move it back. How much money is that for a server transfer? I don't know. But what you can notice is look how long this live stream is. In fact, you'll see here, disconnected, staring at the Alex Draza loading screen, character list disconnected, loading screen, character list. I'm in Shadowlands for some reason. I don't even know why. Loading screen, character selection, loading screen. Oh yeah, and at this point, at this point, I started playing Hearthstone. So if you ever see somebody in chat saying hey, what was the expansion launch where you started playing Hearthstone? Dollar on Heist, by the way, this mode, Hearthstone unfortunately stopped making really fun solo roguelike modes like this, but this was peak Hearthstone right here. So I played Hearthstone for about an hour. And you can see Dragonflight in the bottom left. And I just never get into the game. Oh, I got into the game here. I got in, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm in. It's a quest for 5 minutes, and boom, game crashes. I'm not even gonna play the audio. Dude, by this point in time, I was... Yeah, and then, by the way, I got back in again, and then it disconnects right around... Actually, I think what happened is, my computer crashed or something like that. My computer crashed, and, the stream crashed, and then that's when I just said, fuck this. Because it was just bad. It was bad. I mean, there's a reason I called it my disastrous launch day live stream, and this video has been unlisted for a very long time. I don't even think I've included this in my leveling speedrun playlists. It's very hard to find. Unless you have a direct URL link, it's basically a private video, and there's a reason why. By the end of this stream, I was in despair because the reality is, the all this leveling stuff, it's fun for me, but by this point in time, start a Dragonflight, this is my job, right? And the thing that I said earlier about, oh, now do you wonder why I don't ever go for world first? It's that's part of it, but it's imagine putting all of my eggs in that basket of I am going to try and get the world first, and there's so many variables, both in my control and out of my control. And why would I even try to spend so much time doing that? Because then if I fall short, I mean, effectively, when it comes to like world first leveling, it really is the case of like if you're not first, you're last. Nobody gives a shit about who got world second. People only care about who got world first. And like even then, do people really give that much of a shit? It's like you get a Wowhead article, people like are like, oh cool. You get like a decent amount of views, like probably a big surge of views for a little bit, and then boop, fall off. Like nobody cares for that long. But it was especially a bummer just because like I did so much preparation for this. And I wasn't even trying to get world first, but I just really wanted to get a really good campaign time, and I didn't even get to do that. And I've told the story later, but then obviously after everything cleared up, the campaign, like I managed to kind of force my way through it off stream. And the story that I've told a few times is my friend Milk Supply was level 66 in Azure Span, and I had just gotten done with Waking Shores and I was level 62. And he decided to take a dinner break, and I managed to clear the entirety of Honaran Plains and catch up to, I was like either just barely, I think I was like 65 or something like that when he came back from his dinner break. I was on his heels, and he told me later on that he logged in, saw I was like, I had gotten that much in the time it took him to get dinner. He was like, what the fuck? And then I basically was neck and neck with him. I managed to hit max level. You can see actually in this, I just realized in this still frame, I can barely get the game through the game. I'm like barely through here. Milk Supply has just earned the achievement Ruby Life Pools. He's already cleared the first dungeon, and I'm stuck here in hell. So yeah, it was rough. I was I was like basically completely stuck, and I managed to come back and I beat Milk Supply to level 70 by 30 seconds. Ballpark. It was like under a minute. So I was pretty happy about that. In the sense that not the fact that like I beat Milk because he's my friend, but just the fact that I basically proved to myself that I had gotten Dragonflight leveling down so well, but then it was also like an extra disappointment that all of this stuff happened. And like I said, moral of the story is here. While I sit here and yap, we'll let Hearthstone play in the background because that really that's the Dragonflight launch experience. But the moral of the story here is, in addition to always play on a dead roleplay server, is I forget what the moral of the story is. I've lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, it's boats are bad. Now, thankfully, the midnight intro is just a straight teleport. Now, the initial loading screen is always going to take forever, so I'm sure that whenever we are loading into the Sunwell, it's going to be very long. For War Within, when I'm loading into Kazilgar, it ends up being pretty long as well. You'll notice that. And I don't know why I'm like AFK in Hearthstone. Here, I'll cut to where I'm actually playing the game. Sort of playing the game. But it's it usually will take you quite a while to actually get in. And I'm sure that'll be the case for Sunwell Intro too, and I'll talk about some ways that you might need to play around that. But one of the bigger issues for Dragonflight is that everybody was basically in like the exact same bottleneck because there was no real intro scenario. Now that's like obviously not necessarily the case here, right? I think earlier I mentioned that depending on how you look at it, Dragonflight either has one intro scenario, two intro scenarios, or none. One way to look at it is because we were able to get all the way up to the boat in the pre-patch, there was no intro. It was literally just everybody's on the boat and then you jump into the main questing experience. You could also view the initial quests that lead up to basically unlocking dragon riding as an intro scenario. I don't personally. Oh. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh god. Uh, yeah, that's the Dragonflight experience right there. But I was gonna say, like, because everybody's on the boat, the real bottleneck is, you know, doing like the stuff up to Wingrest Embassy. But realistically speaking, the real bottleneck for Dragonflight was just getting into the servers, which honestly I do genuinely believe that this was a worse expansion launch than WoD. Like WoD was definitely, it was dumb that it happened like that. Like it shouldn't have been that broken. But if we're really comparing, I don't think that WoD was worse than the catastrophic Dragonflight launch, where like you literally just couldn't enter the game like that. That's just extra super duper bad. And I don't even did I might have lost this Hearthstone match. What am I doing? Poly, and then realistically speaking, I need to burn. Got stealth again. Oh, it's gonna enrage it. I might actually lose. Yeah, because that kills me next turn. Kizzy Copperclip is like a ridiculously hard first boss for this adventure, by the way. I'm getting distracted again. But like it is very possible for a lot of people if you draw poorly. I do think I just straight up lose here. Yeah. It's very possible to just get completely rolled by Kizzy if you don't draw well. Some of the starter decks simply can't beat her if she perfect draws. Like kind of besides the point. I've spent so much time playing Heroic Dollar on Heist. I haven't played this mode in like a hot minute though. Because like I went and got like every single clear with every single class. I played this mode a fucking lot. It's really fun. Highly recommend if you haven't tried Dollar on Heist. Really, really enjoy it. But yeah, fuck Dragonflight launch. They're really like honestly, there's not much to say that pertains to Sunwell Intro. This is just kind of like we're already this far. I may as well show you like the worst expansion launch that I had to live through, and basically say like, yeah, this sucked. Thankfully, Sunwell Intro won't probably have a lot of the same problems that we got with the Dragonflight launch because like there's no boat. So there's that. But yeah. Yeah, that's Dragonflight. I think that, we've seen enough. Alrighty. I took a little break in between recording this, like pausing the recording. I have a new fresh mug of coffee. So we're almost there. The War Within. So this was actually one of the best, like, cleanest expansion launches. I think overall the intro was really clean, as you'll see. But, we'll talk about Dollar on Crash Site. Obviously, I put here Dollar on Crash Site Lamal. Early access is obviously something to consider, though. So the problem with early access, right, is that if you don't pay for it, you effectively get a delayed launch. I hate early access. Early access is just pay to access the official launch, and then if you don't pay for early access, you get the delayed launch. Like that. That's just how it actually works. Obviously, they'll do whatever fucking marketing mumbo jumbo to make it not seem as bad, and so they can get away with it. I think early access is absolutely disgusting. For better or for worse, expansion launches are kind of sacred. You can see, like, I've really loved doing all of these expansion launches to the point where I'm recording. I've been talking for 4 hours, technically longer if you count like the pauses and stuff. And it's really, really, really disgusting that something that is generally regarded as one of the most fun experiences in WoW is now being paywalled. And this is just normal. And I talked about this on stream, but it's like there's not really much I can do about it. Like obviously, if you don't like it, boycott it. The problem for me is like this is literally my job, right? I am in one of the least possible like positions. I don't know the right word to describe it. Like the least advantaged positions to potentially boycott this. It's just literally not a thing I can do. I have to pay for this. It is literally my job to cover launch day leveling. So we've already talked about just Dragonflight, right? Dragonflight, like I played on launch and I still got fucked. I lost my entire launch day live stream. Like in Shadowlands, I streamed for 25 hours on launch. I streamed for quite a while on War Within launch. obviously I got to max level. I forget exactly what I did after that, but I did stream for a few hours after. I'm probably for midnight, also just a heads up, not going to do a super duper long stream. What I'm currently planning to do is obviously the leveling. I'm going to do like a bit of endgame stuff, clear out like any world quests and whatnot that I've immediately gotten access to. And then I probably will only stream for like, 6 or 8 hours, etc. Because I figure that there's probably going to be like a million fires that I need to put out for like the add-on and stuff like that. And I will likely need to like take a break to like, de-mental boom myself from dealing with probably a lot of noise and just fix whatever problems there are. I'm almost certain that will be the case. So I'm already mentally preparing. I'm not going to do a very long stream on launch. It'll be like a decent stream, like a normal stream, but not like Shadowlands. I did a 25-hour one. I was planning on doing a really long stream for Dragonflight 2, and that got completely fucked. So I was really, really sad on Dragonflight launch because of that. And it's actually kind of funny. Like I said, I haven't rewatched that at all. I forgot to a certain extent how bad it was. I'm a little bit more impressed with myself. I forgot how much I actually did manage to recover, all things considered. Uh, but it was bad. And like having to rewatch that, obviously, like I'm just like, oh my god. But in a certain way, I actually feel a lot better after rewatching that because I think to myself, like even just now thinking about War Within, which you'll watch in a second, um, it was much better. And War Within was also a really depressing launch for me because going into War Within, I talked about this a lot of times. I'm not going to like talk about it in detail here because I even just recently discussed it on stream. I was wrongly banned going into War Within. My main account got hit with a temporary permaban, and then after getting like a million robotic appeals, I eventually like they automated did okay we've reviewed it and we're going to reduce it to a 6 month, which is basically this now I know over time is just the automated thing that they do as like a way of saying fuck off. We're giving you a 6 month now, and if you continue to send appeals, we're going to close your entire Battle.net account. So basically, they said either you can accept a 6 month ban, or we are going to literally nuke your entire career. Is basically what Blizzard's automated customer support told me. So that was fun, right? I don't even have an ability to proclaim my innocence, right? So, going into War Within, I had to create a second WoW account linked to my main Battle.net account, and the months of preparation that I had spent trying to get everything I need for the expansion launch, because you know I had I had been completely fucked over for Dragonflight. I had been unable to do the run that I planned. And so I had been basically planning to make up for that in War Within launch. And all of the prep work that I did for that was gone. And now 1 month up to the expansion, I had to re-level a bunch of characters from scratch and then redo all my prep to the best of my ability. So, like, yeah, that kind of sucked. I was definitely at the time, I was just like, how is this happening again? How am I actually getting screwed again on launch? Um, and I actually, it's funny how the footage you're going to watch, I actually never streamed it to my main YouTube channel, which I actually can't remember why I did that. It's strange, where I'm like, it definitely wasn't a logical reason. I should have been streaming it to my main channel. I think I was like at the time just like so upset and like depressed and stuff, and I wanted like I didn't want to even like advertise on my main channel like this run because I was like, it's gonna be shit. Like it's the backup recovery launch day thing. So I streamed it to my archive channel and like on Twitch. I always multi-streamed it. But it was just a really like depressing experience for me going into it. But overall, I think as you'll see, I did a pretty good job. I'm actually quite happy with how War Within launch went, both in terms of like the expansion launch was pretty smooth, and I actually felt like I did really well. Everything that I just said going in, I'm still to this day very happy with how I performed, and it's like on one hand, I'm also very nervous for this upcoming launch because this is going to be the first real expansion launch that I've done up like since Shadowlands, where I actually have everything going for me. I have the potential to get a really good time. I'm like still again not going for world first, but I have the potential to get a really, 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 really good campaign time. Like I did really well in Shadowlands, really well. I don't remember exactly what my ranking was, but it was pretty good. And that was accounting for the fact that I did the entire campaign, which a lot of people didn't do, and I forced myself to do that. I planned my route around that, so I have the potential to basically recover here and get the first real expansion launch that I've had in a while. But that also adds a lot of like anxiety, like going into War Within. You know, if I didn't do well, I wouldn't have even been that upset because it was already ruined for me the moment I got wrongly banned on my main account. So like anything that I got, I was happy with, which was nice. And like kind of thinking about that now, like I'm very nervous going into midnight, but at the same time, like, does it matter? Does it even matter if I get like a really, really good run going into midnight? Like, not really. My main goal going in is I want to just put out really good guides for all of you guys watching, and I want to make a super awesome add-on, which is like literally the moment I finish recording this entire video, that's the one thing I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure I have that ready. I wanted to make sure, because this is such a, like, this is literally the only thing that like anybody in my Discord is talking about, the Sunwell intro. We haven't even like another thing I still need to finish researching before I actually make the final route for the add-on and the guide is like optimal side quests, and like nobody's even talking about optimal side quests just because it's like everybody's just so fixated on the Sunwell intro. So I think I'm gonna message a few people I know who have done testing and like get their opinions on stuff like that just to expedite the testing process. But anyways, we're still talking about the War Within. We still have this left to go before we talk about the midnight intro. So let's at this point now cut to the actual intro itself. All right. Okay, so there are a few things to note here that are particularly important for the launch of the War Within, and it will be relevant for midnight. First, everybody's waiting around for this quest to appear. The moment the quest appears, you need to start ASAP. Now, the way that the midnight or the War Within intro worked was a little bit interesting because we started off, I actually fucked this up and I accidentally stepped in the teleporter too quickly and the game started lagging. It didn't affect me that badly, but you start off in Dalaran, which means there's no loading screen. So getting ahead on the quest is really important. But I want you to look at this thing here, adjusting defensive, the ward strengthened. Notice how I get credit 1 out of 4. Now, I almost never level in a group. I almost always like to level solo. It's just what I prefer. The problem that I noticed here, though, is there's a few quests that you need to do right out of the gate. You need to check on the expedition. You need to help citizens of Dalaran. And those quests are not shared. But notice how I just got credit. 2 out of 4, 4 out of 4. I got credit for strengthening all of the wards. It occurred to me that strengthening the wards is shared across your group members. And they are like on all different corners of Dalaran. So the only way that you can complete this quest as quickly as possible is by being in a group and having one person go to each corner of the city to get all of the wards in one sitting. And basically you springboard one person through the intro, which of course was going to be me. I asked all of my guildies, like, hey, I figured out the strat. Like, I know you guys aren't planning on speed leveling, but since you're going to be around at launch, can you help me get like a small advantage? And they were nice enough to help me out. But that is the only reason why I even did this as a group. Like, technically, we remained in a group until I entered Kazalgar, and I think they got some credit from the Nerubians that I was killing here. One of them will load in, like, shortly, I believe. But you don't share credit on the citizens saved here. Actually, yeah, no, it took them long enough to finish the remaining quests that, yeah, only one of them just got here now after I've already killed all my Nerubians. But technically, I think as I kill these, they're getting some credit there that is shared. So I technically sped them up a little bit by remaining in the group. But you'll notice that throughout this entire scenario, I am completely alone. Now, by this point in time, I have learned my lesson. I am playing on a dead roleplay server. So, yes, we have a reduced player load, but you could see the amount of people that were in the start, where, like, we were all gathered up around the entrance of, like the center of Dalaran, right? There were still a lot of people here. And I beat all of them throughout this entire questline. This was... I got a ridiculously clean Dalaran intro. And so I get here. This is another thing. Watch out for this. So I start this. I set my Transcendence. And now look what I do. Shadow Flame Rockets. Very important. This is going to be key for a lot of the Midnight campaign. This is basically the only place where I actually used it. in the like entire War Within questing process. I barely used this item, but I figured that it might save time there. And so I prepped it like literally last second, just in case it saved time there. I did not test it whatsoever, and it worked. And I didn't really think the item would be that good, which is why I didn't really bother testing it for the most part. But then after seeing how insanely good it was there, I was kind of like, man, I should have practiced more strategies with this. The problem is, of course, I didn't really have time to thoroughly do a ridiculous amount of War Within practice because of everything that had happened. So, yeah, there may have been areas where I could have saved time there. By the way, you can see here, really long loading screen. At this point in time, I'm getting PTSD. I'm like, oh my god, not again. I hope I don't get stuck in a perpetual loading screen. It was scary. Thankfully, obviously, it ended well. I didn't get stuck. I eventually loaded into Isle of Dorn, and I'm completely alone. Nobody else is here. Now, this intro in particular, a lot of people watching this may have PTSD now because the Dalaran crash site area was a nightmare. It was, if you got stuck under that pile of rocks and people came here in war mode at like max level, they could gank you while you were stuck, and there was nothing you could do about it. So this was especially problematic of a bottleneck post early access. Anybody trying to level in war mode after early access was getting completely fucked. This was like a recurring issue. So that was really unfortunate. Now, obviously, if you're trying to speed level, you were not doing it like outside of early access. You had to get early access. It's just like kind of impossible to really account for that. And for the most part, you can see there, by the way, there's even people on war mode, Horde, who like just now got there. I'm already like a few seconds ahead. But that's the thing about war mode, right? Like, there's no chance that they're going to try and gank me unless we're competing over the same mob. But also, look at the quests I'm doing. We're interacting with a bunch of different objects. Everything is basically completely isolated from me. Like, everything is shared. Now, the only named mob is this guy over here, but I managed to get here before anybody else could even compete with me. I'm not sure if this was a shared tag between Alliance and Horde, but either way, before it was even relevant, I'm already out of there. And now I'm moving on to Khazlogar. And at this point, I'm well past any of the bottlenecks. It's, like, we're cruising at this point. The main reason, obviously, like, I didn't get the fastest possible time is just because, like, there's, like, a lot of extra prep that I could have done that I didn't bother with. And so, like, I only did part of the professions and stuff. I'm actually planning on trying to do even more professions this time around. I'm probably going to do, like, in my own personal launch day run, very little excess experience. I'm going to try to do almost everything with professions and with, what's it called? With, like, crafting. Yeah, crafting and pre-quests. I'm going to try to do as much as I possibly can. And, like, I might do one delve as, like, a backup or something like that. But I'm going to keep side quests to a minimum. And then basically all I need to do is I'm going to do the campaign. I'm going to do, like, the last little bits of extra things that I need to get experience. And I think I can get a relatively good time doing that. As for exactly what it is, I mean, that's TBD. But overall, I mean, as you can see, I think I got a fairly solid time here. Now, a lot of my questing runs have been done with Windwalker. I generally speaking play a DPS. Generally, DPS, well, as the name implies, does more damage. You can get, like, I bursted that mob ridiculously fast, and this is actually the first expansion in a very long time that I'm leveling as a tank. I leveled Windwalker in Dragonflight, I think. I leveled Windwalker, obviously, here in War Within, and I leveled Havoc in Shadowlands. And I'm taking a gamble now, and I'm playing Guardian Druid for Midnight Launch. Now, Guardian Druid, mind you, very strong. It does a lot of damage, and obviously it has a lot going for it. It can survive a lot of really crazy stuff. So there are definitely advantages to Guardian Druid, but one thing that I definitely notice is that my time to kill on single mobs is lower. And even just my time to kill on, like, large AoE pulls will average out a little bit, but it's still slower than a DPS. So definitely, I think out of Druid, like, Guardian Druid is probably still the fastest option for me, since that's what I want to level anyway. I did think about it, and I think realistically speaking, if I wanted to get the fastest possible time, playing a monk for Windwalker probably still would be ideal, because I think playing a DPS still would be better. Maybe you could make an argument that like Havoc would be better, but also for me personally, my Demon Hunter is not geared, so I would not have a faster time. But out of the characters that I have geared, like probably Monk would still be my best option. But I just don't really want to play my Monk as my first character, so I'm picking Guardian. Is that the best option? No, but I do think it's a solid option, and I do think that if I like really optimize the route, which obviously I still have 2 weeks to do, kind of, then I think I can get it to a point where I'm really happy with it by the launch of Midnight. All that to say, right, we've been letting War Within play here. Obviously, Delves are an interesting thing here. Delves were really buggy in the launch tests for the War Within, which I'll reiterate again, we still have not had a Midnight launch test. So Delves literally did not work when they did the War Within launch test. Imagine what's going to happen if they don't do a Midnight launch test. We're barreling for a Dragonflight release. So it can be bad when Blizzard doesn't do any testing and they push random like dogshit changes, which they did Dragonflight launch tests, but clearly whatever stuff they had enabled for the Dragonflight launch was not enabled for their launch tests. Otherwise, they ideally would have seen that problem. So I don't know. But they really need to get their shit together, and I have no idea what they're going to do. But all that to say, I think that the War Within launch was pretty smooth. I think that the way the Dalaran intro worked, of like, technically it wasn't instant, but it was like all the quests took place in a sanctuary, and they were all like roleplay quests, and optimizing that still required a bit of time and a bit of like effort. It's kind of, and I mentioned this before, you're going to see this in the Midnight intro, the Sunwell intro. There's going to be some quests where optimizing it is not necessarily the easiest thing ever. You can, but it's going to require you to do some funky stuff. And I mean, if you follow this video, you might be able to get an edge, but all the other players, yeah, they're going to lose time. They're going to get a little bit stuck. And I don't know. I don't really have much else to say. I feel like at this point, obviously, we're doing a history lesson, but you've already seen so much, really, that I already had to talk about. And at this stage, you know, we've kind of, I think we've laid all the necessary groundwork, the historical background that you really need to understand if you like want to understand Midnight leveling. The only things that I will touch upon, I guess, that is War Within specific that will carry forward is for, you'll notice all of the pre-quests that I have here, just to quickly touch upon that again. Basically, all of them I do at the end. You're not going to want to do any of them until you get past the primary bottlenecks. And crafting experience, which is definitely relevant for Midnight as well, crafting I'm going to do at the very end. In fact, actually, I mean, I can show that in the run. I can skip ahead. So it's literally, yeah, I can do the very last thing that I did. I went over, and when did I decide to do crafting? It was right around here. It looks like I ran out of vigor, and so I had to use a Red X control gem as like a last-ditch effort. But yeah, I basically decided at this point I have half a level to go. I had exhausted basically all of the really good quests. For whatever reason, I guess I thought that was an intro quest for crafting. I didn't really do a lot of testing for it. Obviously, this was not at all mandatory for crafting. But yeah, the actual start for crafting was over in... I think, if I remember correctly, what was happening right now is I had not really tested crafting at all because I did not plan to do it. And then somebody in my chat, it might have been Chori, was basically like typing and like giving me like step-by-step instructions of like, this is where the crafting stuff is, you should test it. And I'm like, fuck it, why not, you know? I'll check it out, that kind of thing. So I grabbed the stuff that I needed, and then I went over, and then I think I ended up picking up enchanting and like disenchanting a bunch of the random greens. And I just did whatever I could to get like first craft bonuses. And this you would still want to do at the very end. Now, obviously, we didn't really understand at this point in time the implications of... Yeah, I think I fucked this. You're not supposed to do the Weaver Cloth, or maybe you are. But I didn't really understand the implications of, like, the Dream Surge and, like, the enchanting. Obviously, in hindsight, doing enchanting and going to a Dream Surge zone, if you've watched any of my videos about War Within leveling, you know that that is, like, the strat. And maybe if I had, like, done some testing ahead of time. But the thing that you need to keep in mind is I had not really been optimizing launch day leveling much. I did not have really, like, that much time going into War Within. So I was focused purely on, like, the campaign routes. The stuff that I can, like, explain to people for, like, the average player. And I was not focused on stuff that only mattered for launch day leveling. And in my mind, because of the way that it worked back in Dragonflight, where in Dragonflight there were, like, a metric ton of first crafts that you can get, and realistically speaking, the only way to actually benefit from this as, somebody on launch day is to either spend an insane amount of gold on the auction house to buy all of these materials, or to have a bunch of people funnel you mats. And in hindsight, it would have theoretically been possible for me to get, like, full value out of all of the first craft bonuses if I had just done this. And I just got in, like, the tailoring stuff, and, well, obviously in the enchanting stuff. But I just considered it completely out of reach for me. And, like, I saw this, like, adorning ribbon, like, how the fuck am I supposed to get that? So, is that a vendor item? I think it is, yeah. So, okay, I got that. All right, I gotta craft this or whatever. What's the first craft? And then eventually, I'm pretty sure I run out, and then I go and do enchanting and stuff like that. And because I didn't test this at all, I don't even think it was until a little while into the War Within, like about like a few weeks in, where somebody even realized that the Dream Surge zone still applied. And that's when somebody let me know, and then that's when I started integrating it into my actual runs. It still applies, by the way, in Midnight, which is why, like I said, it's relevant. It's one thing that's going to be really finicky is, in order to get the maximum benefits for Midnight, like, crafting, ideally, you would want to have... Oh yeah, I don't have an enchanting rod. I'm like totally fucking lost. Oh boy. But yeah, so in order to get the maximum benefit, you'd ideally want to have Dream Surge learnings, and we have no control over whether or not that appears. But ideally, you would want to get your crafting with that bonus, and you would want to do it after finishing the entire campaign. But what you should be doing is you should be monitoring the progression of the Dream Surge buff. So what I'm probably going to do is, when I'm very close to finishing the campaign, I'm going to just have a character parked in the Dream Surge zone, watching it like a hawk. And I'm going to check to see what buff is active. And if I see that Dream Surge Learnings is active, and I'm, like, very early on in the questing process, so basically until the point where I finish the Arator quest line. I'll talk more about that, like, in a little bit, as to why. But for now, all you need to know is, until the point where I finish the Arator quest line, I do not plan on doing crafting, even if Dream Surge Learnings is active. Because another thing is, if Dream Surge Learnings is active, then it'll still be multiple hours until I hit max level, so it could come back up again. Now, I could get really unlucky, but if I get to the point where I'm in the last, like, third of the leveling process, even if I am level, like, 86 or something like that, if I see Dream Surge Learnings coming up, then I'm going to watch for it, and then when we're in the last, like, 10 minutes or so of the buff, I'm going to go there and I'm going to take advantage of it. Because even if theoretically it might be better to wait until the very end of the leveling process to, like, maximize your benefits from, like, the scaling, like, the relative experience of profession crafting, you are getting... it's either 50... I think it is still 50% more experience. I don't know if it's 50 or 30. The tooltip says 30, but I think it's the buff still actually is 50. I don't remember, though, exactly. Either way, it's a lot. Even if it is 30, that's still a pretty sizable bonus. And you will still want to take advantage of that, and that will outweigh any potential loss. And there we go, level 80. So that I ended with crafting, And I didn't even get through all my first crafts. I didn't take advantage of the Dream Surge bonus. I don't even know. Did I? Let me look at this point. I did the vast majority, you can see, of my pre-quests. At some point, when did I turn in the pre-quest? It must have been right after I finished. Yeah, you can see here. So this is actually kind of relevant information because I did do a decent pre-quest route. So let's watch this. And this will give some information. So yeah, I've just turned in the final part of the campaign. I've now unlocked adventure mode. The stone vault. Stone. So that reminds me, I had a friend sponsored who was like convinced, he knew that spamming the stone vault was going to be the fastest way to reach max level. And he was like, I mean, he, credit where it's due, he did very little general practice on leveling, but he actually did come somewhat close to me, like at least within an hour, just by spamming the stone vault. Now, the problem is for him, obviously, he didn't do the campaign, he just spammed the stone vault, so I beat him, and I finished the campaign. But I just saw the stone vault. Oh, that brings back good memories. Oh, the good old stone vault spamming. And why am I doing party sync? What was that for again? Some, like, I had some crazy shit. Oh, yeah, because party sync caused some of them to scale better. Yeah, you'll notice, by the way, I'm turning in all of these quests. A lot of that stuff. So, yeah, I have to go to Pandaria for all these things. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing now, I don't even think I should have scaled. Like, I think that stuff scales with level regardless, so I don't know why I enabled party sync. That's just objectively incorrect. Like, I should not have done that. But like, ideally, all of those, like, universal turn-in quests that I just handed in here, you'd also want to do them in a Dream Surge Zone. You do benefit. Not just from the flat 25% bonus, but also from the other thing. Again, at this point in time, I had no idea that was a thing. I didn't do cooking fishing daily? Really? Wow. Oh, I did do the cooking daily. Why did I not do the fishing daily? That's strange. Oh, yeah, I prepped... I had the quest to unlock Mechanome, I think. But it, like, didn't work or something like that. I'm trying to remember why. Because, yeah, I wanted to turn in... I forgot the fishing daily. I don't know why I messed up the fishing daily. I must have just fucked that up, because clearly I flew over there, and, like, it seems like I had thought I had gotten the fishing daily, and I must have just completely fucked it up and forgotten to do it. I'm not gonna, like, play the audio. But then you can see there are multiple ways to do this loop. So this is another thing for pet battle quests. So obviously, when it comes to pet battle pre-quests, the 5 universal quests are really good. You want to do those. I still don't know why I am in party sync. I genuinely have no idea why I thought this was a good idea. I don't think this was correct. And I don't think that was the play. I was cooking some crazy shit. But there are... Why did I... Yeah, and I fucked it up too, because I think I know what happened. I think by doing party sync, I accidentally fucked some quests. I genuinely have no idea why I enabled party sync. I feel like that's just objectively incorrect. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this, and, like, I'm sure in the moment I was talking about, like, my logic behind it. I forgot, like, some of the Pandaren spirits. Now, okay, so for pre-quests, like I said, the 5 universal ones you turn in the Dream Surge Zone. That is just always the correct way to do it. Now, a lot of people will argue that it's worth doing basically a full, like, world tour of turn-ins for pet battle quests. I don't necessarily know if I agree with that logic. Now, I think that the Pandarian ones are good purely because of what you just saw there, the Beasts of Fable. So, because there are 3 quests all in one spot that give really good experience, and you could chart a relatively clean course that goes through, like, the Pandaren spirits. Like, so you can see what I'm doing here, basically. You get the Thundering Pandaren Spirit, you get the Beast of Fable, and then you basically just take a straight shot out here. I'm hitting this pet trainer, complete. I go out, I'm going to hit another pet trainer. And you can, there is the ability to theoretically summon yourself to, what's it called? I'm blanking on the name. You can summon yourself to, or not summon, teleport yourself to this is another one of the, I think, Fire Pandaren Spirit right here. So it just forms a really clean route. And this is why I think this is really good. Technically, I've heard arguments for you can string together like a decent route of like pet tamers in other areas of the world, but I don't think it is ever nearly as efficient as what you're seeing here. Also, you can see Dagger the Fierce. Because it's Horde, it's actually bugging out because I'm in Party Sync. Yeah, so Party Sync is just wrong here. I don't know what I was cooking, genuinely. That was crazy shit. And then now I'm going to use my Time Lost Artifact, which doesn't work because I'm in Party Sync, because I genuinely don't know what I thought was being accomplished by Party Sync. It's just insane. Why did I do that? But now I teleport to the Timeless Isle, and now this is good if you have the Time Lost Artifact, because then you can just turn these two in, Celestial Tournament and Little Tommy Newcomer. And these still give full experience, by the way, even if you're not party synced. I don't know why I'm party synced. Again, I'm just being an idiot here. I must have just thought that they didn't scale or something like that. But yeah, like a lot of my other prequests just weren't working correctly. So, or maybe it's because I thought that they would work with party sync, and then it turns out they just didn't work at all. I don't know. Yeah, it like some weird buggy stuff happened with that, and basically moral of the story, do not party sync. I don't know what I was thinking here, but I still got a lot of really good prequests out of that, and this is where I basically did some Isle of Dorn stuff, and then I went and did the crafting after the fact. But yeah, that was War Within. Hopefully that's like a little bit of a bonus of like how to do your prequests. That's kind of outside the scope of like the Sunwell intro, but like I said, we're already so far outside of the scope of the Sunwell intro. This is almost 5 hours, and then there's like the 1 hour intermission for movement speed things. We haven't even talked about the actual Sunwell intro yet. This video is going to be 8 hours long. Holy fucking shit, this is going to take forever to encode. I hope you enjoy watching this. I hope you enjoy the history lesson and all of the, like, hopefully this has given you some interesting info about like just generally how to optimize launch day stuff. I don't fucking know. Anyways, let me pause the recording. All right, so I go to our next slide. We're finally talking about Midnight. Again, hope you enjoyed the history lesson, and if you didn't enjoy it, tough shit. So here's what I'm gonna do. I can literally feel my mouth aching. I've been talking nonstop for so long. So I'm going to record the initial like overall Midnight stuff right now, and then I'm going to stop the recording and like probably take a nap. And then we're going to talk about the actual Sunwell intro after the fact. So Midnight leveling stuff, good. Before I talk about the Sunwell intro, I just want to point out like general Midnight leveling things. I've already kind of touched upon some of these as we've gone through it, but I figure it's good to summarize it all here. So we've talked extensively about like all the different campaigns and stuff, and how in Legion and in BfA you get to pick the different zones. So I really like that. I even said it's a great return to form. After you get through Eversong Woods, you get to choose which zones you go into. This is kind of nice because it means that even if you get a head start, even if you get ahead of the pack, there will reach a certain point where you will have to compete with other people. And I think that's healthy. I think knowing how to navigate an extremely overcrowded leveling area is a skill. There's a reason why, despite having like all of my perfect plans laid out in Dragonflight launch, when everything went to shit and I was literally hours behind everybody else, I managed to, following my route, dealing with extreme overcrowding and ridiculous lag, I still just optimized the path so well that I actually overtook people who had an hour's head start on me, while directly competing with other players on every single quest. So even if you get ahead of the pack, there is still an important skill of knowing how to optimize every single quest you get into, even when there's other people on there. So something to keep in mind. I like that. I think it's better when that's how leveling works. It's why I really liked the BfA and the Legion approach. And we have that to a smaller extent in Midnight. I actually think that that's kind of like the best of both worlds. I like that we get like, if you get ahead of the pack, there is actually a distinct advantage, but no matter what, you will need to at some point deal with crowds of people. Best of both worlds, in my opinion. So delves are still really good. I'm gonna put in the neutral section. I know that like there is mandatory delves in the campaign, but just the fact that you can still do the delves while leveling, and in War Within, you'll notice that I didn't do any delves on launch day, and that's because it wasn't until like 4 days or so after launch that normal dungeons got nerfed and delves got massively buffed. Delves were terrible for leveling on War Within launch. That is not the case now. Delves have been extremely good for leveling throughout the entirety of War Within, pretty much. And delves right now in Midnight are still extremely good for leveling. Realistically speaking, side quests are just not going to be that important for Midnight leveling. Because it's like, yeah, you could do some side quests. And if there are side quests, and I do know of a few that I've heard people mention, that are like directly along the campaign, you will probably do them just because they're like right there and it's basically free XP. And we've always kind of done those side quests while leveling in the campaign, but like I mean, in basically every single expansion, there has been some little hub that you take a small detour to in order to complete. Shadowlands had a bunch of them, Dragonflight had a bunch of them, and War Within, basically all of them were Isle of Dorn. And because you got adventure mode at the end, pretty much what I did is I just unlocked adventure mode. And admittedly, when I was doing testing, it seemed as if adventure mode was a separate phase. It turns out it wasn't, so I did need to compete with other people. But my theory on launch day was beeline the campaign, and then after you unlock adventure mode, go do the Isle of Dorn side quests. And admittedly, they were still very good side quest hubs. They were very efficient. But delves were not even on my radar because they weren't good. But nowadays, a side quest hub needs to be extremely efficient to compete with a delve. A delve is like, because the delve is almost entirely the delver's call XP. You still get pretty solid XP from mob kills and delve completion. It's not like a lot, but it's okay. But then the delver's call quest scales off war mode, and it's currently worth like 90k XP, whereas like a regular quest is at higher levels, a regular quest is around like 15k XP. And most delves take like, I don't know, 2 to 5 minutes to complete, ballpark. More like I would say 3 to 6 minutes is probably a safer estimate on launch day, especially you don't know exactly what variants you're going to get. So 3 to 6 minutes, and you like, even if it's like some of the delves that are turned in major cities, which don't benefit from war mode, are still worth like 70k XP. And the XP from the delve itself, plus the 70k chunk or 90k chunk if it's turned in out in the open world, is a lot. That is a lot. And like Sunkiller Sanctum, for instance, is a delve in Voidstorm, where you'll already be very close to it at the very end of the campaign. It's just like very, very, very good. And you can turn it in at the in an outdoor area and benefit from war mode, and that's like 90k. Like Sunkiller Sanctum is just infinitely more efficient than pretty much any side quest hub. I don't know of a single general hub in Midnight. I don't even know how a hub in Midnight could beat that. It would need to just be a bunch of like insta-complete quests that would add up to like 120k XP in the span of like 5 minutes. Like no quest hub is that efficient. Even the most efficient quest hubs in War Within weren't that efficient. Like the best parts of Isle of Dorn, Rambleshire was maybe close at parts. Rambleshire had a bunch of very, very efficient quests in like a condensed area that were very good. And even that, I don't know if it would beat current delves. Like there's a reason why, as War Within went on, I phased like the vast majority of side quests out of my route, and I basically only did crafting and a few delves. And I think I did Rambleshire because like Rambleshire was better than the worst delves. And depending on the variant, like there's a Parhelion Plaza variant that would probably be slower than like some good side quest hubs. But there's a lot of delves. There's, how many are there? 2, 4, 6. 10. There's 10 delves in total. You do 2 of them during the campaign, so you have 8 delves to choose from. Across 8 delves, is one of them going to be really good? Yeah, pretty much, almost certainly. So, basically, and I tested this, by the way. That's why, at the end of my leveling run, the other day, after I finished the campaign, I did only delves. Now, I had a bunch of delves left over, so I didn't do Twilight Crypts. I didn't do Grudge Pit, which Grudge Pit's a very good delve. Twilight Crypts is also pretty good, and I did Parhelion Plaza, I think, just to demonstrate. So I did do the vast majority of delves, but I still was missing out on like 2 of the best ones, and I only like my prequests only got me like basically an entire level. So theoretically, I could have just done delves and got in like almost the entire remaining source of XP, and that was with 0 side quests. And there's probably going to be at least a handful of side quests that we do include in the leveling run. So in theory, with the proper side quests routed in, you could do just every delve and that would be enough. Realistically speaking, if you're trying to optimize leveling, you would include crafting, in which case you can just only focus on the fastest delves plus crafting, and then that's enough. And then you don't really need to go out of your way to do any like excess side quest hubs that aren't guaranteed routed into the campaign. So delves are good. All that to say, that was a very long tangent, but like I do want to make it clear, delves are going to be like basically one of the best alt leveling methods once we eventually, get adventure mode and then you get the max bonus. Delves are very, very, very good, and they're very nice to supplement the campaign. And this is another big one. So overall, I think like War Within like travel between zones wasn't the worst thing ever. Obviously, like Dragonflight was all interconnected, so travel wasn't that bad. But like Azure Span is a really big zone, etc. But getting to Harrandar is a really convenient zone to navigate because there's a portal in Silvermoon that takes you basically dead center of the zone, and it's very easy to reach basically any part of Harrandar that is relevant. And kind of the same thing for Voidstorm. Voidstorm is not like literally dead center, the raid is dead center, but it's just off to the side. And anything that you need to realistically access in Voidstorm, you can get there very quickly through Silvermoon. So you can like finish the campaign, then teleport back to Voidstorm, and then do Sunkiller Sanctum if you want, which I'll have to test if like the XP scaling makes that worth it. But either way, it's pretty good. And Silvermoon is also fairly centralized, right? Getting like the hardest places to reach are like the southern ends of Eversong Woods or Zulaman, definitely the southern end of Zulaman. But like it's basically close enough to a lot of stuff in Eversong that it doesn't feel excessive to travel there. Obviously, Isle of Quel'Danas is relevant a lot, and that's up to the north, so that makes Silvermoon like relatively centralized. So overall, travel time pretty good. There's obviously still a lot of ways to optimize travel time. Like there's some good Falling Flame spots that we've talked about, but I would say compared to War Within, where basically getting to Hollowfall was kind of a pain a lot of the time, that shouldn't be as annoying in Midnight. So that's good. But, not that big of a deal. And this is another big thing. There are the main quest that comes to mind here. There are a handful of quests in Hollowfall that were really annoying. So I think of like the one where you have to get on like the little boat with Farron and like shoot down some stuff. Then there's the other one where you're on the airship and you have to like kill all of the Nerubians, and like that quest was super fucked. There's also like a lot of really, 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 really annoying roleplay segments in Azkahet that I didn't like. So War Within campaign had a decent amount of parts that I was not a huge fan of. Compared to that, Midnight's not that bad. Now, that's not to say that it doesn't have any roleplay. There definitely still are some roleplay segments, but it doesn't feel quite as excessive. A lot of stuff feels like it is skippable. There are, like, the vehicle quests that I remember are, like, pretty straightforward. Like, I know there's one towards the start of Zulaman where you just, like, fire a bunch of bolts and then, like, press a button. And it's like, yes, it's technically unskippable roleplay, but it's not an annoying quest to optimize like the airship one. I'm trying to think of, like, other stuff. There's really not that many that feel that bad. there's some like, sit here and wait for this person to talk, but they've been really good at making it so a lot of the excessive dialogue you can like skip conversation and bypass. So yeah, there really isn't that much that I dislike. I would say overall, the Midnight campaign it's probably my favorite out of this, like compared to this, War Within, and Dragonflight and Shadowlands. In terms of like the overall thing, like Shadowlands obviously was terrible. I've said War Within overall, like there were parts of War Within I like. I think Isle of Dorn I kind of like, but they're like actually I just even thought the more I think about War Within, like War Within had that end part of Isle of Dorn where you have to do like the traps thing. You're like flying on the Griffin. That quest was super annoying. There's oh yeah, there's the quest at the end of Ringing Deeps where you control the mech suit and you have to like shoot down. There's so many annoying vehicle quests in the War Within, and there's oh yeah, like the indoor kobold section. Lots of War Within like really annoying RP things. I really, unless I'm just like getting amnesia from just a few days ago, like there really isn't that much that's that bad in Midnight. Now that's not to say that I love the campaign. Oh my god, but it's like a pretty normal campaign, like a pretty standard like efficient quest up, which, if anything, means that the Midnight campaign has the potential to be like okay for leveling. It's probably still not going to outclass Delves, definitely not going to outclass Delves, but I could definitely see a world in which like the Eversong campaign plus a few side quest hubs is actually not a bad way to level. Like you do that to supplement Delves and crafting, and that is like the way that you get experience. Whereas like barely any of the Midnight or barely any of the War Within campaign was relevant at all for alt leveling because it was just kind of shit for the most part. So that's good. That's a plus. Oh yeah, also there's an intro skip, right? So some people have been wondering, is there an intro skip? It looks like you need to complete the entire campaign to get the intro skip. You can't just like get through the Sunwell and then do the skip. But there's like an NPC in Silvermoon that does it, but I've also now realized that on my character, it's showing up on Liadrin. So when I talk to Liadrin on a character that has already, or on an account that has already fully done it, you can just skip it directly on Liadrin, which makes sense. That is kind of how it worked for the War Within. So Midnight leveling stuff neutral. Profession XP still a thing. Now, my thoughts on Profession XP are mixed. Personally, I think that I wish it wasn't a thing. So also, this is I forgot to update this PowerPoint. Like I wrote this all like yesterday, and then I'm recording it now. I said War Within Professions also work past 80. This has been hotfixed since I originally wrote this slide. War Within Professions no longer work. I made a forum post about that. It got fixed. Big W. So that's good at least. As for Midnight Professions, a lot of people have expressed to me that they hate that it's a thing and they don't want to bother doing it. And I understand that, for the record. But as you can see from my like War Within stuff, you can definitely include Profession XP on launch day by using those one-time bags. That's a thing in Midnight too. So what I've seen a lot of people recommending is learning tailoring. So like personally, I'm engineering, which I think generally speaking, you'll want to pick engineering while leveling. It really helps. And I'm going to play engineering. I'm going to pick tailoring up probably very early on just so I can start gathering cloth. And that way I can make like a handful of tailoring items when I go to do crafting stuff. And then I'm going to learn enchanting. You can't get like the full first 30 crafts from enchanting, which is kind of the reasoning why like you don't want to like you could technically, if you really wanted to, you could go into the Dream Surge zone, you can get some crafts, and then you could head back to Silvermoon. Whether or not that's worth it, I don't know. It really depends on how much XP you need. If you're already very close, it might just be worth it to just send the crafts now and then get enchanting and then go into the Dream Surge zone and just do it there. It's especially problematic if you're like me and you are dedicating one slot to NG. I don't know exactly, but regardless, I'm blanking on what I was going to say. I don't like that Profession XP is a thing, but I think it is, all things considered, not that intrusive. It's like, whatever. was really annoyed when it first got introduced in Dragonflight, and I was very much against it. And they've toned it down a lot since then, and now it's been here for 3 expansions, and it's just kind of a thing that you have to deal with. I've like, how should I put it? Profession XP has grown on me a little bit because later in the expansion for alt leveling, it's actually really nice. So that is like a big selling point. I still think that the way that it impacts launch is kind of a bummer, because even though now we have these like one-time material bags that makes it a lot easier to do launch day profession crafting, what I'm probably still going to have to do is like pay some of my guildies to like guarantee give me their materials. And I don't know. I don't love the idea of doing that, but I probably will, just so that like, yeah, just get this free XP. Don't have to worry about it. But if you dislike that, completely understand. And that's probably maybe bad news for you. This is also wrong. I forgot. 2 delves are mandatory for the campaign. So this is, and it's funny because I remember I put this in neutral because I knew that the second delve was not a good variant, and then I just somehow forgot in the time it took me to like put this on the neutral slide. Whatever. So a slight update to this. There are 2 delves that are mandatory. They're both A variants. While you're leveling up, all of the delves are A variants. Now, I have been told, I need to confirm this, but I have been told that after you unlock adventure mode, you get whatever the currently active delve cycle is, which could also be A variants, but if the current delve cycle is B variants, then the moment you unlock adventure mode, all of your delves will immediately switch to B variants. But all of them are locked to A variants while leveling. If you have no idea what delve variants are, then I won't like bother right now. That's like, watch my delve tier list if you want to understand a little bit more. But you need to do the Shadow Enclave midway through Eversong, and you need to do the Gulf of Memory some point in the Harrandar questline. Now, the Shadow Enclave variant is very good. So I actually think it's the best variant. So that one's pretty nice. I think you would just want to do that for leveling regardless. So the fact that it's in the campaign is not bad. It's actually, in general, one of the better delves, period. Shadow Enclave across the board is not amazing, but that variant specifically makes it one of like the better delves. So unlike Earthcrawl Mines, which was mandatory in War Within, which was like, okay, a lot of times you did it just if all the other variants sucked, there is a genuine case to be made for like doing the Eversong campaign up until that point just to get access to that variant, if there's nothing else that's like that much more efficient. But if you already need to get some XP sources somewhere, and Eversong ends up being a pretty good zone for like alt leveling, just doing the campaign plus efficient side quests, you might actually do it all the way up until that questline, or until that point in the questline, just to guarantee traders do, which is the A variant for Shadow Enclave. Now, the other one, Gulf of Memory, that one's a bit of a bummer because Gulf of Memory is really fast on every variant except the mandatory one. I really like both of the other variants. There's specifically a variant called Almoth Munchies for Gulf of Memory that I think is really, really good. And that is not the one that we get as part of the campaign. We get, I think it's called Descent of the Heroneer. And it's basically a mishmash of old War Within delve mechanics. And it's not the worst thing ever. I've seen a lot of people dumping on it. It's definitely like bottom third of delves, but it's towards the upper end of that bottom third. It's eh. And I think you can still optimize it a little bit. The problem is there's just not really a lot of crazy stuff that you can do. You kind of got to kill a lot of mobs and click a lot of stuff. There's no secret strategy to it. It's just a lot of objective stuff. So that's a bit of a bummer. Not really a whole lot you can do about that. It's just a mandatory part of the campaign. But I know some people aren't the biggest fan of forced delves like that, but it's not that bad, which is why I put it in neutral. So I mentioned earlier, right, that you get to choose which zones you go to after you finish Eversong. But Eversong is still forced. It is Sunwell Intro into like a bit of touring Silvermoon into forced Eversong. And then you get to choose which order you do Arator, Zulaman, and Harrandar. And then after that, Voidstorm is forced as the final zone. Now, personally, I don't mind this. Like I said, I actually think that this is like the best of both worlds in terms of general expansion layouts. The problem is that obviously, if you fall behind in the Sunwell Intro, then you stay behind throughout the entirety of Eversong. I have also heard speculation that there might be some nasty bottlenecks throughout Eversong because Blizzard has not done launch testing. So people were basically like, yeah, when I was testing this during high volume of players, I was running into issues with mob spawns, and unless Blizzard does launch testing, this might still be an issue when launch day happens. So that could be a problem, but outside of that context, I personally think that's a positive, or at least, neutral. It's just a thing. But yeah, that's something to keep in mind. Erator's Journey has you visit a lot of older zones. There are some positives with this, namely some pre-quests will scale. I'll leave you to watch my speedruns to figure that out. But there's a lot of travel time. So, like, traveling from the Sunwell to Light Soap Chapel is about a 3-minute bit of travel. And if you unlock Gidwin's Hearthstone, as suggested in my prep video, then you can save that with a single cast. Now, I've gotten so many just brain-dead comments on that video basically saying, oh, spend 30 minutes doing quests to save a 3-minute time save on launch. And it's like, yeah, that's just worth it. What about that do you not understand? Like, people act as if they spend all of their time outside of, like, doing World of Warcraft, being, like, hyper efficient with everything that they do. Like, the amount of time that you spend just fucking around doing random stuff, like, you can watch Netflix on your second monitor while, like, literally one-shotting mobs in Eastern Plaguelands to get that Hearthstone. It's not like you have to dedicate 30 minutes of focused time. It's like 30 minutes of brain dead, like, second monitor time to get an item that will save you 3 minutes on a crucial quest in the launch day leveling process. 3 minutes is a lot of time save. Like, we're out here optimizing for 5 to 10 seconds. 3 minutes? That's still early enough to where it does kind of matter. And Scarlet Monastery is another, like, potential issue. So after going to Light's Hope, you have to go to Scarlet Monastery. If you have the challenge mode portal to go there, you can get there. You can get there really quickly. Either way, you have to fly. You can set your Hearthstone to Brill ahead of time, but if you do that, that means you can't use it to save time going back to Silvermoon, so bit of a hit or miss. There's a lot of ways that people have suggested, like, technically you can portal hop, like, you could do a click of coordination to Orgrimmar, you can take the portal to Undercity, you can then fly from there. So if you have nothing else, then you might want to do that. Personally, because I just want to optimize my time, and because there are people who will challenge mode portal, so since that is possible, I am going to just set up a Warlock closet. I'm probably not going to do that in any of my test runs. I will just eat the time loss and fly there. But it definitely for launch day, I will set up Warlocks in advance. And I will summon myself directly to Scarlet Monastery. But, this is like either a pro or a con, depending on how you look at it. It's a neat change. Now let's talk about leveling stuff bad. I'll let you read through that. The TLDR of this is follower dungeons are back and they're worse than ever. There are 3 forced follower dungeons in the Midnight campaign, and they're very bad. The followers are absolutely abysmal. They are miserable to play around. I really do not understand how they have not improved at all since their introduction in Dragonflight. It's bad. So at the end here, I said I currently think it might be faster to solo the dungeons on normal. And if you watch my recent speedrun, I actually tested this. So I wrote this like the day before that I actually did that speedrun, and I tested soloing the dungeons on normal. The funny thing is I was able to do that. So this is not hyperbole. I actually was able to solo the dungeons. And I do think that it is slightly faster if you do it like in a follower group, just because you lose so much damage not having the NPCs there to help you. But it was surprisingly not that much of a time loss. You would think that if they were actually like on the same level, like an optimal 5-player speedrun of the dungeons would be ludicrously fast. But if you're doing it like with 5 followers, well, yeah, not quite. They're pretty bad. So yeah, this sucks. Fuck follower dungeons. And then what's the other big bad thing about Midnight leveling? It is the Sunwell intro. So now we'll talk about the Sunwell intro. And I am going to, my throat is like dying. I'm really struggling to continue talking. So I'm going to just leave off the recording here, and then some version of Harldan in the future will pick up the PowerPoint from here, and we'll talk you through the rest of the Sunwell intro. But I have enjoyed sharing my history lesson on, oh Jesus, I've talked for 5 hours. I enjoyed those 5 hours. It was a fun walk down memory lane. But yeah, I will pick this up later. All right, so I have taken a nap. I always wonder, is it a nap if you take it during the middle of the day, even if it is like a full night of sleep? Because my sleep schedule is so fucked that I took a quote unquote nap at 1 in the afternoon, and then I slept a full 8 hours, and then I woke up, and here we are again. So theoretically, that is a full night's sleep, but can it be considered like sleeping if it's in the middle of the day? I don't know. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't consider that a nap. I usually think of it as a nap because to me, logically, naps just occur in the middle of the day. And if my throat is a little bit raspy or whatever, you'll have to forgive me because I just got done talking for 5 hours before I went to sleep and I only just got up. And I also forgot to make coffee before starting this. We'll probably pause the recording at some point and I'll go make coffee. But either way, we're going to talk now about the Sunwell intro. So before I get into like the step-by-step walkthrough, I just want to talk broad strokes, big point overviews for the Sunwell intro. And one of the first things that's important to keep in mind is to actually get to the Sunwell, you have to speak with a like Force Ghost of Liadrin in Stormwind, Orgrimmar, or Dornogal. I will show you the exact map locations in a later slide, but the important takeaway here is that you are getting directly teleported. The moment the expansion opens, you will be able to speak to Liadrin, use the dialogue option, and then the teleport starts. So in a lot of ways, it makes it similar to the Legion intro, where you're talking to Khadgar and then doing the In the Blink of an Eye quest to immediately snap to Dalaran. Now, the difference here with also some other expansion launches is you'll recall that, like with War Within launch, you started off in the basement of Dalaran, but War Within launch also had a quest line, and you had to complete the Harbinger quest line or whatever before you could access the later stage of the Dalaran intro. As far as I'm aware, that is not the case for the Midnight intro. At this point, I don't think that's the case, and I've spoken with a bunch of other people. Nobody has disagreed with that. We're all pretty confident that there is no prerequisite because all of like the end campaign stuff for the War Within, I have not done any of it, and yet I have been able to fully access all of the stuff on the beta, and I've seen similar reporting from other people. From what I know, also the general like ending stuff, I think it's called like the warning or whatever, in War Within is just kind of its own self-contained thing. Obviously, the pre-patch questline doesn't really have anything to do with any of that stuff. So, from what I'm pretty sure, you can just stand in front of one of the spawn points for Liadrin's Force Ghosts, and it should be pretty obvious when she appears. So one of the other things that you may have noticed watching some of these previous expansion launches is, like, for Dragonflight, the quest from Khadgar became available, but it actually took me about like 5 or 10 seconds from the start of the footage when it became available to notice, because it was buried inside like 50 million people. In that case, obviously, it didn't matter because I still had to wait for the boat to arrive. But another example is War Within launch. Magni was already there, and then the moment the expansion turned on, the quest just popped up on top of Magni. Now, I happened to notice very quickly. I was staring directly at him. I saw the quest thing pop up. Boom. I was immediately there. But I didn't play the audio for that. But in the audio there, I say, quest is up. I take it, and I start going. And then like 5 seconds later, my guildies in the group with me are like, oh, wait, it started? And they're like scrambling to get going. Now, it can be hard in that case because all the NPCs are already active. Presumably, Liadrin's Force Ghost isn't just going to be sitting there ready to go. The moment the expansion activates, she will appear in front of us and then offer the quest. So it should be fairly obvious when you're able to enter. And obviously that means you'll want to be sitting there right in front of her spawn point, which again, I will show you the exact location. And then you're just going to be like, click, 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 get in and teleport. There's like no boat ride. There's no intro quest line or whatever to get into the Sunwell. You just immediately talk to her and boom, you're there. Now, another thing that I keep seeing people confused about is the reason that I compare the Sunwell intro to the Maw is because it is a phased version of an outdoor area. So just like the Maw had an endgame zone where you did all of like the max level at that point, level 60 content, and then there was like a version of the Maw that you interacted with as part of the intro, but within that Maw intro, everybody was in this shared open world area. It was a phased but shared open world place where we had to compete for mob tags, and there was like a linear quest line that you had to progress through. Now that is not always the case, right? For instance, a BfA intro is purely instanced. The Stormwind, like, rescue thing was purely instanced for everybody. The Legion intros were purely instanced. WoD intro is kind of like the MoP, kind of like Sunwell intro, where the Dark Portal area is a shared questline like hub for every single person. So you do need to fight over other people for mob tags. Now, one notable difference between the Sunwell intro and something like the War Within intro, the War Within intro, outside of that one little section where like Dalaran was under attack, was in the open world area. So the initial quest lines in the Dalaran intro for War Within was open world Dalaran. Everybody has like the ability to sit there and wait. Then you're in like a not like a phased version, basically like a MA version where it's an instance version of Dalaran where everybody competes for tags. And then after you get through all of that, you're dumped out into Isle of Dorn by the Dalaran crash site, which the Dalaran crash site is shared even amongst max level players. Technically speaking, if you've done that part of the intro, you don't have access to it. But notoriously, I might have talked about this for War Within, I may have forgotten, I think I did mention it. Notoriously, for anybody, especially who didn't get early access, if players got on max level alts, skipped past the campaign, and still like were able to access the Dalaran beach area on a level 80 character, they could go there in war mode and gank the fresh level 70s who were going there in the delayed launch and make their lives a living hell. Because that was shared with all people, technically. As far as I'm aware, there's no way to just re-enter the Sunwell intro area. You either completely skip it, or you either skip it entirely, or you go through it when you're first starting. I don't think that you can, like, get back into that phased version of the Sunwell as a max level character. So that shouldn't be quite as bad, hopefully. I'm sure somebody's going to find a way to exploit it, but realistically speaking, that's not a thing. So it won't be as bad for people ganking, but it is definitely as bad as like the MA and to a lesser extent the WoD intro as far as competing over shared mob tags. So something to keep in mind in that regard. All right, so next point, very similar to the MA, of course. Now, yeah, this is another thing I've kind of touched upon as we've talked about it, especially when we were discussing the MA. So mounting in the Sunwell intro isn't completely disabled, but a lot of the areas around NPCs don't have the ability to mount. And notably, the oddly shaped horn, it functions more like Radinax, but it shares the mounting restrictions. So if you are near an NPC that has a no mounting area around them, and you try to use oddly shaped horn, it won't work. But items like Gunshoes and Radinax will work, which in a lot of areas, even if you are technically able to mount for like the general zone that you're in, you would have to run like a good distance away from Liadrin, Terralion, whoever the quest giver is, and then use your mount, which loses a lot of time, whereas people who are using the fancy consumable items can just press it immediately. And obviously, they move faster than mounts, which is something that we will discuss very shortly. And there's a lot of quests that tell you to kill a single named mob. So this is by far the biggest problem. One of the two biggest problems. When I initially made this PowerPoint, this was the biggest problem. There are some bigger issues with the Sunwell intro that I will discuss when we get to the relevant sections. That has more to do with the roleplay. But this is something that will just, no matter what, affect everybody. Almost every single section of the questline has a lot of, like, 0 out of 1 kill a mob named, like, Latruca blah blah, and it's like some void entity, and every single person has to kill it. It has like a 1-minute respawn timer pretty much, and especially if you're in war mode where faction tags are not shared, then that is going to be really rough, because if you are the less dominant faction, then you better hope that your faction is dominant in whatever phase you're in, or you're leveling as a group, because if somebody else gets the tag before you, well, you're fucked, you don't share it. And if you get the tag before somebody else, and there's a lot of other people, then you're just going to get dogpiled. Because I can guarantee you that because I plan on doing the Sunwell intro with a group of 5, for reasons that I will discuss soon, and all of them are going to be like guildies on the same exact faction. So we're Alliance. If a Horde player tags a named mob before we get to it, that Horde player is getting fucked. All 5 of us are going to pounce on that guy, erase him from existence, his Darkmoon Fair buff is gone, all of his consumable buffs are gone, and that named mob is ours. Sorry, but that's how it works in war mode. That is the risk you take. and there is an equal chance that if I try to tag a mob, and there's another group of 5, they may try to take me out. Now, I'm a Guardian Druid, so they probably won't be able to, but if 5 people jump me, what I'm probably going to have to do is just run. I will just pop dash, pop survival instincts, get the fuck out of there, because I don't want to lose my buffs, and then they will take the named mob, and I will just have to circle back like a minute later. So, War Mode, obviously, is very valuable. This is something that I don't necessarily think that I've talked about, but it is relevant for Midnight. War Mode, obviously, has always been good for leveling. It's been historically a 10% bonus. War Mode in Midnight is a 25% bonus. I don't know why they changed it, but they did. It's 25% for both factions. Now, from what I can tell, the, outnumbered modifier still applies, and it's the still same fixed value. So previously, it was a fixed 10%, and then if you were really outnumbered, you got up to 20%, up to 30. So 30 was the max. The bonus still applies, and on beta, I have seen Horde with the bonus up to 35%, a 10% outnumbered bonus, pushing you from 25 to 35. Presumably, Horde players can now go all the way up to 45% extra War Mode XP. Because Horde is the outnumbered faction now, in case you were unaware. So, no matter what though, War Mode is now over double the bonus than it was in every single previous expansion, and for Horde players potentially higher than it has literally ever even been possible to be. So that is very lucrative. We always talk about whether or not it's worth going into the MoP, and what a lot of people have been saying in my Discord is their plan is to turn off the MoP for the Sunwell Intro, and then because you can enable, or did I say turn off the MoP? Turn off War Mode for the Sunwell Intro, and then when you get to Silvermoon, you can enable War Mode once again. So they're going to turn off War Mode, they're going to get to the Sunwell, or get to Silvermoon, they're going to then re-enable War Mode, and now that they've gotten safely through the Sunwell, ahead of everybody else, preserve their Darkmoon Fair buff, now they re-enable War Mode, and they do Eversong and everything else with it. Now, the Sunwell Intro is not that absurdly XP efficient. It's obviously not going to make or break your leveling run if you don't have the 25% bonus. But two things to keep in mind. First off, War Mode, because it is dangerous, is usually less populated. A lot of times you are actually going to level even faster in War Mode because you will have less people competing over mob tags, and it goes both ways, right? Obviously, yes, it sucks if somebody kills you over something, but if somebody is stealing all of your tags, in War Mode, you can just fucking kill them and take the tags from them. So, it's a double-edged sword. Now, you need to be able to do that. If you're in a group of 5, like I will be, you will have more flexibility to do stuff like that. So, War Mode is especially nice for really coordinated groups of 5, but obviously every little bit counts. So, 25% extra experience in the Sunwell Intro, is that going to make or break your overall leveling run? Probably not. If you're just looking for cozy launch day leveling, maybe just turn off War Mode, but obviously, if you are trying to level as quickly as possible, which I'm always going to take the highest risk-reward strategy, not even because I'm going for World First, just because it's fun, because I'm not going for World First. Obviously, the people going for World First will have to turn on War Mode, and they will have to take that chance that if somebody decides to ruin their World First run, they're fucked. I assume they'll probably, in most cases, have bodyguards, but I know a few people who are going to be doing it completely solo, and Godspeed to them. But they are taking a massive risk, but obviously you gotta risk it all for something like that. So, something to keep in mind, even outside of the context of War Mode, just having those 1-minute bottlenecks, if the mob dies right before you manage to get a tag, then you're stuck there for an entire minute. Now, in some cases, there are multiple objectives that you can do, so you don't just need to necessarily sit there. So if you remember, this, it all foreshadows, right? When I was talking about the Cataclysm launch day, and I showed how in the middle of Deepholm, there was that one named mob, and every single person was sitting there spamming AoEs, and it was a colossal bottleneck that nobody could get through, and I had to spam normal dungeons just to be able to get to Uldum, and then by getting to Uldum, I managed to get ahead of everybody. Well, for starters, you don't have that option, right? You can't just spam something else and then skip to a later stage of the campaign. You have to go through it in a linear format. So in some ways it's worse, but also bottlenecks aren't nearly as bad. Nowadays, tags are still shared within your faction, so if you are in War Mode, there's a dominant faction presence on your server, You should have at least a decent amount of time, like roughly after a minute or so, you should be able to get through, but, it will slow you down a lot. If you are not in war mode, then you should just be able to share the tag, so then you're only guaranteed waiting a minute for each named mob. That adds up, because there's a lot of named mobs, but it's not the worst thing ever. But, you can't always just go and do other quests. Sometimes, a good example is, we'll talk about, there's a quest where there's a blob that you need to kill. It's a named blob. And there's a bunch of other civilians that you can rescue. Now, if the blob is dead, technically speaking, you can go and rescue the civilians while you wait, but the most optimal route will rescue all of the civilians before reaching the blob. So, we'll discuss this, but there's a bit of a trade-off of, do you immediately try to go for the blob and guarantee that you get a tag? Or do you take the optimal, like, traveling salesman path of hitting all of the civilians in a row and then going for the blob at the very end, but then risking that after you get all the civilians, the blob barely dies before you reach it, and now you're just sitting there waiting for a minute with nothing to do in the meantime? A little bit of a trade-off there. It's hard to say for sure, but this is going to be a major issue with the Sunwell Intro. And yeah, this is another thing. The Sunwell Intro Zone is very, very, very large. Now, on one hand, I would say it is larger than the Maw, but the Maw has no mounting, so that kind of like forced you to move through it in like a slower fashion. And one of the slowest things about the Maw is there were a lot of those sections where NPCs are walking. So there's like the notorious Thrall and Jaina are like slowly walking down the path while they're getting ambushed by NPCs. There's no way to speed that up. They're slowly walking into the cave. No way to speed that up. Then you have to do all this roleplay in the cave, walk out of the cave, walk back in the cave. You have to run down the bridge, jump off the bridge, run into the River of Souls. You have to do the slow roleplay section all the way through like the stealth area. There's no way to speed that up. Well, the Maw is big because you are basically forced to move at the speed of the NPCs in that intro. It feels worse overall, but it also means that travel time is less of a concern for those sections, because unless you can make Thrall or Jaina move faster, there's nothing you can do to expedite the process. Now, there are some sections in the Sunwell Intro where Liadrin is slowly walking from point A to point B, and you have to wait for her. But, as I will show, there are actually some skips that you can do for those roleplay segments, and a lot of the other long travel areas in the Sunwell Intro don't have a fixed NPC running. It just tells you, get to this point as fast as possible. So in those scenarios, the zone is very large. Running on a mount might take like 20 seconds, but hopping on a Radanax will basically do that in half the time. So that basically means that movement speed items are disproportionately better in the Sunwell Intro than they were in the Maw, even though you can mount in the Sunwell Intro and you couldn't in the Maw, just because the Maw had so many like throttling, or so much throttling of the speed at which you could realistically move, to where it didn't actually matter quite as much. So that is a very big difference there. So yeah, kind of some speed items because of this feel very mandatory. And this is a final note that I remember I added in here because a bunch of people have been asking me this. There are a lot of random bonus objectives scattered throughout the Sunwell Intro. I haven't even bothered testing whether or not, in terms of raw experience value, they are theoretically okay to do, because you will just never, in the middle of one of the most bottlenecky intros we've seen in years, just take a detour to go kill 10 Murlocs or whatever for a bit of experience. None of them are directly on top of the questing process. They're all like a little bit off to the side, and so none of them are worth doing at all. Just especially on launch day, none of them are worth doing. As far as whether or not it's worth doing for raw experience efficiency later on, like for alt leveling, I mean, I don't really think so, because I'm pretty sure for alt leveling, you're just going to skip the Sunwell Intro, go straight to Silvermoon, and then do delves, crafting, and all that stuff. So I don't really see any timeline ever where the Sunwell bonus objectives are ever worth considering. Wanted to at least include a note here, because you won't hear me mention them at all in my explanation, because I think that you should completely skip all of them. So now we have an intermission, and I'm going to, we're going to back up. So that's the Sunwell Intro, the area where Liadrin is. We'll go back to this. Just want to make sure I have all these bullet points here. So I have already recorded this section, but, I'm going to, in post, stitch it all together and stuff. But this is just a topic that I found interesting, because when I've been discussing the Sunwell Intro with people in my Discord, and talking about like where to use Radanax, where to use Gunshoes and stuff like that, I found that a lot of people don't understand the differences between each item and where some are good and where some are bad. And especially Shadow Flame Rockets is one of those where I have obviously tested it a lot, but the vast majority of people don't understand how Shadow Flame Rockets works and why it's so good. So that was another one where I really wanted to show people a side-by-side comparison to understand why this item is so good and worth preparing for launch day leveling. So I spent another 1 hour talking about all of this stuff, and I'm going to include it now because as we go through the Sunwell intro step by step, and we're going to get to certain areas where, hey, you need to use a movement speed item to get from point A to point B, we're going to talk about why one movement speed item may be better for this than another. And if you really want to understand the reasoning why, then watching this next section will be pretty important. So take my word for it. I think it's really interesting. It is still relevant for midnight leveling, for the Sunwell intro in general. But if you don't want to get all of like the why certain things are good, and you want to just watch my explanation of the Sunwell intro step by step and just trust me, bro, it, and say like, oh, Harldan says that the Radnex gem is the best item to use here, I guess I'll just take his word for it because I skipped the 1 hour movement speed section. You can do that. I'm just letting you know that this information is here if that's something you're interested in. And at this point, I am going to pause my recording. I'm going to make coffee, and then we'll get to, like, the actual, at least, well, current, present moment Harldan. We'll get to the actual step-by-step walkthrough. But you're going to be watching 1 hour of movement speed stuff from past Harldan. All right, welcome to my little intermission here. I apologize, you're going to hear this little, like, flash sound effect. The character that I'm using for this demonstration is one that I copied earlier in the beta, and there was a bug back then, which Blizzard has fixed it for newly copied characters, but I don't know, existing characters are still bugged. It's driving me up the wall, but there's nothing I can do about it. I want to make sure that I use the characters I have, because there's some weird thing where you lose, like, 15 seconds of your buffs every time you copy over your character, and I don't want to worry about that, so I'm just going to make sure I use what I have. So, I have chosen this location to demonstrate how fast all these different items go, and I want to basically time trial them, and I just realized I forgot to make my time. Okay, there we go. I have my live split thing set up. Now, you'll notice I have this little speed tracker here. This is an add-on called Dynamic Movement Speed. So, I shift into cat form, it updates. Shift into travel form, it updates. That's like the, I guess, ground mount move speed. And it's interesting because, like, Druid travel form, while technically counts as a mount, it actually inherits your move speed buffs and not your mount speed buffs. So I actually do have technically, oh, it hasn't copied over to beta, but I have like mount equipment and stuff, which isn't actually affecting Druid travel form. There's also stuff like, for instance, Checkered Flag, which I can use here, which doesn't help me at all. You can see here it's the same move speed, but then if I hop on an actual mount, then I will get the benefit of this. This is 30%, right? So this is normally 200%. This is 30%, but I actually move faster in travel form because the amount of passive move speed on gear, which normally I have more than this on like my actual character, but it's higher than I would get from the Checkered Flag if I was in mount form. So there's like some weird quirks there. That's like more of a Druid thing. That's not the main reason I did this, but that kind of goes to show just how speed gear works in general. There's also some just general like walking move speed things where minor speed kind of stacks on top of all this other stuff, right? So if I am running, you can see I have to only get one bag, so it doesn't cover that. You can see 166%. Take this off, I lose 10% move speed, right? So minor speed is a flat 10%. It just goes additively on top of everything else. If I take off this item, which has just speed stat on it, I lose like a slightly less amount. There's maybe some funky stuff that can happen. So if I take off like my Blasphemite gem, right? This doesn't really update immediately. There we go. I lost about 5%. This is a little bit harder, I think, for the add-on to calculate because I'm losing like a scaling modifier on a different thing that affects my speed. So I don't know exactly how the math on this thing works. It's probably not perfect, but you get the idea. There's lots of different ways that like your speed works. Obviously, cat form is pretty good too. Dash is like a big move speed thing. Like I move faster in cat form dash than somebody even with a Checkered Flag mount. So I think Druid's pretty good for general movement, but you can do this with a lot of classes, right? Like Demon Hunter moves absurdly fast, even faster than Druid. One of the nice things about Druid is they can do this like in combat. Technically, Demon Hunter with like high mastery could just perma move super fast. but a lot of like conditional abilities like Vengeful into Glide you can snapshot really high speed. That's a little bit trickier to pull off, but like I think compared to like on foot running speed, Demon Hunter when fully set up is probably the best. But I think Druid's a close second, and then Monk is like a very close third. Monk is weird because it has like a lot of temporary stuff like Jade Walk out of combat movement speed. It has like Initiator's Edge in combat movement speed, which I know Brewmaster's running Shadowpan right now. I don't know about Windwalker. I think they're running Conduit, but I know there were just some changes, so who knows. And they have like other like Tiger's Lust, obviously a lot of that stuff. They have temporary procs and whatnot. Monk is good, you know. They also have things like the Wind. You can like snapshot your, if you don't know this, Monk with Like the Wind can basically do a roll, and then if you time the double jump correctly, you can shoot the momentum of the roll really far and get like more distance out of it. This is more of just a tangent. Like I already said, this is kind of the point of the video. I'm just ranting about like general move speed tech, and it's not going to be in a super structured format. But the main thing that I want to do here is I want to show you how all of these different speed items work and compare them. Now, this is a little bit tricky though, because I've talked at length in a different video about how the Shadowflame rockets are really, really, really good. But what you'll notice with the Shadowflame rockets, and I guess here we can start this. So just closing all my tabs in the background. So I'm going to try to set this up in a way where I can very quickly start my timer without losing time on this. I'll do this and then Shadowflame rockets. You can see I start off moving pretty slow. This is quickly updating. But you start moving ludicrously fast at the end. It's not faster than a flying mount, but you can see we got here. After I forgot to stop my timer. Yeah, this is really tricky to do on the fly, trickier than I thought. And my plan was to like do this in a way of like I record the speed that it takes to like get to a certain point. So like Shadowflame rockets with like the jump, I was able to get basically up to these lampposts, right? Unfortunately, because I messed up my recording, I'll have to, I don't know, double check to see exactly how long it was when the timer stopped. I guess I'll go do that now and cut it. Okay, I double checked my recording. It was ballpark 9 seconds, technically 10 seconds on the timer, but it takes me like 1 second to tab back over into the game. And comparing a lot of these consumables is tricky because if we look at Gunshoes, I guess it doesn't show in the tooltip, but Gunshoes lasts a little bit longer than some of these other items, but Gunshoes moves a lot slower. So if we just, like, we'll just do the test now. So I'll start the timer and then we'll Gunshoes. And we're just going to look at the timer and see how long does it take to get to those lampposts, to get to the same spot. We're at 10 seconds, and okay, it was about like 13 seconds-ish. Now that's not that bad, admittedly, right? I would say probably closer to 12 if we're including the time that it actually takes me to do that. But that is still, I would say, about 3 seconds slower, which in terms of this kind of optimizing movement speed stuff, it adds up. You know, little movement speed optimizations, like that's entirely what I'm trying to show you here. So Shadowflame rockets can be really good. Another thing to consider is Gunshoes moves at a fixed speed. I showed you that Shadowflame rockets, you can jump and carry the momentum, but that carries as long as you're in the air. So some of the best situations I've had with Shadowflame rockets are if I'm using it right before I hit a cliff, because then if you jump right after you're about to hit the edge of a cliff, you just go flying. You are at peak speed, and you carry that momentum for a really, really far distance. I showed in my video a clip of me doing that in Alterac Valley, and some of the Alterac Valley rollouts I was able to get while messing around in there, if you time it right, you can basically fly like halfway through the field of strife while everybody else on your team, because I'm Alliance, right? So everybody on my team is just passing the first bunker, Icewing bunker, whatever it is, and I'm already halfway through the field of strife. It's crazy how much distance you can get with those things if you time it right. This is a completely flat situation, so it's not ideal conditions, and yet it's still faster. And again, I've mentioned this, of course, many times, but the main selling point of Shadowflame rockets isn't even necessarily that, oh my god, it's so fast, because as we'll see, Radanax is very, very comparable. It's A, this can be used in combat. It's a little bit tricky to use in combat because if you collide with an enemy, it explodes immediately. But the amount of times, I'm sure you all know, where you get completely stuck in combat and you can't escape, and you really want to use your movement speed item, well, this you just can't. It works in combat. It even works in dungeons, as I showed in my recent speedrun, where I used it in the middle of Den of Nalarak to skip the entire, like, Icewind pushback area. I'm really hoping I could find a way to, like, integrate that into a follower dungeon run. Much trickier, because I, shadow melded to skip a lot of the trash. But you can do some really crazy stuff with this, even when you're inside instances and whatnot, which is why it's just an especially broken item. But I do want to show that even just on a comparable move speed angle, it's pretty good. Now, one of the other things to note, though, is like Gunshoes still had basically half its duration when I ended, so it can be pretty good for crossing long distances. But the thing about Radanex, by comparison, is Radanex may not have quite as long of a duration as Gunshoes, but you can just use it back to back. It has no cooldown. So Gunshoes are nice, but they've been largely outclassed. Pretty much the only situation where you still use them, because, look, like about 25 seconds duration, pretty good. They cross water. Now, there are some niche situations, like in general leveling, where having to cross water really quickly is important. And in those cases, Gunshoes is still king. If you try to do Radanex or any of these other consumables across water, you will sink like a stone. So Gunshoes is not like a completely, basically, an outscaled consumable. It doesn't have no use case. It's also, obviously, just a lot more affordable, a lot more generally useful. But in terms of traveling from point A to point B, it has generally fallen behind Radanex for speedrun type optimization. Now, I will show Oddly Shaped Horn here. Oddly Shaped Horn is similar to Radanex, but a bit different in a few key ways. So I'm going to quickly start my timer, then I'm going to do Oddly Shaped Horn. I'm going to see how long it takes me to get to the end. I have my finger on the timer. And okay, about like 10 seconds. So that's faster than Gunshoes, but a little bit slower than the perfectly timed Shadow Flame rockets. Now, this one is, like, you're going to see Radanex is slightly faster, but they're fairly close. Interesting thing about Oddly Shaped Horn is you still take fall damage. It acts as if it's a mount, so another problem that you have with Oddly Shaped Horn is in some areas where you aren't able to mount, which is especially a problem for the Sunwell Intro, that occurs a lot, you can't use Oddly Shaped Horn. So in the Sunwell Intro, even though, like, theoretically speaking, Radanex and the Oddly Shaped Horn are, like, interchangeable, they both serve the same general purpose, I like to use Oddly Shaped Horn for the section where you're, like, stopping all the robots. We'll obviously talk about that later on when I record the PowerPoint section, which will be hopefully fairly seamless editing. But you're, like, salvaging all these robots and killing 3 named mobs, and there are no there's no, like, name, or there's no dismounting areas in that entire section, but you have to use, like, a quick travel, or, well, you want to use a quick travel item, like, back to back to back in that spot. And I find Oddly Shaped Horn to be really nice there, because you could use Radanex, but you're, like, not at risk of being dismounted ever, where a lot of the quest givers will stop you from using a Radanex when you might want to, or rather, stop you from using an Oddly Shaped Horn when you might want to. So having a Radanex charge for that moment is really nice. And because you want to use either a Radanex or an Oddly Shaped Horn at that point in time anyways, it's just better to use the Oddly Shaped Horn. Like, you got it. You want to use it at some point. It's really just a question of when. Technically, it doesn't matter. I just find that to be, like, the safest place to use it. Now I'm going to reset my timer. And just so we can, like, settle this particular conversation, I'm going to do this, and, oh, I'm going to, okay, restart because I fat-fingered. I'm going to do that. Splits. Okay, now I'm going to actually do my timer. I have a weird keybind for Radanex. It's harder to hit, obviously, Control-R when I'm trying to switch from... I have insert to start my timer, so I do this, and then I have to tab in game and hit this. Now, thing about Radanex also is it has a slightly slow mounting up animation. So, getting ready... And yeah, oh, actually, I stopped the timer a little bit earlier. I think I stopped it here, so it would have been like 0.5 seconds afterwards. So it was technically 11.5. I think that was, like, almost exactly what Oddly Shaped Horn was. The thing about Radanex, obviously, is it has, like, a 1 second or so you jump onto the thing, and then like start riding it afterwards. So the initial mounting animation is a little bit slower. It is the mount itself is ever so slightly faster than Oddly Shaped Tauren. You'll, if you were paying attention to the speed tracker, notice that it doesn't know how to process the Radinax speed, so it doesn't actually show that. But as you can see, they were basically virtually the exact same time. This is not like the most scientific method. I'm just trying to give you a general idea, but I've obviously tested this extensively, right? This is just a good visualization to show you like what I'm talking about when I say like Radinax is the fastest way. It's faster than Gunshoes. So if you are getting like the full value out of Radinax, it will, over a slightly longer period of time, beat out Oddly Shaped Tauren. But I would actually argue that on very short distances, where the 1 second mounting animation will actually add up, Oddly Shaped Tauren is slightly better. Does that really mean much? Probably not, especially because a lot of the places you're trying to travel long distances anyways, and as you can see, like over that period of time, the slight edge of Radinax managed to even out the difference, and it basically tied Oddly Shaped Tauren for this specific distance. And notably, Shadowflame Rockets was still about 1 second ahead of both of them. That does require, though, Shadowflame Rockets getting up to its full speed, because I don't know the exact speed of Radinax, but Oddly Shaped Tauren is like ballpark. Like Gunshoes is 356. Oddly Shaped Tauren, I believe, is like 400. You could also check the footage yourself. That one I know showed. And then Radinax is ever so slightly higher. I don't remember the exact move speed for it, but it is somewhere in like the 400 to 500 range, probably like 425, 450, something slightly higher. But I mean, we'll do it again. We'll show the bracers because they've just come off cooldown, and I'll do this. Now I won't even do the jump this time. Okay, yeah. Obviously, if I don't do the jump, I don't get the full distance. But you can see, right, like, it was very fast. If I had done the jump, I would have gone back to where I was here. Problem with this, obviously, it's much shorter. If you were paying attention to the speed tracker, it hits, like, 700 towards the end. That is significantly faster, and then that's especially why you ideally want to snapshot the speed at the end, because that is when it's at its peak, and so you get, like, extra value out of it. All that to say, Shadowflame Rocket's very good. In practice, though, it is still hard to use, right? Like, there's all the limitations we've talked about. It does prevent you from using your potion, which really isn't that big of a deal. Like, the value of a tempered potion at this point is so low. I've really only found myself using it towards the end for, like, dungeons and leveling, especially when I knew that there was no situation for me to use this at all. So I didn't need to risk it. But hopefully, if you are unfamiliar with Shadowflame Rockets, that has convinced you. And then, of course, I don't even think I mentioned that when I was discussing it earlier, but I'm assuming that you already know that from my video. This works indoors, so the other items don't. So that alone just makes it really good, but it is quite literally an indoor Radinax. One of the unfortunate problems with this, though, is especially a lot of the situations where you want to use it indoors, like the Lights Hope Chapel example that I gave. In the speedrun I did the other day, I actually nailed it. I did the perfect rockets up the staircase, and I showed a decently good clip of it in my like the video where I was explaining why it's really good. But there were a few attempts that I did that, you know, obviously I didn't use that footage, where as I'm rounding the corner, I get snagged on the doorway, and then I basically lose like the entire last bit where I'm moving really quickly. Because when you are moving at 700% speed and trying to wrap around like tight corners in this little corridor, it's really hard, especially because a lot of them have little like ledges. You know, like these things, right? So imagine, you know, this doorway, but much smaller. But a lot of WoW doorways have this big pushed out area, and you can get like snagged on this like little edge here when trying to like wrap around a corner if you don't time it right. And then you lose the fastest part of the Shadowflame Rockets, where all of the value is. So again, hard item to use. Very fun item to use, though, at least in my opinion. Another, you know, just in case you aren't familiar, notable thing about Radinax is obviously, if you're in the air, I'll just use my last charge for this, it does send you to the ground. So this can be helpful in some cases. Notably, it doesn't always shoot you to the ground. It shoots you down like a large distance, and obviously if it hits the ground, then it just goes straight to the ground. But if you're way up in the air and you use the Radanax, well, then it's only going to shoot you down like a little bit, but then you will start falling. This is especially useful for stuff like Falling Flame, which, believe me, we'll discuss in a little bit. But it can also be good for some situations if you're like jumping off a cliff and you want to just quickly drop down. There's like a discussion that has been going on within the last few hours in my Discord as I record this of we're trying to talk about how to route the civilian section of like rescuing civilians, killing the blob in the Sunwell intro. And Lumion was saying that it might be good to use Radanax. And one of the neat things about the Radanax is if you jump off a ledge and then immediately hit it, it'll drop you down to like the little ramp below. So you're basically cutting out like the vertical distance. There are some problems with that, right? Like you're not getting the full value out of the Radanax. It still has the animation, which does still lose a few seconds because it's a short distance. So on a shorter distance, that animation does play a larger role. Doesn't mean Radanax is bad, right? But Goblin Glider is also an option there. So if you have like a large vertical drop, Goblin Glider, I guess that, that can be a speed consumable, so I'll talk about that too. Right here, actually, can be, we'll try to simulate this. I will try to fly up really high into the air. I can't use steady flight on this character because you need to have Pathfinder to use steady flight. I'm gonna try to do this as best as I can. Just gonna go up. And I'm going to try to drop down glider at some point over this line. And I am over it. And yeah, this is the noise that I was talking about. It's just such a massive pain. Okay, here we'll go. And then I'll use glider. I accidentally popped gun shoes as well. And we're just going to stare at like the area down below and see when I cross that threshold. And about there. So that was, I think, slightly faster than gun shoes. I'm using gun shoes, right? I don't know if that's counted into the dynamic movement speed thing. I don't think it was. So you still actually move relatively fast with a Goblin Glider. That's, I think, something a lot of people forget, because these days, it's mostly used if you need to, like, cross a gap, or, you're jumping off a cliff and you want to make sure that you don't die to fall damage. That is one of the biggest uses for it. But you do actually have pretty good forward momentum while in a Goblin Glider. So in a situation where there is a little drop-off and you can take advantage of a glider, and you're only going like a short distance, in the case of the rescuing the civilian things, if you want to get to the blob, glider actually gets you there decently fast. Like, yes, you're not dropping immediately to the ground, but you're effectively taking the most direct route, because at the angle that glider goes, you're basically going to land directly by the blob. And you're still moving at 357% move speed. And you don't need glider for anything special beyond that. So it's not that much slower than Radanax at that point. Even if Radanax might be slightly faster, you're then still burning a charge of Radanax, which, although we technically have infinite access to Radanax gems with the Brutosaur mailbox, this is still something that you need to route in. You need to... I don't know why my dog's randomly barking, so I'm going to... Hold on. Alright, I closed my door. If you could still hear my dog barking, so be it. But at least it should be more muffled now. What was I saying? Yeah, you still need to route in the Brutosaur. That still takes time. The time that it takes to use your mount up. Obviously, this is the mailbox mount, but then open your mailbox, click open all, and pull a Radanax out. Like, that is, I don't know how many seconds. If you do it really fast, like 5 seconds. Now, you can still be saving time, right? Like, so when you do this... Obviously, the amount of time that it takes to mount up, that's unavoidable. That's like, what, 2 seconds-ish? And then as you're pulling out the Radanax, so I like to do it right after I pick up the quest over here, and I'm heading to kill these named mobs. I usually try to use up all my Radanax gems, and then I grab a new one here. So I'm running towards the first robot as I'm grabbing the thing out of my mailbox, so you're saving a little bit of time there, right? So it's not like a total waste of time, but that is still something that you need to plan into the routing. So it's not like we just have literally infinite uses. Like, one of the reasons Tuft of Yakfor was so broken in War Within is we could sit on infinite charges of that item, and it was literally, oh, you want to go from point A to point B? You just press that keybind, and then you just go there at the same speed as Oddly Shaped Horn, which is ever so slightly slower than Radanax. So that was very, 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 very good. And, yeah, now I think it's probably time to talk about Falling Flame. So, another obviously big item is this thing here. And Falling Flame is a tricky one because it is very, 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 very strong at crossing long distances extremely quickly. But there are no long distances that you want to cross in the Sunwell intro. So I might have mentioned it by now. I might mention it later. You may have already seen me do it in my speedrun the other day. But Falling Flame, I personally like to include it in the section right before the one I was talking about, where you're fixing the robots, where it's just you're getting from the Dragonhawk quest to that quest. And you have to just cruise through Parhelion Plaza. So it is from the docks, basically, over there, and you're just going around here. And this is a very tricky Falling Flame. I will probably show footage of it. I'm not going to use it here in this demonstration. But you want to go from here all the way to the other side of the plaza. Now, what you might notice is there's a tree in the way. Now, I found it's not too hard to avoid this tree. You actually usually overshoot it pretty consistently if you just stand at, like, where the quest is finished. The problem is then, of course, getting the landing. So you want to Falling Flame, you want to go over here, and then when you're right above the quest giver, you Darkmoon Ringflinger. Now, I'm going to try to not die. Yeah, Darkmoon Ringflinger obviously immediately cancels your momentum. Well, maybe not, obviously. You might not have heard of this item before. I actually forgot about this. When somebody brought it up, I'm like, oh yeah, I think somebody told this to me like 3 years ago, and then it just like faded from memory. But then I completely forgot about it until it was brought up again. But this is really nice for canceling Falling Flame. Now, normally you don't really want to do this, because the best places to use Falling Flame are when you get the full value. But there's no other good place in the Sunwell intro to use Falling Flame, and this technically saves a few seconds over Gunshoes or Radinax when done properly, because Falling Flame moves you at like 1,400% move speed, as you'll see, because I will use it in a second as a demonstration, and it's also taking a more direct path. Now, it is taking a direct path that you then have to fall to the ground with. You take no falling damage in Falling Flame, by the way, so you aren't going to die by dropping on top of Terralion, but going up here and then down is a lot faster than having to wrap all the way, well, not a lot faster, but faster than having to wrap all the way around here with Radinax. Radinax is obviously extremely speedy, and you can do that, but then also, again, where are you going to get the Radinax charges? So you can use Radinax pretty freely throughout the first section of the questline to save a bit of time, but if you are planning on not using Falling Flame and you're planning on using the Radinax here, you either burn an oddly shaped horn charge, which is slightly slower, especially if you're getting the full value, which here you are. So ideally you'd want to use Radinax, but then if you've already used all 3 charges of Radinax, then you'd have to pull a new one out of your mailbox now, and I just said that the best place to use it is right up here, so that's not ideal. So you then have to basically save 1 charge and not use it earlier in the quest line, at which point you're using Gunshoes, so it creates like a snowball effect. So the idea with Falling Flame here is it basically just slots itself into the intro, saves a few seconds, and then makes the rest of your consumable usage a lot more clean. That being said, Falling Flame can still be good, as I will now demonstrate. All right, I had to turn off the sound because whenever you're flying really quickly, the whoosh, 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 whoosh sound effect just goes crazy, and it's actually just driving me up the wall. I cannot stand listening to it constantly, and I know it's probably annoying a few people. So what I want to show is Falling Flame is notoriously really good in areas where you can't really mount. Obviously, like, you get really far distance there, like the Sunwell intro, but it's actually faster than dragon riding. And, you know, I am not necessarily the world's best skyrider. Like, I know people who do, like, timed races and stuff like that, but I'm pretty fucking good at skywriting. I know how to optimize skywriting speed, especially in the context of leveling. So I am going to try and get from point A to point B relatively quickly, and that's what I'm going to show here. So we're going to start the timer. And obviously I'm going to start with the Whirling Surge, and then I'm just going to do the flaps. And I'm always trying to keep my speed above 1000%. This is something that a lot of people really don't understand whenever I'm, like, leveling, because you see I'm burning Vigor right now. I have, like, really, really, really bad Vigor usage, and I'll get so many comments on some of my speedruns. Okay, time stops. So that was ballpark 22 seconds to get to Lorthamar. I get so many comments on a lot of my speedruns whenever I do skywriting and I complain about like, oh man, I'm out of vigor. And people say like, oh, you're so shit at skywriting. You have no idea how to do vigor conservation. You should watch some skywriting tutorials. And it's like, look, I know that if you're coasting over a long distance, right, you shouldn't be slamming the like skyward ascent and stuff like that and doing like the flap and then, flick. So you do like flap and then flick your camera, flap and then flick your camera down, flap and then flick your camera down. But normally if you're trying to go over long distances, you let it coast and you wait until your speed really starts to level out and then you do it again. And if you do this correctly over a longer period of time, you can consistently coast at like definitely above like 750% move speed, which is still pretty fast, and basically stay in the air permanently, especially, with Whirling Surge not costing vigor anymore. Every now and then you can use that to just give yourself a big speed boost, right? And you have then Second Wind. So you can go skywriting indefinitely if you do that right. And people see me burning vigor, but like notice the speed counter, right? It's not just like the animation. You do move faster, slightly faster. It's like 200% faster in the first few seconds after you do one of these abilities. The same applies. You technically move a little bit faster in Surge Forward, which is why, like, whenever people say this, I'm just like, okay, you've never done, like, Mythic Tindral, or, well, before it was Mythic Tindral, now even Mythic Dimensius, right? If you've ever seen those fights or done those fights, the way that you do that is you literally just mash Surge Forward. That's it. You just mash it over and over and over, because those give you the rings nonstop, which give you infinite vigor anyway. And if you have infinite vigor, then the way to fly the absolute fastest, you never do the flap. The flap is slightly more vigor efficient, but it does lose you speed. You just do Surge Forward. And there's also no chance of you, like, fucking up the flap and then camera angle. Like, you can fuck that up and then lose a lot of speed. All you do is you start with Whirling Surge, 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 over and over and over and over. That is the way to move the fastest. That is how you ideally maintain peak speed, especially because the moment that the speed from the initial animation bonus starts to fade, you could immediately cast it again. Now, obviously, if I tried to flap up here, and then I did Surge Forward, Surge Forward, Surge Forward, and I just kept doing this over and over, right? So I did this, right? You're never hitting the exact same burst of speed, right? But I'm maintaining like a generally faster speed overall. I'm consistently staying at like 1,100 to 1,200, whereas like the flap, I might shoot up momentarily above 1,200, but then it starts to fall off much more rapidly. But you'll notice I also completely ran out of vigor. So for like leveling, that's not efficient, but if you have infinite vigor, that is a faster way to fly. But all of that to say, right? So that is like optimizing skywriting and stuff like that. For leveling, obviously there's like differences. This is the kind of thing that's more just like general speedrun stuff. Nowadays, when you take off from the ground, you don't use vigor. So I always used to call this buddy hopping. I still like to call it buddy hopping. If there's like a quest turn in over there, like I'll just do this and I'll quickly dive bomb here. Boom. And then I'll turn in the quest, flap up, dive bomb to like wherever I need to go, that kind of thing. That's also nowadays really vigor efficient. But even before, a lot of times that's just how I did leveling for dragon riding. I would just do one quick flap. So I will do like flap up, and then sometimes before like surge down toward like whatever location I need to go. Especially because when you're trying to go down, like going really low with like the flap thing is kind of tricky. Especially also going up, gaining altitude can sometimes be a little bit tricky with this. Dragon riding, I'm not going to give you like a fucking masterclass here. It's the kind of thing you really a lot of times just need to get a feel for. But the way that you maximize speed with skywriting or dragon, I still call it dragon riding. The way you maximize speed with it is different than the way in which you try to like optimize vigor. And for leveling, generally speaking, you need to like strike a good balance. But I obviously want to err on the side of speed, especially because one of the main things of leveling is while you are not skywriting, you are regenning vigor. So if I'm not planning on skywriting over a long distance, if I'm just trying to fly to a quest hub, and then I know that after I land there, I'm going to be on the ground doing a bunch of quests, whenever I go to fly to the next point B, I'm going to have all my vigor back. So I can go much more on the speed side of things and not really care about vigor conservation because that's not important to me. And in this case, it's actually a little bit tricky because technically speaking, when you get out of the Sunwell Intro, and you do this exact thing that I just explained, you fly down this bridge and you head to Silvermoon, that is the actual path that you're going to take. Obviously, I'm on this character at like a later stage of the campaign. And when I go here, I'm going to talk to Lorthamar, And then I'm going to get a quest to tour Silvermoon City. And I have to fly all the way around to different locations. And that one is actually really nasty on your vigor because you're going to have to go to the bank. So you fly over here, you land, you go in the bank indoors, you get dismounted, talk to them, you have to mount up, fly up here, go to the portal room, talk to the portal master, go to the innkeeper. And although you save some vigor because you're doing a lot of like exit, flap up, and then like your launch thing saves you speed, a lot of times you're going to want to do what I just described, where you launch up and then like, oh, hey, here's the portal master, and then I'm going to do a quick surge forward or whirling surge, obviously if it's up, to quickly get into that doorway and then boom, dismount, and then repeat the process. You're doing a lot of bunny hopping across Silvermoon City, and that's not necessarily super vigor efficient. So if you burn all of your vigor getting to Silvermoon, you might find that while you're doing the tour quest, you momentarily run out. It's not necessarily a guarantee. You can be a little bit more vigor efficient and be fine, but all of that to say, the main reason I went on the super long tangent is because another potential use of Falling Flame, I think I started from about here, right? So I'm going to clear my timer. I'm going to fly up into the air, dismount. I'm going to glider, and then I fucked it up. Okay, well, we don't have a timer. You can just stopwatch it yourself if you want. I'll go back and check my recording and see roughly how long it took. Now, this one's a little bit tricky because, like, technically speaking, I could ring flinger this. And, well, as a druid, I can also just go here and fly in. This one, you can't just drop down because there's the little rotunda. I mean, if you are an absolute fucking god, you could theoretically cancel the Goblin Glider, get your Falling Flame in here, and then as you're passing under this rotunda, if you don't hit one of these arches and pass in this little gap, then Ring Flinger. I mean, if you do that, give yourself a fucking medal because that's crazy, and that would look really cool. But like, go back and time it yourself. Actually, I'll just do that right now, and I'll tell you how long it took. All right, I checked the recording. It was, actually, you can see on the timer, it was 18 seconds at the point when my Falling Flame was, like, here. Like, I hit this and then kind of bounced off it. So that's what I'm saying, where, like, if you canceled the glider perfectly, and what I also could have done, as a druid, not everybody will have this option, but when I cancel it in flight form, I can fly over here and then cancel it as I'm in flight form and then just drop down. That's, for me, going to be a much safer option. But, you know, if you want to try and pull off, like, the sickest speed leveling trick of all time and go through that gap in Ring Flinger, I mean, more power to you. That would be really, really cool. But it was about 18 seconds to reach that point, and it was 23 seconds for me to fly all the way here. And then the other thing is I have all of my vigor back. Now, is that going to matter a ton? It'll save me a few seconds as I fly throughout Silvermoon. Like, that kind of adds up a little bit, but not by, like, a ton. But realistically, this was ballpark a 5-second time save over optimized skywriting using the Falling Flame. And I included the time, I should note, that it took me to, like, fly up into the air and like, start my Goblin Glider, because ideally, you know, in this situation, you want to be a little bit off the ground to get the glider. The glider gives you, like, more distance, so you almost always want to pair Falling Flame with a glider like that, in case you're unaware. If I didn't use the glider, then it would have, like, shot me and then, like, landed me here or something like that. The glider is what causes it to get, like, more forward distance, but the speed is the same regardless. But yeah, it's really good. And there are a lot of spots later in the questline where using the Falling Flame is just a no-brainer. One that we were debating in my last speedrun is some people recommended using it from here at the end of the Harrandar questline. You can Falling Flame and then land at the start of Zul'Aman, which that is just the way that I'm routing it. So they said, oh, well, just use it there, and it saves time. And it does. Falling Flame, if you get the full value out of it, is obviously if I need to basically go from here to, like, this doorway, right? Which, like I said, you know, take off, whirling surge, and then surge forward, Falling Flame will not be faster for getting from, like, here to this doorway. Just because the flexibility of dragon riding, especially, you know, druid form, you can immediately shift in, you don't have the mount up time. That is just way stronger. You're definitely going to move faster over shorter distances. Falling Flame is not very precise. So in order to make it efficient, you need to get the full distance. It needs to be something where you are just going for, like, a very long time. At that point, also, vigor efficiency is more important, so you can't really go as fast with skywriting. So for long stretches, the king of optimizing travel time is either presetting a Hearthstone. So for all the times when we want to go back to Silvermoon, we ideally want to have some sort of Hearthstone to just cut that travel time, just eliminate it entirely. But sometimes you can't do that. Sometimes the game wants you to go to a location. One of the best examples, and why, like, while this is a viable Falling Flame, what I said in response is later on in the Zul'Aman questline, you're up on this really high mountain, and the game tells you to then go all the way, like, I think it's over here by this flight path, Shade Basin, or Shade whatever basin. You can just glider off your Falling Flame, and that is, like, really, really good distance. You're already really high up, and Falling Flame, like, lasts for a while. I don't know exactly what the duration is, but it's, like, normally you don't get the entire duration of Falling Flame. Normally it ends before. But I'm pretty sure also if you carry the momentum in a glider, then effectively you have the full duration of the glider, because even when Falling Flame expires, the glider is still going at that speed. I'm like 90% sure that is how it works. So for a distance like this, it is just a no-brainer to use Falling Flame. You are getting, like, ultimate value crossing basically the entire zone. So it's always going to be good there. If you already have it, it's worth using. I've already talked in my video about how, like, technically there's no mandatory thing like the dragon riding boat skip or dragon flight boat skip. But this is a 5-second time save here. Now, that spot that I mentioned where it's really good in Zul'Aman, that is much later in the questline. That is definitely going to be over an hour. There is other spots that people have talked about, like a very common example that people provided is basically the inverse of this. So instead of using it to get to Silvermoon here, well, after you do the Silvermoon stuff and you do all of Eversong Woods, then you're going to get to the Arator questline. And the Arator questline, so I think Lars in my Discord is, I believe, the one who mentioned this one. He said that there's a quest where you talk to Arator, and then it says, okay, now speak with Arator at the Sunwell here. So he likes to jump off here, glider, and then, like, right as he's above the water, Falling Flame down this bridge, basically back the way we came. And by doing that, he's able to very quickly get over to the Sunwell area. Now, that's a little tricky, right? Because, like, that's the start of the Arator questline, so that's 30, 40 minutes into the campaign. Your Falling Flame will not be back up. So in order to make that work, you needed to not use Falling Flame either in the Sunwell intro or to save time here. And while that might save time compared to flying normally, like obviously across a long distance, it will save time. Is it worth it then to not use it early on just to maybe save, like, you know, this saved what, 5 seconds we said? I didn't get, like, this is not the full value Falling Flame because we only went up to Silvermoon. Technically, if you do the inverse and you start in Silvermoon, but the Arator questline wants you to go all the way over here. You're going to that area. I'm pinging myself, but you get the idea. You're going all the way over here to the Sunwell Plaza. So you're actually going a further distance across a longer stretch of travel time. You're going to get more time save out of that additional movement speed. So let's say that saves 7 seconds. I think that's fair. Maybe you could argue, I think Lars said it saves 20 seconds. I think that's a stretch. I think that if you're dragon riding correctly, there's no way that there's a 20-second time difference. But let's be generous and say that if you are really optimizing for vigor, it's like 10 to 15 seconds across that entire distance. I guess Druid also, basically, I save a free 2 seconds every time I mount up, so it's a little bit more efficient to flight form for me compared to other people mounting. But is a 10-second time save, let's call it that, 40 minutes into the run, more valuable than a 3-second time save in the Sunwell intro? I haven't timed it out yet, but I'm probably going to try and, like, time it exactly how much time does it save if you do it correctly. 3-second time save, let's say, in the Sunwell intro versus, what did we say here, a 5-second ballpark time save getting to Silvermoon City. So as the run progresses, the time saves become larger and larger from the Falling Flame, but the time save of 3 seconds is at a more critical moment of the leveling process, which is why, as I will discuss later when we're talking about all this in more detail, and even more detail than we already have, I think it is better to use Falling Flame there. Now, a lot of other people have pointed out, right, that that is a very high-risk Falling Flame spot. And, you know, I say go big or go home, right? It's high risk, but it looks cool as hell. So imagine you're like doing your launch scenario and you just finished the Dragonhawk quest like with another person and you just see them rocket off into the sky and you had no idea about the falling flame strat and you just see this other dude pull it off in front of your eyes. Like how cool would that seem? Like holy shit, this ballsy motherfucker is just using falling flame to cross the short distance. That's kind of cool. And like I mean that at the end of the day, we're playing a game. We're trying to have fun. That does matter to me to some extent, I'll be honest. But I also am trying to speed level and trying to optimize that. And I do genuinely believe that there is still a hefty amount of bottlenecks ahead of that point in the quest line. And getting ever so slightly ahead could genuinely be the difference between getting stuck or progressing ahead of everybody else. Because every single stage of the Sunwell quest line from that point on has a really, really annoying bottleneck. And, you know, you're not out of the woods yet just because you got to that point. No, you still have to stay ahead of the competition. Are the odds high that you're going to be going against a bunch of speed levelers if you did the first few quests really fast? Are you likely in the clear compared to the average person that you're leveling against? Probably, right? Because realistically speaking, you're not competing with every speed leveler in the world. You're only competing with the people in your phase. Because as long as you are reasonably efficient and you smoke everybody else and get ahead of the pack, then your time compared to all of the other speed levelers in the world will be more in terms of like minutes and hours than the seconds you saved in the Sunwell intro in terms of determining who is the first person to reach max level and finish the campaign and all that stuff. Obviously, I care about campaign completion, but that like over the entire campaign, that is where your efficiency will really matter compared to the entire world. But when you are in the intro, your efficiency is measured in seconds and you are only competing against the other people around you. And there is a good argument to be made that yes, you will just already be so far ahead of everybody that it won't matter, but you don't know that. You can't say for sure whether that will be the case. So better safe than sorry, right? Anyways, I think I basically covered all of the really important stuff. The main reason I wanted to go on this rant is just because whenever I'm talking about move speed items and stuff like that, and people are like, oh, well, you can just use gun shoes here and it doesn't really matter. And it's like, yeah, gun shoes is fast, but it's important to understand that gun shoes isn't just like purely a replacement Radinax. Radinax is faster, and gun shoes also does have a cooldown, right? So if we do really want to save a lot of time over the leveling process, saying, oh, I'm just going to use gun shoes for this part and instead of Radinax to like save a charge, it's like, well, you can do that if you're only really concerned about, not having to farm a bunch of Radinax gems, which if you're not hyper speed leveling and you're just trying to get like the spark notes from me to beat your friends, totally understandable. But when people are talking about like really optimizing the speed and it's like, well, why use a second Radinax gem when you can just gun shoes here? We do need to understand that it's not necessarily faster. So I, these days, tend to view gun shoes as either a niche crossing water tech, which I should note, I have not found any area in the Midnight Questline where that is relevant, just throwing it out there, right? But there are still times, like, obviously for Chromie time leveling and stuff, there are situations where that is relevant, so do want to at least mention that. But I tend to view gun shoes purely as like I don't have a Radinax gem for whatever reason. Like, maybe I tried to manage my charges, but I accidentally like fat-fingered one or something like that. And I'm in the middle of like a really high-pressure run. Like it's launch day, right? I can't just restart. I have to go with whatever. So I keep gun shoes in my back pocket. That way, if I mess up my Radinax, okay, I have a slightly weaker Radinax as a backup until I manage to grab a new one out of my mailbox. And that way I'm still like maintaining my momentum, like going forward. And when I have like a spare moment to just quickly grab one, then I can like make up for my mistake, which is also usually why I think having a backup Radinax is nice, especially here, because the most critical, the most important Radinax use, which we will discuss, is at the very end of the quest line. So, yeah, you kind of want to have a Radinax gem prepped for that. It is kind of important. But I don't know. It's there's a lot to take in. There are a lot of different things that you can justify using here. I hope that I have given you a good understanding of the use cases and the relative speeds of all of the different consumables and why getting all of this stuff is really important. The use cases for Falling Flame. A lot of people still don't realize that Falling Flame is actually faster than Dragon Riding. Like, no matter how you slice it, it's just faster. Even at, like, peak speeds, I only barely scratched on this speed meter, which is not perfect, but is still, relatively speaking, an accurate demonstration, and I was only barely scratching, like, 1250 or something like that on the percentage, whereas I'm cruising at 1450 ballpark with Falling Flame. So on long distances, Falling Flame is just faster. A lot of people still don't realize that, especially people will compare it to Darkmoon Cannon, which Darkmoon Cannon, I guess honorable mention, right, is much, much, much slower. Whenever Falling Flame is a thing, people always ask me, oh, can I use Darkmoon Cannon as a backup? Darkmoon Cannon is like slower than Radinax, and it has a 3-second windup. The one situation where I had considered using Darkmoon Cannon, I'll throw this in as a fun fact because, you know, it is still a movement item, so some people may, I mean, like I just got done saying, people get confused about the use case of Darkmoon Cannon. It is not good for crossing far distances. I mean, compared to Falling Flame, right? So it is nowhere near a replacement for Falling Flame. And like Radinax is significantly faster. Even Gunshoes will be faster in most areas. Darkmoon Cannon is only good if you need to launch yourself up a distance. So my initial thought for this routing, for like the Ethereal Quest, is I'm like, okay, well, you want to go into this building first, right? It's the closest one. So you can do something like run in here, and then you grab this weapon, you go out, you go up here, you grab this, you go up here, and then run all the way around. Then there's a weapon, I think, right here, a weapon right here, and then you would run out this doorway, and you would Darkmoon Cannon here, and then because you're like on the right incline, Darkmoon Cannon would perfectly launch you right around here, right on top of this weapon, and then you could drop down. This is possible in the right spot if I finagle it. It's really finicky though, but if you get, yep, there we go. You can fall down below through this orb and attack the ethereal guy and then kill him. And then the idea was, okay, then you backtrack and then you go to this area. I don't know, you can like Radinax here, quickly go up, and then you would like exit there. Like you could probably jump down here, and then like in this situation, you wouldn't need to use your glider earlier, so you could do this, drop down, glider, land by Terralion over here, turn in the quest, something like that. That was, when I first did this quest, that was the way that like I instantly routed it in my head. And it's kind of interesting to talk about that because one of the main things that I'm going to try and show you in this next section, walking through the Sunwell intro, is how complicated it can be when you're presented with like a million different nodes on the map of like, I have to hit all of these different locations. It's basically a gigantic traveling salesman problem of how do I do this all in the most efficient manner? And that like seems logical, right? Like, okay, I need to hit 3 different locations. Well, logic would tell you that you obviously aren't going to start with the furthest one. If you need to hit 3 nodes, Traveling Salesman tells you start close, far, back, and then you're here. And obviously you want to end here. So like one thing that is a no-brainer, you never want to really end on this final building. Technically, you can make a case for like you end up here, you grab this weapon, you Goblin Glider here and land, but like there's no real scenario where that like flows well. But even that, like you could say that in the case of World of Warcraft, because of the way like speed leveling stuff works, that is something you could do, right? You could even jump off, and like if you're out of combat, you can like jump Radinax. Radinax would shoot you straight to the ground. Boom, you're back at Terralion. So it's not like a perfect representation of the traveling salesman problem. But then here's another thing, right? And this is why, the fact Darkmoon Cannon just eats up 3 seconds, that like does add up. We just said like, you know, the opening area is measured in seconds. But also this mailbox is not here in the Sunwell intro. If you are getting any ideas, at least I'm pretty sure it's not. So if you are going like into this building first, it seems logical of like, okay, if you just view this as like 3 nodes, this building is a node, this building is a node, this building is a node, then yeah, Traveling Salesman says, go close, go far, go here. But it's not just that. It's actually 8 different nodes scattered throughout the 3 buildings. The first node is inside here, but then you have to backtrack. You have to go up here. You have to go up, like around this little ramp, grab this item. And then this is the killer part, right? This like loop around ramp. This is a lot of extra running, which is why, I'll explain this later, but I think that what you should do is instead of doing the whole like silly Darkmoon Cannon strat, another thing is, right, like named mobs are a major bottleneck. So in many of my routing things, even though a theoretical best possible traveling salesman path wouldn't start with the named mob, it is logically speaking, better to start with the named mob, because then you are never stuck at that bottleneck. Everything else you can just do as fast as you possibly can, and other players won't be competing with you. Like, some mobs you have to share credit for, but like rescuing civilians, right? Everybody has their own civilians that they can rescue. You're not competing with other people to rescue those civilians. So in like the blob quest down here, you want to kill the blob immediately, because the moment other people get here, you better believe they're going to try to kill the blob first. So if you're going all the way around here, like taking the, best possible path, which technically doesn't even go down this ramp, but taking a really optimal path to rescue as many civilians as possible. And I've seen people say, like, oh, they're going to end here. They're going to end by the blob. So they're going to, like, drop down, grab this civilian, drop down, grab these civilians, and then, like, make a path that is, like, shortest possible distance to rescue 20 civilians and then end the blob because the turn-in point is here. Well, while you're doing all this stuff, what if somebody kills the blob? Then you're here, the blob's dead, and that other person slightly backtracks, grabs their civilians, and then before the blob has even respawned, they're already running over here to turn in. So, this is why I love speed leveling. This is what's so fucking cool about it. It is, in many cases, an unsolvable problem, because that's an unknown variable. You're never going to be able to say for sure whether somebody's going to steal your tag or not, but it's something that you have to account for. You don't know if it's going to happen, so what do? You assume worst case scenario, if somebody steals my blob kill, then I'm fucked, right? I lose 1 minute if this happens. I save 10 seconds if I do, like, the best possible path that ends in the blob. So am I going to take the strategy that saves a tiny bit of time but has the potential for absolutely catastrophic consequences? Or am I going to take the, like, still very efficient but extremely safe route of killing the named mob first? And we've kind of gone off on a complete tangent here, but this is kind of why I want to make the video, and I guess now that I'm ranting about it here, I just won't rant about it, like, in a different section of the video, even though this was technically just supposed to be the move speed section. I'm gonna end by using Shadow Flame Rockets once again, because I absolutely fucking love this item. And I'm gonna try to engineer a situation where I can launch myself really far. I didn't even get the jump, but you can see I carried myself all the way out to sea. Absolutely love Shadow Flame Rockets. Beautiful item. And the final thing that I'll say about Falling Flame is I mentioned that Lars said it's really good for, like, starting the Arator questline, which unfortunately I don't think you can really fit in. If you're doing the Falling Flame of the Sunwell Intro, it won't be up. But depending on when you choose to do Zul'Aman, when you go to Magister's Terrace, it actually lines up really well. Going from the center of Silvermoon, Falling Flame almost perfectly gets you to, like, right around Magister's Terrace. Now, the problem is, in my testing, if I'm going really fast, my Zul'Aman Falling Flame will probably still make it on cooldown by the time that I actually get to that part in the questline. What are you going to do? It's 1 hour cooldown item is very restrictive, and it's hard to find the absolute perfect setup for it. Which one is better? Is it better to just, like, let it sit off cooldown so that you can, like, use it here? Or should you just let it rip immediately? That's the kind of thing that I don't know. And I don't know if we'll ever solve, really. If World of Warcraft, if Falling Flame existed in Classic WoW, then people would probably have, by this point in time, figured out how to route Falling Flame into Classic WoW, but WoW gets new expansions all the time, so nobody is really constantly thinking about, like, the best possible ways to do that. I'm sure we can make optimizations. When we have Legion Remix and stuff like that, we can get times down to 1 minute, and I'm sure if that, given enough time, you could optimize the hell out of any sort of leveling thing, but the way that I find it more fun to do is get it down to a time that I'm really happy with, and then I go do something else until the new expansion comes out, and then I have a brand new set of content to optimize the hell out of, and it's a brand new problem for me to solve, and it's very fun, and that is something that my brain likes. It's a fun optimization problem. That's what I like about speed leveling. Anyways, that was the intermission. I hope you enjoyed that, and if you guys skipped it, then you're lame, and there's a lot of cool stuff, and you should definitely watch it. But here is, I think, the thing a lot of people clicked for, talking about the Sunwell intro in excruciating detail. Alright, so now we get to the fun part. So first, before I show you my beautiful PowerPoint presentation slides for the Sunwell intro, I just want to let you all know that this guide has been certified by my assistant, Finn. While I was doing all of the testing for this, he was looking over my shoulder and watching me do it, and he approves of all the recommendations that I will provide you with in this guide. But now, as for the first part, so we actually need to do something a little bit funky here. I need to, went a little bit too far. I've done some weird stuff with these slides. We're no longer going to be looking at it from a PowerPoint presentation. angle. We're going to be just looking at the slides themselves, and I've laid out all the info here, and I think it'll make sense when you see why I've done all this. But here we are. This is where Liadrin starts, so I've shown the screenshots for all three of them. This is Horde. You can see she starts here, just like by the inn and the auction house. This is where you'll want to go. If you're Alliance, it is this location over here. So it's right outside of the cathedral in this area. She's on like the little steps near that little tree. And then if you really want to, you can go over to Dornegal, and Liadrin is here relative to Dornegal, basically just to the side of that main staircase leading into the hall. Now, as for which one you should choose, obviously you can't choose the one for the opposing faction, but you can either choose, I guess in my case, like Dornegal or Stormwind. It technically doesn't matter, right? But I would imagine that there's going to be less people in general, like in the major cities. So there's probably going to be more people overall in Dornegal, because that is like the current expansion hub, than there will be in Orgrimmar and Stormwind. So personally, I have parked my character outside of Stormwind, but you could do either one. It really doesn't make that much of a difference. Now, I'm going to zoom out again for this slide. I have to zoom really far out and reposition this even further. Okay, this should be good. So, in order to explain all of this stuff, I have made a bunch of different, like, bird's eye view slides of how all of this stuff works, of every single section, and I can either do like hours and hours and hours of like fancy keyframe animations, or we could just pretend that, we're, a toddler playing with action figures and like, drag it all around like, I fight Liadrin, boom, 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 that kind of thing. So that's what we're going to be doing for the purposes of this demonstration. But I still think that this is a good, easy way to give you a general idea. I've also like jotted a bunch of notes down here that is really important. So this is what's going to happen when you first enter the Sunwell. You talk to Liadrin, you get like, beam of light splashes onto you, you're put into a loading screen, and you are dropped out here. So you can see there's like this little fountain area. This is like there's a light circle here. This is also a respawn point. So if you jump off this cliff and fall down into the lower area, you'll be like surrounded by void energy and you're snapped back here. This is also a little bit tricky because in later sections of the questline, if you wander a little bit too far, then it'll also snap you back. So just to like skip ahead a little bit, in this section, which is like one of the first major quest hubs, there's like little bridges and stuff that lead out to later areas of the Sunwell questline. But if while on this quest you happen to like try to walk down this bridge, you get like covered in void energy and you get snapped all the way back over here to where the Liadrin like intro thing starts. So the nice thing is that, as you will see, I won't recommend even getting remotely close to these locations, but also it means that if you accidentally fall off here and land there, you basically, your run is over, you lose an incredible amount of time. Just something to be mindful of. Now, after you start here on this little area, so this would be your character, it's represented by a little bear icon I have, Liadrin is standing right around here. So, like, the exact quest marker would be ballpark here. There's like a little archway here. Liadrin's basically in the dead center of this arch. And you need to, like, technically speaking, you have an initial quest called Midnight that you need to turn in. So you have to run over here really quickly. Usually I just pop, like, Stampeding Roar the moment I load in. Stampeding Roar, run over here, talk to Liadrin, auto turn in the quest, and then you get a new one. So that's why I'd like the quest here. So you get this new quest from Liadrin. She starts over here, and a bunch of NPCs will run down this corridor over to the turn-in point. Liadrin, though, is the person you need to turn in the quest to. Liadrin will slowly walk all the way down here. Slowly walk. She'll walk over here. She'll stop for like 2 seconds. And then she'll walk over here and she'll be at the turn-in point. She takes her sweet-ass time. Which, for the very first quest, which is also, like, presumably, oh my god, the Sunwell's under attack. It's just, like, really bad quest design that she spends. I timed it. 28 seconds walking from here all the way down to here. It's really nasty. Now, this is one of those things where, obviously, if there's unavoidable roleplay, there's not a lot that you can do about it. So in the case of, like, the Ma intro, we had a lot of sections where Jaina and Thrall are just doing excessive monologuing, and, well, you just have to sit there and wait. Here's the problem. I have discovered a way to completely bypass this entire roleplay. So what I saw a lot of people recommending is, because there's no way to, in theory, speed this up, this little diamond over here, there is a kobold that gives you a, I believe it's 5% versatility buff, which is like, I mean, it's better than nothing. So while you wait for Liadrin, in theory, there's no point like trying to run all the way over here really quickly, get to the turn-in point, because the turn-in point doesn't appear until she gets to the turn-in point. So as you're waiting, and like, you know, she's over here, if you get here early, you still need to wait for her to get there to turn in the quest. So you may as well go down here, grab the verse buff, go up here, turn in the quest. Here's the problem. What I have realized is that a lot of these sorts of roleplay quests, what happens if you basically get interrupted, you log out or you switch servers in the middle of the roleplay? Some quests will break, and then you'll have to abandon it and re-accept it. But what a lot of quests do is they just auto-complete the roleplay. And Liadrin quest at the very start of midnight is one of those. It auto-completes the roleplay. So, you'll see here, I jotted down some notes. If you pick up the Liadrin quest, and then you use Gunshoes to get to the turn-in point, that is 8 seconds. If you mount up, in this case I used Druid Travel Form, so there was no, like, mount cast time, and also I'm pretty sure you can't directly mount. Druid Travel Form doesn't count as a mount, so you can use it in no mounting zones. But if you were to mount, it would probably be longer, like more like 13, 14 seconds, because you'd have to, like, go here, mount up, it's like 2-second cast time, and then you run over here. Realistically, you want to use Gunshoes for this area. So keep that in mind. Gunshoes, about 8 seconds. Liadrin RP, about 28 seconds. This is a massive difference. Now, I just said there's no point in, like, running to the end here because Liadrin's still walking. Well, what if you could skip the RP? So, I have a little demonstration here. I think this is the best way to do it. I've color-coded all of the different bears. Really, this is just a show. Imagine this is a 5-man party. So I mentioned earlier that I think that for the Sunwell intro, you're going to want to be in a group of 5. And I have already started talking to some of my guildies. A few of them said they'd be down, and we're going to make a 5-man group. And this is one of the main reasons why, but there are more. Grouping in the Sunwell intro is, I think, more overpowered than any intro that we've ever had, largely because of how important it is for the very first few quests, and like the first few quests are exponentially more important than all of the ones after, because you can snowball that time save. Maybe exponentially isn't the right idea, but it goes to show just how much more important it is. So, let's say that this is me. This is my bear. I'm going to be playing a bear on launch, and I am on a dead roleplay server. I'm the uncolored bear. So, my bear is on one of like the super dead North American roleplay servers. This way, I will have overall less competition, just in general, for mob tags, and I want, overall, my entire group to be on my dead roleplay server, because that would just make the questing process a hell of a lot easier. But in order to get Liadrin to snap, you need to change servers. So if all of us started off on the dead roleplay server, then how would we get to a point where we can snap Liadrin? So this is basically how a group of 5 would do it. Now, to do this trick, there's 2 ways that I know of to do the trick to cause Liadrin to snap teleport from start to finish. One of them is to phase by exiting war mode. So I managed to do this solo with a Volpera. I picked up the Liadrin quest, I set up a camp, I went into the rested area of the camp and disabled war mode, and then that caused Liadrin to snap. Now that's obviously not ideal, because then A, you're exiting war mode, and B, it causes you to use your Volpera make camp, and generally speaking, if you are a Volpera, you're probably using your make camp somewhere else in the questing process as like a way to save some time. I know some people are doing that as a way to like teleport to Scarlet Monastery if they are Horde. I am obviously a Night Elf Druid. I don't have that luxury, but something to keep in mind. To my knowledge, there is no other way to do the Liadrin snap solo. So you need at least one other person. Now, if, let's say, you know, let's these bears are out of the picture. Let's say I'm just leveling in a duo, right? And, like, my duo partner was on a different server. So I go over here, I pick up the Liadrin quest, and then my friend, this blue bear over here, invites me to a group, and I phase to his server. Well, now Liadrin is now snapped over here. But then, like, my friend over here is still on his dead server, or his, like, populated server. His Liadrin is still back here. He picked up the quest, and it's running slowly. So I need to then drop group after my Liadrin has snapped and invite my friend to the dead roleplay server, which then causes his Liadrin to snap, and then we can both turn in the quest and continue on. And if you are on, or if you're in a 5-man group, this is a little bit harder to execute, so I'm going to need, like, mass invite macros. And since, obviously in my case, I am the one on a dead roleplay server, I want all of my guildies to eventually end up on my server. And the other problem, you don't know who's going to get in first. So pretend like off in the corner here, this is Stormwind. We're all sitting in front of the Liadrin in Stormwind. We'll copy paste Liadrin over here just to do this. So this is like pretend we're in Stormwind. We're all gathered around, waiting for the expansion to launch, and none of us are in a group. Because let's say we were in a group. Whichever one of us enters Sunwell first, we all interact with her at the exact same time, and then we're all on a loading screen. Let's say my internet's like better or something like that, so I'm the first one to load in. Well, now we're all immediately on the dead roleplay server, but we want to end there. We don't want to start there. But there's no way to control it, right? Like, obviously, ideally, let's say, you know, this is Illidan or something like that, and we don't want to be on Illidan, so it would be good if we started on Illidan, picked all of this up, and then dropped group, phased the dead roleplay server, and then did most of our questing there. That would be the best possible outcome. But we have no way to control that. We don't know which of the party members is going to load in first. So we actually need to start ungrouped. And then after every single one of us has loaded in to the same spot in the Sunwell intro, then somebody on Illidan sends out a macro or presses a macro that /invites every single person in our 5-man group. And then after, let's say I don't immediately accept the invite, I run over here, I accept Liadrin's quest. Then I accept the invite to the group that should, in theory, phase me over to Illidan. Now my Liadrin snaps. Now everybody else does the same thing. They get the phase over, they talk to Liadrin, but let's say the people on Illidan. So let's say that, you know, Blue Bear over here, or this is Sepia Bear. So Sepia Bear, not on Illidan, so they also pick it up, leave, and then they're good to go. This bear, also not on Illidan, he's on, I don't know, Area 52. We're good to go. Their Liadrins have all snapped. But White Bear and Blue Bear here are both on Illidan. Blue Bear is the party leader, White Bear just happens to be on the same server, so he doesn't get phased either. Their Liadrins are still running. So now, after doing this, I need to then spam a macro to send out invites to the other people, and then the moment that they all start their Liadrin quests, they have to disband the group, and then accept my party invite to phase over to the dead RP server, which will guarantee that everybody has cycled servers once. Now, everybody's Liadrin is guaranteed to be snapped over here, and we're all, finally, on my server, with me as the group leader, on the dead roleplay server, and we can continue the intro now with Liadrin snapped to the end, on the dead roleplay server. If that sounds really complicated, I'm sorry it is. I don't make the game. I'm just the messenger. I'm just the one who finds these stupid broken strategies because Blizzard doesn't code their shit right. And this sounds really complicated, but refer to this. Liadrin RP is 28 seconds long. It's really long. So this entire process, does this sound really convoluted? Yes. Does it sound like it's going to take 28 seconds to do this? If you optimize it, no. And I especially know this because I just got done doing my sub-2-minute Legion Remix speedrun, and we had to do a lot of drop group, send macro to invite stuff. And we optimized that process down. If you get it down, like if you practice the muscle memory, you can do a quick group switch in like under 5 seconds. Now, it's going to be a little bit tricky here because we can't do an auto-accept. We have to make sure that we are picking up the Liadrin quest before we are accepting the group invite, so there's some like manual click delay there, because people need to make sure they don't like get invited before they're ready. But still, this is a pretty fast process, and also, even still, the time that it will take you to pick up the Liadrin quest and then Gunshoes over here is 8 seconds. So what this might look like in practice, Liadrin's over here, right? We all load in. The moment that I load in, I pop Stampeding Roar, I run over here, I pick up the Liadrin quest. The moment I, am doing that, so the moment my party member, so in this case, we said Blue Bear was the party leader. So the moment Blue Bear loads in, he is spamming a macro, just mashing it, that says, /invite all 4 of these other bears. So I should already have the invite popping up on my screen. So Blue Bear has invited you to join their group. So I run over here, I pick up the quest as soon as possible. Then I accept the invite, and I start pressing Gunshoes. And even if, I load in late, then I can just accept the invite immediately upon doing this, press Gunshoes. And it's going to take 8 seconds anyways, at the absolute minimum, for all bears to go over here. So you still have 8 seconds of slush time, where you're going to have to travel regardless, to where you can get all of this group stuff set up. And even if, beyond that, it takes an extra 10 seconds to do all of this stuff, somebody gets confused, somebody gets a little bit stuck, their loading screen is really long, or whatever, there will be a certain point, and I will level with my guildies about this, I will say, at a certain point, we're not doing No Man Left Behind. If your game crashes, we're cutting you loose. I will have to tell them that, right? But that's like obviously the way I'm personally doing it. So there will be a certain amount of like at some point you have to abandon somebody, but even if you lose 10 seconds here on top of the gun shoes, you can do this while gun choosing, by the way. So in a perfect world, while you're doing the gun shoes, you do all the group swaps, you get here and you save 20 seconds. If it takes 10 seconds beyond that, you still save 10 seconds. You are entering the next phase of the quest line at the very start, a full 10 seconds ahead of everybody else. If you have not been paying attention to all of the other stuff that I've been talking about throughout this entire video, and you don't understand how much a 10-second time save on the literal first quest is, I mean, yeah, you just skip to this part of the video and you're completely fucking clueless, because that is a colossal time save. That is insurmountable, really. So the problem with this is I've seen, like, since I discovered this and I talked about it in my Discord, I've seen some people trying to, like, rationalize, like, is there anything that you could possibly do to get around this? And I keep saying, like, look, it sucks that this is a thing, but no, there's no way to justify not getting a 10-second time save flat on the very first quest of the Sunwell intro, because as we will see, there are so many bottlenecks present in this intro that being ahead by that much, if you are beating 99% of the population by a full 10 seconds, you just snowball that into basically a free, complete 100% Sunwell intro, and you just win, right? So the odds, realistically speaking, that there is another group on your particular server that happens to perfectly execute this Liadrin skip is basically next to zero. It might be a thing, and even then you'd only be competing with like the handful of people who happen to perfectly execute that. So your competition would be limited. But statistically speaking, the amount of people who watch my second channel videos and pay attention to like the discussion of my Discord and even know that this skip exists, congratulations, you are now among the elites, right? You have access to insane information that nobody else has. So I would recommend getting at least one other friend. It helps to have more for reasons we'll discuss. But even if you have one other friend to help you do this Liadrin intro skip, you already beat 99% of people in the Sunwell intro. It's that simple. It's even more broken than any of the stuff in like the MoP intro, because in the MoP intro, at least, I talked about how like on launch day, I did like the fancy glider and Fel Russian stuff skips to break the Helm of Domination quest, and I did all of that completely solo. And I still got like a 10 to 15 second lead on everybody else going into the MoP. And that allowed me to kill Ruiner Maroth or whatever it was a full 10 seconds ahead of everybody else, which then put everybody else an entire 1 minute behind me. So then I'm on to the next quest while they're waiting on the first respawn of Ruiner Maroth. And then I get the first tag on every single other named mob throughout the entire MoP intro. And there's a reason why I was in Bastion when my friends were still stuck in the MoP. I was like a full 30 minutes to an hour ahead of even other speed levelers. And anybody else who didn't get those like 10 to 15 second time saves on their respective MoP phase was just in hell, literally. But if you did get that 10-second time save, those people were cruising alongside me, which also meant that, I think I forgot to mention this when I talked about the MoP intro, but when I got to Maldraxxus, there were actually so few people there that Blizzard had like one phase that split, like all of the different servers were just on one layer, and I was in a layer with basically only hyper speed levelers, and they were all basically murdering each other for mob tags in war mode because that's how cutthroat it was. And that was actually kind of tricky to navigate because I was a solo player, not playing a tank spec. So, separate tangent. But all that to say, yeah, this is very important. I really cannot overstate just how much of a massive time save this is. So, that is the very first quest, the Liadrin quest, and how to break the roleplay. And now, we got on to the next section. So, what do I have? Show more here. Yeah, okay, so if I do that, then it shows the entire thing. It looks like, I'm trying to look at my OBS just to make sure everything's showing up. Yeah, I believe you can see everything. But I do... I'll zoom in a little bit, because it helps. And then I'll zoom in, and then we can, I think, yeah, we can still drag over here and read the comments and stuff like that. So, all right. You exit the Liadrin RP. I'm gonna shrink my bear down to a more reasonable size, more like, you know, close to scale. This is still a little bit larger than scale, right? But this is where you turn in the Liadrin escort quest, quote unquote, and you pick up the next set of quests. Now, this section of the quest line has 3 objectives. You pick up one quest from Liadrin, who is like over here on the like the northern side of this little carpet. Then on the southern side of this carpet, fairly close by, is Terralion, and Terralion gives you 2 more quests. One of the quests, I don't remember which one gives which, it doesn't really matter. One of the quests is fill a progress bar. So kill void invaders and fill that bar up to 100%. And another quest, that one is from Terralion, is find Arator. Arator is down here. This is actually just a picture of my paladin, so pretend Arator has boobs. I'm not going to like go and get like photoshopped images of all of like the different lore characters. I happen to have one for Liadrin and my bear, but I've just taken like images that I've used for thumbnails over the years and thrown them in here as like, representations. So here's the start of the quest line. You have 3 objectives. One is to talk to Arator down here. The other is to talk to the other NPCs, so Alonzus Fowl, Lothraxion, and Farron. And then there's the, like, fill the progress bar. You have to do a bunch of stuff across this entire area. So there's other stuff over here. And the quest is turned in all the way over here on the other side of this subzone is called Parhelion Plaza. This is actually a delve. This outdoor area is like the Parhelion Plaza delve, and this entire questline basically spans the entire length of the Parhelion Plaza delve, and there is a lot of ground to cover and a lot of stuff scattered across the entirety of the zone. There's also, it's really hard to get this in a screenshot, but there's verticality here. So there's like these bridges that go over here. This entire area is like really far down. There's like staircases that lead into this like little wraparound area. Then if you remember the Calicos fight in like TBC Sunwell, this is the Calicos platform. There's a bridge that leads here. That's where Lothraxion is, so he's up above here. There's another bridge that leads to the eventual turn-in point here. And the Kobold's still here. If you want, you can get the 5% verse buff. Honestly, with the Liadrin skip, it's really not worth the time it takes to go over there and get it. So, in essence, if we zoom out big picture, I'll talk about what the other symbols mean in a second, but they're relevant. Your goal for this is to kill a bunch of mobs throughout the entire zone. You have to speak to each of these NPCs. Arator, Alonzus Fowl. Oh, shit. I dragged. I'm going to move this to, let's do order, bring to front, just to make it easier to demonstrate this. So Arator, Lothraxion, and Karen, or Farron. Keep confusing Cariel, Rome, and Farron. So talk to Farron, and then eventually you have to make your way all the way across here. This quest hub is an absolute nightmare to optimize because these mobs are all spread out. And it's not even just as simple as like point A, point B, point C, point D, right? Because there's gaps here. This is just like a downstairs area. Now, I've seen Demon Hunters saying that they're going to do Arator, Alonzus Fowl, double backflip fell rush over here to the central platform to talk to Lothraxion, and then drop down and talk to Farron. And like, okay, if you're a Demon Hunter, you can do that, but you can't for everybody else. That's not possible. Another thing that's important to note is NPC interacts, you can see I have this note here, are shared amongst party members, but it's hard to see because we're zoomed out, if you are close. In fact, I don't know why my comments are not scaling. There we go. NPC interacts are shared if you're close by. So one thing that I tested is what would happen if one person interacted with Arator down here while another person was interacting with Farron all the way up here. They do not share credit. But if somebody is interacting with Lothraxion, they will get credit for the person interacting with Farron and the person interacting with Arator. So the person in the middle is within range of all of this stuff, but the people on the opposite ends are too far apart. So you can't just go into a group and speedrun this entire thing by having one person go down every single pathway, unless you basically just, ignore half the group and say, okay, these people are only going to get like partial credit and then they will have to do the rest on their own. I honestly still don't know how I'm going to optimize this with a group of 5. What I think I'm going to try and do is I'm going to have, we have a team of 5, right? So I'm going to have a team of 2 head to the center. And then I'm going to have 2 people head to Farron, 1 person head to Arator and Alonzus Fowl. Then this person's going to get Arator, Alonzus Fowl. Then they're going to double back and they're going to go over to Farron. The 2 people that go to Farron are going to go to Farron. Then they're going to double back and go to Arator and Alonzus Fowl. So they won't get credit for the other interacts, but they'll basically switch. And while all of this is going on, the other team of 2 is going to go to the center. They're going to interact with Lothraxian. Everybody should be in range for the Lothraxian interact. The team of 2 in the center should get credit for all of the interacts on the side here. And then as these people are running around getting these far interacts, the people in the center are like rounding up a bunch of mobs here, killing those mobs to fill the progress bar, which everybody should be in range for. Then they round up all the mobs here in the center, kill all of this. Both people on each side should be getting credit. So by the end of that, the people in the middle have filled the progress bar. The people on the sides have gotten the far interacts. And then they basically go this way. There's a lot of like mob percent over here, and there's like a decent amount of mobs over here. Still don't know exactly which side I'm going to have 2 go on. There's a case we made for like, this is a rare mob. I'll talk about that in a second. But the team in the middle can go down this bridge and go turn it in as these teams are filling up their remaining progress. And then we'll talk about why, like, basically the 2 in the middle will complete the quest early, and then they'll get a head start on the next quest. But in the end, it should actually even out for the entire group, and then they should converge on the same point in the quest line. This is very complicated, and this is only for a team of 5, right? But I don't even know necessarily if this is going to work. This is still like a massive clusterfuck, right? There's a separate way to optimize this if you're a solo player. There's no good way to optimize this if you're a solo player. But I have seen a lot of people saying that they're going to like start with Lothraxian. Initially, my gut instinct was start here, drop down, interact with Farron, and then like circle back and stuff like that. One of the things that I noticed though is, so in order to fill the progress bar, you need to get 100% completion. And there's a lot of mobs. There's basically a bunch of mobs in this area, a bunch of mobs either on the bridge or by Lothraxian. There's not that many mobs in this area, but there are some. And then there's like a few on the bridge. There's a lot of mobs in these like I guess rotunda areas, like over here. There's a ton of like really efficient mobs, ton of efficient mobs over here. So these are like by far the best areas to get percent completion in from killing mobs. But you don't just need to kill mobs to get percent completion, or rather you don't need to just kill mobs. There are objects that you can click on. So we can see here, there are random spears on the ground that you can pick up. There's like a short cast time to pick up the spear. They give 2%, which is not a lot. The progress bar goes up to 100%. And this is not shared. So if one party member picks up a spear, only they get 2%. Nobody else gets it. I generally don't think that this will be worth doing. If you pick up spear, it would only be to throw it at one of the big elites because it reduces their health by 20%. Is that worth it? For reasons that we'll discuss in a little bit, probably not, but maybe. Maybe. The big thing is that it's not shared anyway. There's also a bunch of random guards just scattered around the area, and these give 2%. They're not shared, but interacting with the guard is literally a button press. So if you happen to be just flying past the guard on like Gunshoes, and you right-click it, boom, you get 2% completely for free. Now, another really interesting thing is that there's a bunch of injured civilians scattered around the entire Parkelian Plaza area. Inside these rotundas, and I think like some other places, there are medical salves that you can pick up to heal these civilians. And there's like a cast time to heal the civilian and a cast time to pick up the medical salve. And if you do all of that, it only gives you 2%. This is terrible. Here's the thing though, Arator, after you interact with him for the quest, will begin to follow you around. And if Arator passes by an injured civilian, he will stop and cast the healing spell and heal them, and then you will get credit for healing that civilian. You will get the 2%. And notably, if you are fairly close to another party member, they share credit for healing that civilian. There are also a lot of other like smart heal effects. So I was doing testing on one of my monks, and I was still running a Master of Harmony build on it. And Brewmaster Monk, when it does Tiger Pump with Harmonic Surge, emits like a burst of AoE healing. That burst of AoE healing was healing any injured civilians in the area. I also tested it, any sort of like tiny bit of heal, one tick of healing from any sort of smart heal or direct cast healing spell, so like a Rejuve from a druid, will instantly heal a civilian. Is that good? Maybe. There are situations where that could be worth it. If you're like 1 or 2% off and you see 2 civilians and you can quickly tab heal, that honestly might be the best way to like get your last bit of remaining percent. But because Arator, as you navigate your way through the intro, will frequently find civilians and randomly heal them and give you chunks of like 2 to 4% because sometimes he hits 2 of them at once, almost all of the solo routes, I think, should start with Arator. Because even if there is like a very slight movement optimization loss here by starting with Arator, you're basically saving percent over the long run by going down here, talking to him, talking to Alonzo's Fowl, and then jumping back here. Obviously, I mentioned before, like, because of the way that Demon Hunters are doing it, Demon Hunters will always want to do here, here, backflip, backflip, fell rush, here, here. But even if you can't do that as, like, another class, like, as a druid, I go here, here, wild charge, jump down here, like Gunshoes or something, run over here with Thraxian, drop down, talk to Farron. Now, that is not the main way that you're going to get percent. I will also note that these triangles here, these are ballista, or ballistae. Is that like the plural of ballista? These give 6%, and like the civilians, they are shared if close. There is a small cast time, very short, like 1 second to interact with it. I wouldn't go out of your way to interact with these things, but a lot of times, as I said, these areas, like obviously you have to go here to talk to Farron anyway, and this area is really efficient for mob killing. This area is also really efficient for mob killing. They are in a relatively close spot. It can be interrupted if you take damage. So if you round up a bunch of mobs and you're slowly dragging them towards the quest turning point and you kill all of them, is it worth it to run over here for the ballista? No. But if you happen to kill a bunch of mobs, you're out of combat right next to it, you should click it. It's 6%. As we'll see, that's basically like 1 full mob kill, so it's not bad, really. And then the main way that you're going to fill this progress bar is with these mob kills. So let me zoom in again, and we'll take a look over here. So you'll see this when we play the actual footage, but there are a lot of different types of mobs that you'll encounter throughout this. So in this like general area over here, you're going to find a lot of like regular void enemies. So there's going to be a lot of what I've called small voidwalkers. When I say small voidwalker, this is like the warlock pets, the thing that you would immediately recognize as this is a voidwalker. There are some caster voidwalkers and some, I believe they're called pummelers. They are both basically the same model with slight differences. They both are the same. So for the purposes of this note, they are both small voidwalkers. Now, skinny voidwalkers, this will be notable later on because some of the skinny voidwalkers in later quests have different values. But in this quest, skinny voidwalkers give exactly the same percent, 5.5%, and they have roughly, like within a few thousand, the same health. It's basically not a noticeable difference whatsoever. Those guys are like, if you've seen Midnight at all, they have like these long like claw arms and stuff like that. They look like, I mean, skinny voidwalkers. So that's why I've called them that. The small and skinny voidwalkers are by far the most efficient mobs. It seems like they wouldn't be worth killing, but they get 5.5%. There's a lot of them, especially in the other side of this area, like these rotunda areas. There's a bunch of just regular voidwalker guys and like on the staircase in this open area, and they all give really good percent, which also means that if you are one of the first people to make it to the other side of the plaza and get all of these voidwalkers, that is really, really efficient for filling out the progress bar. Now, one of the other things that you may notice on this map is I have these 3 purple clouds here, and these little arrows pointing up the stairs. So these are, I've seen people call them hyperspawns. They're not quite hyperspawns, but they are like mass spawn points for a lot of little void enemies. And the void enemies will run up the stairs here, and there's a bunch of NPCs that are like fighting off the void guys over here, a bunch of them fighting here. There's another one of these spawns on this little ramp that goes up. They spawn right around here, and then they go up the ramp and fight the NPCs like around the end point of this arrow. Now, when I first saw this, my initial gut instinct was, oh, this must be the best way to farm mob kill percent, because there's a lot of really dense mobs in one area, so you go there, they spawn really frequently, you fill the progress bar. Obviously, that would be the fastest way, right? No, it's actually really, really, really bad. So one of the problems with this is that there are a lot of skinny voidwalkers that spawn in this area, and they are like a different type of skinny voidwalker. Sometimes, rarely, I've seen like the regular one that gives 5.5% spawn here. I don't know if it's like a bug, Blizzard just like put the wrong NPC ID spawning in this area, but a lot of them do not give any credit whatsoever. It's just a different mob that doesn't give any credit. And another thing to note, a lot of the mobs in this downstairs area, so this entire section here, none of these mobs give any credit. There's a lot of like roaming elites and stuff. They don't give any credit towards the quest. Anything down here doesn't give any credit towards the quest. So it's never really worth going downstairs outside of like the little spawn area sections. But even then, it's primarily composed of skinny voidwalkers that don't give credit, droplets, which you'll notice here give only 2%, so about like 1/3, but they have the same health. They're like these tiny little void, like, crawly guys. They look really tiny. Same health as a regular Voidwalker. So it's a smaller mob, but it actually dies at the exact same speed. And this is the really crazy one. Most of the mobs that you see in this spawn area They're like bigger, armored Voidwalkers. You know, the ones with like the purple void plates? They give only 2%, but they have more health. So, yes, there is more mob density down here, but these mobs are, by and large, tankier, harder to kill, and they give significantly less percent than any of the other mobs. So it's not actually worth going down here. The other issue is, obviously, if you get all of your percent here, well then, how are you going to get to the end? When I first did, like, my Sunwell Intro stuff, I initially thought that the spawn points were really good, and I didn't realize that the percentages were really bad. So I cleared up all this stuff, then I shadow melted, and I did a Radinax gem all the way up here, all the way down here to the quest turn-in point. But that's a lot of travel time. But the nice thing is, the actual most efficient spots are this little rotunda over here, and this little rotunda over here, and then you just walk up a little bit and you're at the turn-in point. Or like the center area by Lothraxion. So that's the best point to farm percentage at, and you're already closer to the end point, so it just kind of snowballs. It's even better than initially. I don't know why my comments are now not scaling properly. Here, let's... Yeah, I hate Google Slides. Why are we doing this? Now, it's like not wrapping properly when I zoom out and back in. We're working with what we have here. This is the best way for me to demonstrate it. It also now undid the show more. So we can see here the Void Gorged NPCs. So those are like the big guys with like the face masks and like the wrappings around them, and they have like the big claws. They're like floating above the ground. Those mobs have 4 times the HP of a Voidwalker, and they only give 5.5%, the exact same percentage as a regular Voidwalker. So they are not worth killing. There's a few of them right by the start here by Liadrin. There's also a bunch of them that don't give any percentage whatsoever. And there's also some of them inside these rotundas. There's like one big Void Gorge guy fighting inside all these rotundas. We'll talk about the rare mob, which is different. And there's a few of them over here by Lothraxion. Now, because a lot of them are engaged in combat with an NPC, even though they technically speaking have 4 times HP, their health is technically at like already lowered to like 80%. So it's more like, roughly 3 times the HP. If you are doing a large AoE pull with like 2 people in the center of Lothraxion's platform, there's a bunch of Voidwalker NPCs here, and there's like 1 or 2 of these Void Gorge guys, and they still give 5.5%, right? So technically speaking, it might be worth it to drag them in and kill them just while you're at it, while you're farming percent in this area. But definitely don't go out of your way to try and kill these guys in particular. There's like one isolated one down here. That's not worth fighting. They don't actually give that good percent. And the line breakers. To my knowledge, there's only one line breaker. It's right on Lothraxion's platform. It's like the really big like beefcake guys. They have like all the crazy muscles, the void monsters. There's one right here in the center of Lothraxion's platform. Now, it does give more percentage, 9%, but it has 10 times the HP. So you can drag this in, again, in a gigantic AoE pull, but honestly, if it's still at like half health by the time you're done with everything else, it's better to just move on. And there's like some Voidwalkers on this bridge. They're far more efficient. If you spend all the time killing this mob, you're only going to get 9% out of it. It's not worth it. There is only one of them, though. And then finally, this green star over here, there is a rare mob called Dripping Shadow. It's basically a Void Gorged rare mob. It has the same HP as a Void Gorged, but this one gives 9%, unlike the regular Void Gorged mobs. Is it worth killing? Maybe, just because, kind of similar to what we were saying with the Lothraxion platform, there's a lot of little Voidwalkers around this area. So if you want to go over here, round up all this stuff, drag the Dripping Shadow in, and then if you're a spec that like does more priority target damage, you can cleave off the Dripping Shadow, and then as all of the other Voidwalkers are dying, the Dripping Shadow might also be dying as well. And at that point, it is relatively slightly valuable at that point. And then also you can run over here, click the Ballista, which is why, like I said, clearing out this Rotunda, very efficient. But overall, a lot of the stuff that I've been seeing people advocate for in this section of the questline is just wrong. And it's really hard to optimize this. Like, I didn't realize all of this stuff until I sat down and recorded the positions of literally every single thing in this area. And then when I looked at the percentages and like killed every single mob, recorded the percent, I realized, wait, these spawn points are terrible. And the reason I even did this is I had this gut feeling. I'm like, this is taking forever. There's no way that this is like actually fast. And then when I realized this, if I did a mass pull over here, I basically got half my progress bar immediately. So in summary, all that to say, you will get to see me basically do the strat in practice, and I'm going to, so on launch day, like I said, I'm going to level in a group. But at the end of this video, I'm going to show you a solo run-through of the Sunwell intro that I'm going to do. I haven't recorded it yet, but I'm going to do it basically right after I'm done narrating through this. After picking up this quest, there's like a bunch of Voidwalkers here. I'm going to run over here. I'm going to round them all up. I'm going to burst them down really quickly. I'm going to run over here, talk to Arator. Want to get him ASAP so that he can start healing civilians. Run over here, get Alonza's Foul. I'm going to jump down here, basically probably pop Gunshoes at this point. Then race up here, talk to Lothraxion. There's like 3 Voidwalker guys, so I'm probably going to pull them, kill them, drop down here. I'm going to ignore all of these mobs, run over here, talk to Farron. When you talk to Farron, also any mobs that are chasing you will just run away, so you drop combat. Going to run over here, do the Ballista, and then there's a bunch of Voidwalkers around this bridge. Now, what I have been doing in some of my test runs is I've dragged a bunch of the Voidwalkers around this area over here onto the staircases, but there's no really great LOS spot, so I think what I'm going to do is just run down the bridge, have the Voidwalkers chase me, and then I'm going to, like I said, basically pop drums, pop all this stuff, drag the Dripping Shadow in, erase all this stuff. There should be some civilians. Arator will likely be healing the civilians. I have a Ballista here as like extra %. And then I'm right here at the end. And then I run up here and I turn in. I am pretty sure that is like the fastest solo method, unless you're a Demon Hunter, in which case you do basically the same thing, except instead of running all the way around here for Lothraxion, you double jump over here, hit Lothraxion, do the same thing, drop down, and like the vertical movement will be a lot easier for Demon Hunters. But that, in my opinion, is the fastest solo method. Now, like I said, for group stuff, that's going to be harder to optimize. It really depends on if you want to do like No Man Left Behind. You're going to have to do some weird like rotational strategy, but it'll still be faster as a group, right? It, like, no matter how you slice it, your group members basically can completely ignore one of the nodes, and as your group members are traveling, so in this case, as I'm running over here for Lothraxion, presumably I would have a group member somewhere nearby killing mobs to fill the progress bar, so the overall time required to do this quest is significantly reduced in a group. And we already said that you get a free 10-second time save by doing the previous quest in a group, so getting through here in a group is going to be a lot faster. Alright, I think we've talked about everything important for this. On to the next slide. This is one of my favorite slides, because this was a really fun one to map out. This is literally like traveling salesman shit, and I love this stuff. So, this is, let me show you I have some notes here, so I want to make sure that these notes get shown on screen. It's, just a little bit annoying how, can we work? Can we work, please? Google Slides. This should be good enough. Yeah, you can kind of see what I'm talking about here. I'll zoom in. The important thing here is I have like a little key here. So the red dots represent trapped civilians. Basically, let me just explain how the quest works if you don't know. So this is basically like we're in the same spot. This is the end of Parthelion Plaza. You turn in the quest here, you get a new set of quests here. Now, remember when I said there was a downstairs area? Now you basically get phased to a different version of the Sunwell intro, so you won't be seeing any of the other people on the previous quest. And now you actually have to go to the downstairs area. So the final point of this quest line is you have to go down to the docks and speak with Lorthamar. But in order to get there, you have 2 quests. First, this green dot here, this is a mob called Gloomtress. This is the first named mob bottleneck of the quest line. So one of the quests is just kill Gloomtress. Well, obviously, if somebody kills it before you, you're waiting an entire minute before you can actually tag it. That's bad. But in order to get to Gloomtress, which is right at the very end, right before you get to the quest turn-in point, you have to rescue all of these civilians. In total, you have to rescue 20 civilians. Now, you'll notice that some of these green dots, it might be hard to see because we're zoomed out, a lot of these green dots have numbers in them. That represents the amount of civilians that you rescue when you interact with this green dot. A green dot will sometimes, one of them is only a single civilian, but most of the green dots you rescue multiple civilians at once. That is only for the green dots. Any of the yellow dots, which are injured civilians that need to be healed, and the red dots, which are civilians trapped underneath like piles of rubble, those are always only one rescue. As you might imagine, this means that green dots are by far the most efficient. If you're getting multiple credit things for a single interact, that is a lot better than having to interact with like 5 things to get the same value. Now, the other note that I have here is just like on the very first quest, where Arator would sometimes heal an injured civilian and give you 2% towards the progress bar, sometimes if Arator runs right over a yellow civilian, he will stop and heal them, and you will get credit 1 out of 20 for completing this quest. So yellow civilians are good to include in your routing, but not for actually like interacting with them. It's purely for getting Erator to run over them and heal them, because then you get that basically completely for free. Red civilians, the reason I use them, the red color, you should basically avoid at all costs, because red civilians you have to like cast, like it's a 1 to 2 second cast, not long, but it's still a cast time to actually rescue them from the pile of rubble, and in that you can actually be interrupted if you're in combat and something hits you, the cast is broken, and that you still only get one of it, and Erator can't do it for you. Whereas all of the green ones, the reason why it says green dialogue here, these are basically NPCs that have a gossip option. That is like, you're safe now, run to the docks. And if you know how add-ons like Leatrix Plus or Quick Quest work, when you have a dialogue option like that, the add-on will auto-complete it for you. So you can just speak to the NPC, the add-on will auto-select the dialogue option, and you'll just immediately get credit. So effectively, you just click on the mob and you're done. So not only are the green civilians the fastest to interact with, but they also give you multiple credit. So as you might imagine, you want to chart a course that gets as many green civilians as possible. This is easier said than done. Now, what I said before, right, the whole thing about doing the previous quest, this one, in a group, and how some people might get ahead, one of the advantages of that is, let's say, 2 of your party members, the party members that you assign to go through Lothraxion first, get to the end here, they already have full credit, they turn in this quest, and they go to the next phase. Well, what they can do, because I had this in my note, but I forgot to read it out, all of the green civilians are shared if you're in range, which generally speaking, you are. If you are over here by Gloomtriss, you're in range of basically all of the civilians except this one here, but as we'll say, you don't want to get this one. So what you could do is have some party members run ahead, tag Gloomtriss, and start fighting it. You won't kill it, but you'll guarantee that you have the tag. Your remaining 3 party members make it over here, turn in the quest, they drop down, and as you are fighting Gloomtriss, your party members are running over here and interacting with the civilians and sharing credit for them. And then you're killing Gloomtriss so that your party members get credit for this, and you guarantee that you have the tag. So that is something that you can do in a group, and I think that is like the most optimal way to do it. It's a little bit tricky to pull off. You also need to make sure that you delay killing the mob until everybody's in range, but that is theoretically a good way to do it. But as a solo player, you basically have 2 options on launch day. So one, you can either run over here, there's like a little ledge here, a little drop down onto this ramp. You can jump off here, Goblin Glider, and you can Goblin Glider all the way over to Gloomtriss. I did this in some of my earlier runs. And then you're at this mob early, you kill it before anybody gets the chance to tag it. Okay, well now you're at the ends of this questline area here, and you still have to rescue all of these civilians. So how are you going to do that? Because all the stuff down here, like this is a ramp that leads upwards. So if you go down this path over here, you can't just run over here to like get this like chunk of 3. You can drop down and get this and then drop down again, but you can't like go up unless you go all the way back here around this ramp. So a little bit problematic in that regard. Now, the solution that I did in some of my earlier runs, which I don't hate, as a solo player, honestly, on launch day, this might be your best option if you need to guarantee a tag on Gloomtriss. I did use the red ones. I freed this trapped one. So this is 1, 2, 5, 6, 9, 10, 14, 15, 19, 20. So this path over here is exactly 20 civilians. And now you might say, well, you're super far away from the turn-in point. Isn't that bad? But as I went down here, I was clearing out like the enemies, and then I popped Shadow Flame Rockets. And if you know how Shadow Flame Rockets works, well, Shadow Flame Rockets gain speed over time, and this is exactly the right distance to get the maximum value out of Shadow Flame Rockets. So in my test run, that's what I did. I took this path over here, Shadow Flame Rockets, woo, boom, and then I rocket over here to the very end. And in the end, you actually don't lose that much time doing that. It's obviously not going to be faster than doing the perfect traveling salesman path, but this has the advantage of ensuring that even as a solo player, your number 1 priority is jump here, get to Gloomtriss, kill Gloomtriss, you have that in the bag. That way, even if somebody kills it, right, even if I run over here and somebody gets the tag, well then I'm like, ah, fuck. Then I can double back here, and then I can go 2, 3, drop down, 4, 4, etc. Other option, this is like the super greedy perfect option if you have no competition. You start here, drop down, you get 3. Then you can run over here. Erator might heal the civilian if you drag him close enough. So this could be 4, but I've actually had some runs where this doesn't happen, so let's pretend that you don't get any of these heal ones. So 3, 2, that's 5. Drop down here, that's 9. Run back over here to get this 4. So that is, what, 13? This Arator one is very consistent. I always manage to, like, path in a way where he runs over this NPC and always heals it. So what do we, I think we're up to 13. That's 14. Then this is 17. Then sometimes Arator heals this, but it doesn't really matter. I run over here. At this point, I tag Gloomtress. And this set of civilians, it's like you can see there's a little bit of a ramp, but it's very tiny. You can jump up there very easily. So as I'm fighting Gloomtress, I'm kiting it back here so I can get this little civilian area. I kill the civilian, or I kill Gloomtress. Don't want to kill the civilian, right? Kill Gloomtress, jump over here, get the 3 civilians, and that will always get me to 20. So you're either at this point 17 or 18, depending on if Arator heals this last one. No matter what, this set of civilians will get you to 20, and that is a really, really clean path. That, like, technically you can maybe do, like, this, and then have Arator heal, drop down here. That's a little bit more straightforward, but as I said, I found Arator's healing on these 2 NPCs to be a little bit finicky. You have to really precisely get him to walk close to them. So I find it easier to just do this, drop down, go back here a little bit, and then line up Arator along these, and that's still a very clean path that minimizes travel time, gets 20 civilians, ends on Gloomtress, and then the other advantage is now you're right here. So now you don't need to use Shadow Flame Rockets. Now you can just use, like, I'm dragging the, I did not want to drag the window. That's not what I wanted to click on. Why was it even on my OBS window? Yeah, so now you want to drag over here, and, oh, I see. My OBS window was too close to, like, this little slider bar, and I accidentally went off screen and dragged the OBS window. Oops. So now, at this point, you can pop Radnax, you can go over here to the turn-in point, and then you're done with the quest. So, overall, this one, it seems a lot more complicated. Like, there's way more nodes in place. I guess, technically, there's a little bit less going on. But the nice thing is, once you realize how broken the green civilians are, like, this is a pretty straightforward thing to route. I don't really think that anybody will disagree with my routing here. This is pretty much just the no-brainer solution for optimizing the pathing here. The only real question is, do you want to put more emphasis on ensuring that you get the Gloomtress tag, or minimizing travel time for getting all of the civilians? And that's kind of a, like, depending on your situation on launch day, you have to make that judgment call. I would say, if you are behind a little bit and you see that somebody is fighting Gloomtress, obviously get here first and then double back. If you are really far in the lead, then you can maybe justify, instead of going straight to Gloomtress, quickly dropping down. But what you might want to do is drop down here, get the 3, get the 2, and then if you see somebody fighting Gloomtress, then run over here, get the tag, and then, you know, if it's somebody of your faction, then tag it, and then as they're fighting it, you can run back here, get these civilians, and then if you manage to get, like, the 3 and the 2, well, those are 5 civilians, so then you won't need to do this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, all the ones that are, like, trapped under rubble. You can instead just get the clusters of civilians, and then, you know, as people are fighting this, make your way back, and then get a faster turn-in. The general way that you approach this quest, as you see, won't really change. You just kind of need to make judgment calls depending on the situation. Okay, let's go to our next slide. This is an interesting one. This was really hard to get a bird's eye view on, but I tried my best, and I still think this is good enough. You can't really avoid the fact that, like, the Dragonhawk, there's no way to get this out of the screenshot. In case you didn't know how I'm getting these screenshots, it hopefully is obvious, but I am in Druid flight form in steady flight and basically trying to get, like, the perfect angle from, like, an overview area of the out of the Sunwell Intro version of this, and then I'm just overlaying the dots, right? This, obviously, because the boats are relative to, like, the intro in general, like, outside of the Sunwell Intro, this is just open ocean. I can't do the same thing here, so I had to do it on the actual Dragonhawk quest. In case you're not familiar with the Sunwell Intro, the next quest is this. It's a vehicle quest. Now, the way that it technically works is you start on the docks here, so you turn this in. There's a Dragonhawk, like, basically just off screen. You hop on this Dragonhawk, and it puts you on, like, a forced flight over the water, and you start off, like, just... I don't have anything that I can drag here, but you start off over here. Let's copy-paste the bear, just so I can basically simulate the movement. It makes my brain happy doing that stuff. You start, like, just off screen over here, and you're close to this first boat. So the way that this quest works is you need to kill 15 enemies. It's hard to notice, but there's, like, these little purple blobs in the water. These are all enemies. These, like, flying squids, they are also enemies. So you have to kill 15, any combination of those, and you also have to rescue 3 of the civilians trapped on boats. Now, The pathing for the boats, I mean, the pathing for this quest as a whole is pretty straightforward because you literally start down here, right behind this boat. The obvious thing that you're going to do is rescue the civilian. And the way that it works is you have 3 abilities. You have one is just a shoot. You can see kind of there's a little projectile thing coming off my Dragonhawk here. You aim it, you hit one, it fires a bolt, and it hits something, and it one-shots whatever it touches. And number 2 is the rescue civilian button. So as you're flying, if you get very close to the civilian and you mash number 2, you will just get rescue credit for them. And number 3 is a speed boost. It just makes the Dragonhawk move like 300% faster for a very short period of time. I don't know the exact percentage value. I also, I could be crazy. I don't know if you can read this comment very well. It doesn't matter. But I did this test on my Druid, which has really high base movement speed, and it felt like my Dragonhawk was moving faster than when I tested it on other characters. Now, this could just all be in my head. I don't know, and I don't really have any way to, check for sure, unless I lined up, 2 different characters and did, side-by-side speed comparisons, which I don't really care enough to do. It also doesn't matter that much, but I felt convinced enough that I at least wrote a note here. I might just be crazy. Don't read too much into this, but that seems like it might be the case, so just wanted to at least take note of that. The way that you do this quest is really straightforward, though. You start down here, you run over here, you rescue this. I generally find that it is more efficient to kill the little blobs in the water just because they have better hitboxes. So if I aim, in the general direction, if there's, 3 blobs here, I'll zoom in a little bit so it's easier to see. So there's, these 3 blobs kind of close together. If I shoot towards the middle of them, it'll explode and kill all 3 with one shot. And that seems relatively consistent. I can usually get it to line up. It's hard to see behind, the Dragonhawk, but there's a lot of blobs, throughout the water. There are more throughout this area, but I'm too far away in the screenshot, so you can't see them. One thing that is worth noting, though, is there's, no blobs around this boat or around this boat. So there's a lot of blobs around these 3 boats, and there's a lot of blobs just sitting in the water kind of out here. But these boats are very isolated. And although you can kill the squids, and sometimes I will, usually what I do is I fly up here, rescue here, take some shots at the blobs in the water, and then I start flying this way. And then as I'm flying this way, there's a bunch of squids that are flying out of this portal. I aim up and I try to shoot down as many squids as I can, but they have really janky hitboxes, so sometimes it'll just pass right through. Sometimes a squid's hitbox will take up my entire screen, and I just can't shoot at other squids that I should, it looks like logically I'd be able to hit them. The squid's hitbox that is already dead keeps eating shots, and I can't actually hit anything, so I usually just don't even try to shoot the squids unless I absolutely need to get 1 or 2 more mob kills and there's no blobs around. And because there's no enemies to really kill out this way, and it's roughly equidistant to get from here to here and here to here, I think it's always just better to go here. You go here, you shoot the blobs in the water, and then at this point, it's much faster to go to this civilian, and again, there's a lot of blobs along the water here, even though they aren't loaded in on this screenshot. So in my opinion, this one is very simple to route. You start here, kill these blobs, run over here, kill these blobs, run over here, kill these blobs, rescue these civilians in this order, and you only need to rescue 3 out of 5. The other nice thing about this, I forgot to put a note, but it's also pretty simple to say, this is a vehicle quest. When you finish the quest, when you get all 3 civilians, the Dragonhawk will start to do a roleplay flight back to the docks to return you to Lorthamar. You don't need to wait for that. The moment that the roleplay flight starts, you can just leave the vehicle, and it'll snap TP you back to Lorthamar, and you can just turn in the quest and continue on to the next section. So, obviously, I still want to make sure I explain every quest, but this one is fairly straightforward, and also, I have this noted down. I did test this. None of the credit is shared between group members. So, even if all of your group members get here at the same time, you're basically... I think you can technically see other people flying around, but effectively you are in your own instance thing. I'm not even sure if you share, mob kills. So if somebody kills a blob, I don't know if that kills it for everybody else. There's not really enough people for me to confirm that for sure. That could make this a really nasty bottleneck if that is the case. There's 50 million people flying around, at which point you probably will just aim at the portals and just try to gun down the squids as they fly in. But assuming you get here early enough, that's the path that I've taken every single time. All right, next quest. So this one, on face value, should be very simple. We're going to zoom out a little bit further. Obviously, very long stretch. So this is the dock area. You finish the Dragonhawk, you return back here exactly to the same point as the docks, and now you need to go all the way across Parhelion Plaza and make it to the other side. Very simple. That is the entire quest. Get from point A to point B. Problem is, there are a lot of ways to optimize this. So I think I mentioned this before, but there is no ability to use any toys whatsoever in the Sunwell intro. I really hope they change this because it's just really restrictive for no reason whatsoever. So, for instance, you can't use any mailbox toys. So you can't use Molly, you can't use Caddy Stamp Whistle. That means that getting extra Radnax gems is a massive pain in the ass. But you can still use the store mount, the mailbox Brutosaur. Now, I know some people are going to be like, oh, pay to win, they want you to use the store mount. They are not thinking that far ahead. They're not thinking, speed levelers on launch day for the Sunwell intro might want to get a mailbox, so they're going to have to buy the store mount. Like, they universally blanket disabled every single toy. It's probably just they don't want you to potentially bug anything out, but then they still allow you to use items like Falling Flame, which technically is not a toy, so I don't know. But this is especially relevant for Falling Flame, because, as I will explain, a lot of the really important Falling Flame strats require you to use a toy to really optimize it, and you can't do that here. That's just not possible. So that is a bit of a problem, and no matter what, you can see my time here. If I just mount up right around here and run here, wrap around here, 26 seconds. Radinax, so you have a look at my little bear on the Radinax, wrap around the corner here. Radinax obviously lasts long enough to cover the full duration here. That's 14 seconds. That's a pretty sizable amount of travel time saved. Now, to an extent, right? You might be thinking, okay, we're already a few quests in. If you did all of the crazy optimization to get to this point, does it really matter? Is the difference between Radinax and a mount really going to matter? Maybe not, but if you are competing with other people who are neck and neck, there are still multiple really nasty bottlenecks that we are about to get to, and basically beating other speedrunners to those bottlenecks, if they happen to be on your same shard, could be really important on launch day. Now, something that might not be worth it. So in my latest speedrun that I showed, I used Falling Flame here. So I stood here, I did Falling Flame, I launched myself over this tree. It's hard to see, but there's a big floating tree above the Calicos thing, so I went woo, 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 and then landed over here. Now I flew past the turn-in point, and then I shifted into travel form. I stag jumped all the way down here, and then as I'm falling through the air on stag jump, I accidentally dragged the picture. As I'm falling through the air on stag jump, before I hit the ground, I hit Goblin Glider, and then I landed here. Now, that entire process, I tested it, it takes about 14 to 15 seconds. So, it looks really cool, and it, like, on theory, like, you're taking a more direct route. The Radnax has to go, like, here, wrap around here. But Radnax is still extremely fast. Now, Falling Flame is, in terms of raw movement speed, faster than Radinax. So when Radinax is, like, around here, Falling Flame is right here. But then, in order to get down to the ground, you need to basically bounce, and you're also, like, you're vertically, like, all the way up here. So you still need to travel downwards to get here. Meanwhile, Radinax is just coasting along, getting to the end there. If we had access to toys, this is why I say Falling Flame 10 to 15 seconds. If we had access to toys, and you could Falling Flame over here, and then use Darkmoon Ringflinger to immediately kill your momentum and drop straight down like a rock, and land on the quest giver, when done perfectly, this would, in theory, be about 10 seconds. I tested this out of the Sunwell intro where you could use Ringflinger. I stood, like, in the relative position, jumped here, Ringflinger down. It was about 10 seconds. It would be faster, but you can't do that in the Sunwell intro, so it's a moot point. So, I've been talking about this Falling Flame strat. It's really cool, but as I explained in the movement speed item section, the problem with Falling Flame is that immediately after the end of the Sunwell intro, when you're heading to Silvermoon, there is just like a 5-second guaranteed time save by using Falling Flame. And it's also much easier to pull off, and it's still early enough in the questing process where, like, it's kind of worth doing. You're still getting a head start on Eversong, so realistically speaking, like, you should just do that. You should use Falling Flame there. There's a lot of other really nice Falling Flame spots later on in the campaign, but unfortunately this one, it's a really cool idea, but because of the fact that Ringflinger doesn't work, it's just not worth it, and also because there's a really good Falling Flame spot like 5 minutes later. Although you obviously want to get Falling Flame on cooldown ASAP, the difference between 5 minutes is not really going to make that much of a difference. You're not using Falling Flame literally off cooldown, You just want to use it generally like 2 to 3 times throughout the questing process. And the best Falling Flame uses are like in Zul'Aman and Voidstorm that we've seen. So, or Zul'Aman and like the quest line unlock for Voidstorm, getting to the Sunwell. And technically Arator, but Arator is usually what you do first, so it's not up in time to benefit. It'll still be like 20 minutes left on the cooldown by the time you go there, but you know, whatever. Point being, this is unfortunately not a viable strategy, even though I talked about it. You're going to want to use Radnax here. This is, like, technically you could use Oddly Shaped Horn here, you can use Gunshoes here. They're ever so slightly slower. As I talked about in the movement speed item thing, the longer that you're going with Radnax, the more value that it gets, because its slight speed bonus edges out the others. So, for short bursts of speed, like very short bursts, Oddly Shaped Horn is actually the best, because you don't get like the 1 second Radnax roleplay. For medium bursts of speed, Oddly Shaped Horn and Radnax are about the same. For a 14-second travel time here, Radnax will outperform the other options. And for Shadow Flame Rockets is very good within its stretch. It's obviously the best indoors. It's for situations like, I think I talked about, I use Shadow Flame Rockets to go from here all the way to here. This is exactly enough travel time for the duration of Shadow Flame Rockets, which is like, what, 8 seconds or something like that? So in that case, it's king. The problem with Shadow Flame Rockets is if the travel time is longer than it takes, then you don't get the full value. Now, theoretically, if you time it perfectly, because there is a slight incline here, what you can maybe do is Shadow Flame Rockets, wrap around, and like hit the perfect jump off the incline here, carry your momentum like down this little ramp, and land by Terralion, and save like a second or two with a literally perfectly timed Shadow Flame Rockets. Would I recommend trying that? Fuck no. That it will lose you time if you fuck it up, and you'd save like 1 or 2 seconds if you do it perfectly. There are a lot of good situations for Shadow Flame Rockets. That is not one of them. It's an okay one, but it's just not worth it. It doesn't justify it. Anyway, probably spent too much time. Fairly simple thing. So, I believe you can see most of my notes here. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more so you can make sure you can see. So, this quest, obviously we just crossed Parhelion Plaza. We start here, and now we're in the open area. This is like the TBC Sunwell daily area. This is where the entrance of the TBC Sunwell raid is. I'm going to send my bear to front again. Bring to front here, just to make it a little bit easier. So there are 2 quests in this area. There are 5 robot sentinels that you need to activate. They are indicated by the yellow squares. And then there are 3 named mobs that you need to kill. There is Blightclaw, Lantriculon, and like the Seeping or something like that. I forget exactly what his name is. Blightclaw is this one over here. Lantriculon is this one up here. And then there's like this void guy which patrols in like a ring around this little house over here. I've put like a little cloud here to indicate that there are a lot of mobs in this area that are fighting with NPCs. So when it comes to optimizing this quest, in my opinion, it kind of routes itself. There are technically multiple approaches that you could take to this. Like, you could go north first. I don't think I've ever seen anybody actually do that, but you could. And in a like group of 5, theoretically, you could have somebody go up here and start with Lantriculon. The problem is, Blightclaw down here and Lantriculon are too far apart. So if you're in the center here by this mob, you will get credit for this one in the south and this one in the west. But if you're up here in the north area, and somebody kills Blightclaw all the way in the south, these 2 guys won't share credit. So it's kind of like that very first quest. The thing is, there's not really much of an advantage to like trying to navigate your way up here, because one of the other problems, I have another note, you can get perma-stuck in combat. So if you accidentally get stuck in combat with one of the mobs in this big mosh pit over here, it will never die, and these mobs don't despawn when you get to the next quest. So a lot of the quests that we've been doing in the chain so far, when you do one set of quests, then you're phased to like a separate version of the Sunwell intro, and all of the previous mobs will despawn. That is not the case here. When you're doing like the stuff on the next slide, all of these mobs will still be active. So if you're stuck in combat with a mob here, then when you're already on the next set of quests trying to use like Radnax Gunshoes, they can still be over here in combat with you, not dying. And that is really, really annoying. Sometimes I even avoid this area and I still somehow get stuck in combat. Thankfully, I'm playing a Night Elf Druid, so I can Shadow Meld it off. Hunters can feign death it off, presumably. But if you are not playing one of those classes, it's really annoying. I actually... somebody asked me if the Shadow Meld pot works. I don't know. I actually still need to test that. I would imagine it does, but I, take that with a grain of salt. It might be worth preparing those just in case. Technically speaking, they asked me about the Shadow Mold pot for a different reason, but now that I think about it, that could be useful to have for the Sunwell intro in case you get perma-stuck in combat, because there are some situations where you really, really, really need to use a Radnax gem, as we'll discuss, and you won't be able to because you can't use it in combat. So that is really nasty. So as a result, I just don't think it's ever worth going up north. What I always do is I get this quest, I jump over this little pond here, I get this first Sentinel. I run over here, I get the second Sentinel. I run over here, I kill Blightclaw. I use usually an oddly shaped horn to run over here, I get this Sentinel. Then I kill this guy, which sometimes he's on the other, like, completely opposite far side, but usually he's, like, either over here and I can pull him closer. He's over here, I pull him closer. So I tag this mob, then I pop a movement speed item, I run over here, I get the Sentinel, I kill Antruculon. Then I pop another movement speed item, either Radinax or oddly shaped horn. So there's like, this is where I usually use my horn. So I do like on foot, either like in travel form or dash in cat form. You could use any general move speed items to get these two Sentinels, kill Blightclaw. One charge of horn here, do this stuff. One charge of horn here, do this stuff. One charge of horn here, and then like small movement speed item to get to like the quest turning point from this Sentinel at the very end. Now, the Sentinels will share credit with party members. So what you could do on launch, and if I'm in a group of 5, this is probably what I will do. I will go over here and I will grab these Sentinels with like 1 or 2 other people, and then we can have 2 people head up here. They can get this Sentinel and they can start fighting this mob. And then one person, as we're fighting these mobs, will run over here and get this Sentinel. And then we all run over here, we get this Sentinel, kill Antruculon, and then all of us just pop like Cracked Radnax Control Gem, and then ride it all the way over here to the turning point, and you would get like the full value over here instead of having to like run it here, get the Sentinel. But I think that for a solo player route, doing this, kill the mob here, kill the mob here, kill the mob here, and then to the turning point, just kind of routes itself. Because no matter what, like this mob is far enough away that I don't think it's worth running all the way over here just to go back, because you're going to have to travel all the way over at some point anyway. So there's unavoidable travel time in this section. This is what I said earlier. There's just a lot of travel time in the Sunwell intro, and learning how to basically find the shortest path and use your movement speed items efficiently is just kind of what you need to do. This, notably, right, is a very high chance for bottlenecks, because what could happen is, let's say you get here first, you run over here, you kill Blightclaw, you run over here, you kill this dude, and then other people see that you're fighting Blightclaw, so they run all the way over here and they kill Antruculon. And now, that's dead. You're shit out of luck, right? That could be rough. So I think that you always start Blightclaw first, obviously, unless it's dead. If you see Blightclaw's dead, that's why, like I said, people might do that, because this technically, logically, is a good backup plan of like, okay, this mob's dead, I'm going to start here. If I see that it's alive, I don't know if you can see it from this distance, but you might be able to. Maybe you decide that you're going to try your hand at doing that, even if it theoretically isn't the fastest. You just like adapt and make like a backup strat on the fly. That is a very important skill for being able to speed level. But I think that that is just in a vacuum the fastest route, and on launch day, you're going to have to wing it to a certain extent. But that's kind of all I have to say about this particular quest. Relatively straightforward, other than the fact that there's just massive bottleneck potential. 3 named mobs. Each of them have a 1-minute respawn timer. Like, not much you can do. You just gotta hope you don't get stuck. Now, this quest, this is an interesting one. So, what you're gonna see here is you have to collect 7 different weapons. These are, like the TBC Kael'thas fight, all of the weapons from his fight are in like little pedestals across these different buildings, and you have to collect all 7 of them. The credit for the weapons is not shared amongst party members. So everybody in your group is going to have to do the exact same route. This is the end of the quest line that the quest we just talked about. You basically cross that open area section, you start the next quest here, and then after you do everything, the other quest is also turned in back here at Terralion, so it has the same start and end point. Now, all of the ethereals that you need to kill for this quest, there's 12 in total that you need to kill, or rather I should say, there are a ton of ethereals across the area, and you only need to kill 12 for the quest. Now, there's a lot of them throughout the buildings where you get the weapons, and I have generally found that if there's nobody else there, it is very easy for me to get all 12 ethereals. A lot of times there's like more than 12 ethereals that are chasing me, and I have to sometimes kill extra just to get out of combat if I don't want to use like Shadow Meld or something, which technically I can do, but you might not have that option, and you will need to get out of combat for the reason that we will discuss shortly. But if there's really heavy competition here, there are a lot of excess ethereals. There's ethereals down at the docks over here. There's ethereals down at the docks over here. There's ethereals like off to the side over here by like the forge area. There's some ethereals off to the left over here, like behind this building. There's a lot of extra ones. So I don't really expect that getting 12 ethereals is going to be a massive bottleneck. What might be a bit of a slowdown is if you are not able to collect all of the weapons while seamlessly getting your ethereals, you will lose a little bit of time. Is that a bit of a bummer? Sure. Does it really matter that much? No. Also, as it might imply by the weapons not sharing credit, the weapons are not like not universal pickups with other people, so you don't need to like compete over pickups for the weapons. The weapons will always be there. They are like personal quest objectives for you and you alone. What is not a quest objective for you and you alone is this guy over here. You can see I have like a little ethereal Hearthstone thing that I had for some thumbnail. I don't know. But this is a named mob. He is right in the center of like the lower area of this building, and he is one of the quest objectives. Basically, you have to get all 7 weapons, and you have to kill 12 ethereals, and you have to kill this named ethereal mob. And again, single named mob causes a pretty problematic bottleneck. So I think I talked about this in the movement speed section already, but one of the issues with routing this is, in theory, logic would tell you, okay, I need to go into every single one of these buildings. Wouldn't it make sense to start here, then go here, and then finish here? But the problem is twofold. One, on launch day, you're going to want to immediately run to the named mob. I'm going to bring this to the front again. You're going to want to run over to the named mob and try to kill it immediately. Now, I initially started doing this route of running straight to the end over here. I usually pop like gun shoes or Radnax charge. If you only have one Radnax charge left here, always save it, which we'll discuss in a second. But if I have a bunch of Radnax charges left, I'll just pop one here, get to the center really quickly. And this guy, I try to kill ASAP because I'm simulating what it'll be like on launch day when you want to get through the bottleneck ASAP. Also, it should be noted that the ethereals and this named mob do share credit if you're within range, and this area is small enough to where you should basically share credit kind of no matter where you are within the area, but your entire group should pretty much be following the exact same path for reasons we'll discuss in a moment. So all of them should just head with you to kill this mob. You kill this guy, and then it's hard to see in this screenshot, but there's, if you're familiar with like Blood Elf architecture, right? There's this little ramp that wraps around here. Now this weapon up here, it's on the 2nd floor, and it's actually in a window. So what I've seen a lot of people do is they grab this weapon in the window, and then they jump off. Now, you can grab it through the window and then jump off without fighting anything, but there's actually a lot of ethereals on this ramp and in this general area, so I usually just like do a big pull of like 5 ethereals here, grab the weapon, hit them a bunch, and then my dream for this is I really wanted to engineer a scenario where I could jump off Goblin Glider and land on this ledge. Unfortunately, it seems like it's hard with like the depth proportions of the screenshot to like really tell. That's not realistically possible. With like a crazy slow fall, you might be able to make it work. Like if you did Nitro Boost slow fall jump, you might have just enough distance to clear this gap and land here, but Goblin Glider descends too quickly. You can't land on this ledge. That would be really nice, because in this building over here, we have, in this upper room, 2 Kael'thas weapons, and then in this lower area, there is one on the very bottom floor, and then you can see there's this little ramp. There is like a little kind of transitioning walkway in this doorway. Basically, the walkway goes here, it passes through, and then there's another ramp that goes all the way around here and leads up to the final floor. And on that little like walkway is another one of the Kael'thas weapons. So effectively, there is a weapon on all 3 floors of this building, and in order to get to each floor, you have to take these long wraparound walkways to get there. So a theoretical perfect way to do this would be to land on the upper floor, run into the door, grab the 2 weapons, drop down, run in here, drop down, get this, and then you don't need to take any of the walkways because you're going through the building in descending order. Now, I can't manage, personally at least, to get the glider onto this floor perfectly, but you can glider from here over onto this little ramp. It's like, it's kind of obscured, but behind here, basically you can land a little bit lower on the ramp halfway up the building, run up here, and then get to the final floor a little bit early. It saves a decent amount of travel time. So you start off on the top floor, you grab this weapon and this weapon, Then you run out this doorway. There's a doorway in the back area. You can't see it from this angle. Drop down onto a platform, run inside this little hallway, grab this weapon up on the platform, and then the bottom section of the building is completely open, so you can just drop down, grab the final weapon, and then leave. Now, interesting note here. So all of the weapons have their own special ability, and some of them actually hit really hard. It gives you an extra action button that you can press to deal damage. And the nice thing is the extra action buttons, most of them don't interrupt your regular casts. So this extra action button is like a charged attack that does like a big chunk of damage to a single target. This one is okay. It does like slight split damage. It's like a burst of damage and it doesn't interrupt the rest of your ability. So I usually use it once and then I don't bother. The one, like this one over here is the two-handed axe devastation. This one's really good. You just press the extra action button. It's just an insta-cast ability that then has like a passive effect. You can still use abilities while it's ongoing. That just does like AoE damage for a few seconds around you. Pretty decent AoE damage too. And it stuns any enemies it hits. So that's really nice. Then this one is the Bow of Disintegration or whatever. This is you have to stand still and cast it, but it does really heavy single target. I usually don't bother with this one unless somehow like one mob jumped on me at the absolute last second and everything else is dead. In that case, I actually will use this extra action button to just erase this singular mob so that I can get out of combat. Then you drop down here. I forget which one this is. If I recall, this one just does damage, but normally I don't do much with it. I use it a single time. I think it's just a big, like an AoE effect, because then I immediately drop down onto this one, and this one is really nice. This is Infinity Daggers. Infinity Daggers is like Devastation, where it does like a big AoE attack around you, and it's not channeled, so you can just press the button and then continue doing your rotation while it AoEs mobs, and this thing shreds. It really, really quickly kills any ethereals that you round up. So the unfortunate part is, whenever you pick up a weapon, it overrides the previous weapon for the extra action ability, so if there was a way to permanently use Infinity Daggers for this entire quest, it would shred all 12 ethereals. The nice thing is that by ending this building with Infinity Daggers, all of the ethereals that are chasing me, I kill them in a big pull with Infinity Daggers here. I run across the plaza here, out of this building, over here, into this building, and then I round up all the ethereals here. These are usually the last that I need to get my 12. I pop a second use of Infinity Daggers, because it has like a 5 or 10 second cooldown, and then I shred all of those mobs really quickly. Then this one is Staff of Disintegration. This is a channel attack. It does really good single target, but you can't use abilities while it's channeling, so it's kind of bad. So you grab this one. There's a little ramp inside here. There is an Orb of Translocation. It snaps you up to the second floor. Right next to the orb, there is the final item, which is Cosmic Infuser. And this is, I think, a single target, like, big chunk of damage and stun. And usually I don't use this because immediately after grabbing it, there's, like, a hollowed out area in the center of this building. So because I use Glider to get to here, I don't have Glider, but you can theoretically jump if you time it right and Glider out of this doorway and land by Terralion. Since, like I said, I don't have Glider, I usually just jump down, try and, like, angle myself so I land by the doorway, then run out, quickly get to Terralion. Now, one of the problems with this is the final ethereal that you get will teleport to you and chase you, which is why sometimes I will, if I'm not playing on my Druid where I can Shadow Meld, I will just use the Cosmic Infuser on this final ethereal, kill him, and then run down here to fight to turn in at Terralion, because that way I'm out of combat. But if you get into combat when turning in this quest, you will need to kill mobs and drop combat for the next section. That is very important. But in my case, I just Shadow Melt. So, then the next section, this is very straightforward, but also, like I said, this is why you need to drop combat. So, I'm not going to bother explaining how the quest is supposed to work, or I'll briefly explain it. Basically, it's a whole RP section where you have to run down this section of the harbor, and there's like these big bubbles that are like, there's a constant void slow effect where you basically go up to 60% slower, and you have to run inside these bubbles. I think they're like here, 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 or something like that. You have to intermittently like run inside of them to reset your slowness debuff. This is a nightmare quest. Whoever designed this, it was like, yes, players will find this very fun, slowly running at like the pace of a snail in between bubbles of light as the NPCs are like, we must continue, we must fight back Xanatath and free ourselves from the void, you must push on. Like, I don't know who the fuck thought this was like good game design. It sucks. Thankfully, we don't need to do it because Radnax just completely ignores the slow debuff. So you pick up this quest, you pop Radnax, which is why you can't use Radnax in combat, you need to be out of combat. combat, blah, blah, blah. So you pop Radnax, and then you go, woo! And you just take, like, the most direct path to the quest turn in, and that's this quest. That's it. You just bypass the entire thing because Radnax is OP. Now, I have not tested Oddly Shaped Horn with this. I don't necessarily know if it would theoretically be affected by the slow, but notably, Gunshoes are actually affected by the slowness debuff. Radnax is not, because Radnax, I think Oddly Shaped Horn might actually be, because in many ways it actually behaves certain, like, mount effects, so it might actually count as being slowed because Gunshoes get slowed. But Radnax it's like a mini vehicle that your character is placed onto, which is why I think, like, the debuff is placed on your character, but Radnax is not part of your character. It's a vehicle, so it just doesn't care, and it just runs to the end at the full speed, which is really good. Interestingly, though, Shadowflame Rockets also ignores the slow debuff. The only problem with Shadowflame Rockets is if you are in combat, you can use it, but the ethereals that you might still be in combat with will snap teleport onto you. So one of my very first test runs of this, I was stuck in combat, and I'm like, aha, I'm a genius. I will use my Rocketeer instead of Radnax. And then an ethereal immediately teleported on top of me. My rockets collided with the ethereal, and they exploded, and my ability was broken. And, well, that was a waste of a 5-minute cooldown. So I generally would not recommend using Shadowflame Rocketeer, especially because there's some decent uses immediately after, and because, like, Radnax just works perfectly fine. So, yeah, it's also, technically speaking, you can barely make this with Shadowflame Rockets, but the problem is, this final section, it's hard to see in the screenshot, it's actually a slight slope upwards. So, you can't really get, like, at the end of Shadowflame Rockets, you usually want to jump to carry your momentum further. You can't actually get the full distance. Whenever I did this with Rockets, I would wrap around here, and then I would jump, and I would land, like, right here, just shy of the quest giver. Now, is it technically speaking, like, only 1 second slower than Radnax? Yes, but given all of the risks that it presents, it's just not worth it. Just use Radnax. That's really all there is to say about this particular quest. Moving on, this one is also pretty easy. So you pick up the quest from Terralion. There is a bunch of, like, void energy throughout the forest, and you have to make it to this Dragonhawk over here. And Liadrin is standing by the Dragonhawk. You have to run over to it, you have to hop onto it, and then there's an unskippable roleplay fight. And getting to this part of the forest, again, you can either mount up, you can Radnax, you can Gunshoes, you can Shadowflame Rockets. This is another situation where Shadowflame Rockets does fit well. So if you do not have any charges of Radnax left, but you do have Shadowflame Rockets, this is a good opportunity to use it. It basically lines up perfectly. You get to the Dragonhawk, you hop on the roleplay thing. However, if you have leftover Radnax charges, I would recommend using them here still, because it is still basically about the same speed, so you don't really, like, they're equal in time, roughly. And there is a decent use for Shadowflame Rockets that I actually didn't mention in this PowerPoint that I will discuss, like, when we're talking about the next slide, etc. And I believe, yeah, all of the remaining stuff is, we're back to just regular text slides. I tried to take as many, like, bird's eye view screenshots and stuff to give you an idea of the layout of the intro as possible. The final section of the Sunwell intro takes place in the indoor Sunwell room, and it is really hard to get, like, an accurate bird's eye view screenshot that encompasses the entire area, just because it's indoors, right? The way I took these screenshots is, like, steady flight hovering in flight form, and you can't do that indoors. So I figured it's simple enough that I'm just going to describe it to you, and then obviously if you want to see how it plays out, like I said, at the very end of this video, you will see the full thing put together, my entire run of the Sunwell intro. I'm going to pause the recording real quick. All right, we're back to our regular PowerPoint presentation. My throat is dying, but we will push through. I will do my best. We're up to, oh dear lord, we're up to about 8 hours, and then I still have to actually put the Sunwell footage. I hope you've enjoyed watching so far. So we're at the very end. So, like I said, after you get onto the Dragonhawk, there is an unskippable roleplay fight. I don't know of any way to optimize this. This is also one of those where you are on the flight with Liadrin, so I don't really think there's anything you can do to skip this. Now, after you land off the Dragonhawk, so you basically land right in front of the doorway into the Sunwell room, there is, like, a 10-second period where Liadrin is running inside, and you can't start the next quest until you interact with her. In theory, you could maybe do the server hop thing, but in my opinion, it's not really worth it. Because first off, it's only 10 seconds, right? At that point, just as a reminder, the initial Liadrin roleplay is 28 seconds. I want to keep driving that home because I keep seeing people saying, oh, is it really worth it to do this? 28 seconds at literally the first quest is a massive delay. This is only about 10 seconds. But the other key difference here is that because of the layout of that like starting area, you can't really begin to run around and begin progressing that quest until you pick up the stuff from Liadrin and Turalian. And there's also this weird quirk where the area surrounding Liadrin and Turalian on that very initial quest, with like, you know, the open area where you have to talk to Lithraxian, Farron, etc. That area, if mobs get too close, they drop combat and run away. So you can't even pre-round up mobs to potentially get percent. So that's just not a thing at all. So basically any time save that you get there is really valuable. In the case of this quest, you can actually run ahead into the Sunwell room and start rounding up mobs for the final quest as Liadrin is running inside. And this is usually what I do. This is why I said it might be worth it to save Shadowflame Rockets, because very quickly you will be indoors. You technically start barely outdoors, but if you like pop a Radnax, you'll get like a few seconds into the Sunwell area and then it'll forcibly kick you off the Radnax. But Shadowflame Rockets works indoors. So what you can do is the moment you land, pop Shadowflame Rockets, run really far into the Sunwell room, and that'll be like about 5 seconds. And then you start rounding up a bunch of like the different void mobs, which we'll talk about on the next slide. I also just realized I think I put comments on the next slide, so we'll technically have to like minimize the presentation. We'll see when we get there. But you can round up a bunch of mobs, and then when Liadrin finally gets to her spot, after you have everything in combat, run over there, talk to Liadrin, turn in the quest, grab the new one, and then kill all the mobs that you've rounded up. So that is basically as fast. You save about as much time, so it's not really worth doing that. So I'm gonna, at the end, like after reading all these bullet points, I'm going to talk you through I wrote down the exact percentages, but I forgot. I wrote it in a comment, which I can't view in presentation mode, but we'll talk about this detail stuff here. So like I said, I can't really get the bird's eye view screenshot. But in this room, you're in the Sunwell area, literally the titular Sunwell room. The Sunwell in the center, if you walk into it, you die, by the way, so don't do that. There's a little hallway where you first enter, where you talk to Liadrin, and in that hallway, there is a ramp off to the left. So if you remember the Burning Crusade raid, the ramp that you go down to reach like the Kill Jaden fight, where if you go up and you follow the hallway, you get to Muru. On that ramp leading down into the Sunwell area is a bunch of elite mobs. So if you remember like the big beefcake line breakers from the first quest area, there's a lot of those in that ramp hallway. Then off to the right, there's like a closed doorway, like a little pocket down the hallway. And there's a spawn point for a bunch of Voidwalker NPCs. We'll talk about, like, they're pretty efficient, so that's worth noting. And then in the actual main Sunwell room, there are a lot of different Voidwalkers and skinny Voidwalkers off to the sides of the room, and the skinny Voidwalkers and some little Void droplets will repeatedly spawn along the edges of the Sunwell room and run into the center, and then when they hit the Sunwell, they disintegrate and they despawn. But if as they're running in towards the center, you tag them, they will get in combat with you, and they do give you percentage towards filling up a progress bar, which again is 100%. So in many ways, this quest is kind of like that very first one for filling the progress bar. And then all the way on the opposite end of the room, so on the far end of the Sunwell, across from where you enter the area, is a mob called Imperatus. Killing Imperatus is the final objective in the entire Sunwell intro, and it is part of this quest. The problem is, the quest is not kill 100% of the progress bar and then also kill Imperatus. It is fill 100% of the progress bar, and then once that progress bar is filled, another objective will be added to the quest to say, kill Imperatus 0 out of 1. So, Imperatus is always there. You can always fight him, but unless you are on that objective of the quest, unless you have already filled 100% progress, you cannot get credit for him, which is really nasty, because imagine a world in which both of them were available at the same time. Well, you could, like, if Imperatus was dead, you can start killing mobs, and then the moment Imperatus spawns, you get the tag on him, you kill him, and then now you go back and you fill the remaining 100%. You can't do that, which means that until you fill 100%, you're not eligible for credit. So if you fill 100% and then your Imperatus is dead and you're waiting for him to respawn, there's nothing else to do. You literally just sit there and wait. So this is actually, I think, the single nastiest bottleneck in the entire Sunwell intro. The good thing is that it's right at the end. The bad thing is that it's right at the end. The bad thing is that if you're already stuck in a million bottlenecks, the worst bottleneck is all the way here. The good thing is that if you followed all the steps thus far and saved a lot of time, then you get to the nastiest bottleneck, presumably much further ahead of everybody else, and then can get through it before everybody else. So that's really nice. I'm gonna click through this stuff. Okay, I already said that. Already said that. Already said that. Use him to attack him. Okay. So here, I'm going to pause the recording. All right. So like I said, I forgot that this wasn't visible. I was so used to taking notes for the other slides. But I did write down notes here about the fact that like the different mob percents. So the berserkers are the guys that we talked about earlier, the big like beefcake elite mobs. The droplets, the ones that run into the middle of the room. I'll try to zoom in a little bit to make this easier to read. Why is it's not really making my comments any smaller. So I was hoping to make this easier to read for people maybe who aren't able to like zoom in as much. I apologize. I don't know why it's not letting my comment zoom in. But I'll read it to you. The little droplets, they're worth only 2%. The skinny voidwalkers are worth 8%. There are like caster voidwalkers, they're worth 10%, and then the big elite mobs, the beefcake guys, are worth 14%. Now, I've seen a lot of people, kind of similarly to the earlier section, say, oh, you want to go to the ramp and kill the elite mobs, because they give the most percent. Well, they do, but also look at the relative health values. So, assuming, like, the baseline health value is Skinny Voidwalker, 8% for, I believe it's like, I don't know, 40k HP. The droplets, the ones that give 2%, have more HP than the Skinny Voidwalkers, which is very surprising, and they only give still 2%. Now, obviously, if you are doing a mass pull, a lot of the droplets will just be, like, in the area around the Voidwalkers and the Skinny Voidwalkers, so, like, you may as well pull them and just cleave them down. Like, don't ignore them, but definitely don't go out of your way to try and get them. Both of the types of Voidwalkers are by far the most efficient, so Skinny Voidwalker is by far the best. The regular Voidwalkers here are slightly less efficient because they have double the health but only give 2% more, so, you know, they're still worth killing in a mass AoE pull, but the big elites, the big berserkers, they only give 14%, which isn't even double the value of Skinny Voidwalker, and they have 7.8 times the HP. And when I mentioned earlier in like the first quest where a lot of them are in combat with NPCs and have their health reduced, there are some of them like that in this intro scenario. Most of them are just kind of sitting there on the ramp, you know, out of combat. You have to kill the entirety of their health bar. I can tell you right now, it is not worth going through all of that extra health. It is by far faster to just round up a lot of regular Voidwalkers and Skinny Voidwalkers, and you do like one mass pull while waiting for Liadrin to run. That gets you basically like 40% of the way there. And then as you wrap around the the center of the Sunwell room to get to Imperatus, you just pull a bunch of the other Voidwalkers with you, cleave them all down, and a lot of times, one of the other advantages of this is if you go up the ramp to kill the elites, you're like still by the entrance of the room. Imperatus is all the way on the other side of the Sunwell. There's a lot of like little skinny Voidwalkers in the center area of the Sunwell. So by the time that I have enough mobs in my pull to get 100% completion, I am close enough to Imperatus to, on my Bear Druid, tag him with a Moonfire. So that's usually what I do. I round up all these mobs. I'm like 80% filled. I tag Imperatus with a Moonfire and like start dragging him over to where I am. And then I finish killing all my mobs, and then I kill Imperatus. And the nice thing is, on launch day, if you do that, even though technically you won't be able to get credit for Imperatus, you can get the tag on Imperatus as you are filling up the progress bar. So other people, they won't even just be able to kill Imperatus before you. They will have to fill their progress bar, so they won't even really try to compete with you, unless, but if you do this right, you'll be basically getting 100% and then killing Imperatus in like one fell swoop. This is by far the best way to do this area. It is, in my opinion, just a pretty no-brainer scenario here. But obviously this is a really nasty bottleneck, so you want to be able to optimize all the other stuff really cleanly to get to Imperatus and do this pull correctly. There's like an optional buff that you get. There's like a bunch of Sunwell embers throughout the room, and the quest even says, optional, be empowered by the Sunwell. So the buff gives you 20% DR, and it causes like fire damage to proc in your attacks. I looked at my damage breakdown. The fire damage did like 0.4% of my overall. It's bad. It's like, if you happen to walk over a fire buff, okay, I guess, you don't lose anything by getting it, but do not go out of your way to like get the empowerment of the Sunwell. It is not worth it at all. It does fuck all. So I don't know. Maybe they buff that. I don't think they will. At this point, we haven't even seen any launch test schedule, so not really expecting much from Blizzard at this point. Okay, and now we're so close to the end. So at the end of the intro, you kill Imperatus, the game plays a cutscene. Right now on beta, like the cutscene doesn't really work, so the game basically like it deletes your UI for a second, and you're just like sitting there like, what do I do? But then if you press escape, it like skips a cutscene, and then you're teleported outside. So what I'm assuming is going to happen is the moment you kill Imperatus, like on actual launch day, a cutscene is supposed to fire there, and they have the trigger in place, but on beta right now, like your UI just kind of goes blank. But you can just insta-skip the cutscene, you get teleported outside, you're basically at that, like at the entrance to the eventual Sunwell raid that we'll get, what is it, March on Quel'Danas is what it's called. So you get teleported there, you're on that like big bridge leading into Silvermoon, and this is the spot earlier where I said, actually I even put a note in the PowerPoint, there's potential for a falling flame use in order to save time, and then here, this is obviously like a few days ago, so I said TBD if it's better than the one before. At this point in time, I do think it is better. Because when I wrote this, I was unaware that the Ring Flinger didn't work in the Sunwell intro, and that one is just way too risky anyways. This is a guaranteed, very safe 5-second time save, and we're still early enough in the questing process. Like, technically, this is the end of the Sunwell intro, but the entire quest line afterwards, like we said before, you're still in like a linear process to get through Eversong Woods. So the way that Midnight Leveling is going to go is everybody's forced through the Sunwell intro. You obviously want to get through that as quickly as you possibly can. Then everybody's forced through Eversong Woods. You obviously want to stay ahead so that you don't have any competition for those quests. And then you get to choose one of 3 zones. So whatever of the 3 zones you choose first, again, nobody will be competing with you. So personally, I mean, obviously, I'm going to make a guide for the actual entire Midnight questline. Crazy that I'm making like a 9-hour video just about the Sunwell intro, and I'm going to have a guide that's probably only going to be like 30 minutes long, but I'm also making an add-on, so that'll be like the bulk of the information. But the entire quest process, I think it is better to start with Erator first, and then the Erator questline you will have 0 competition in. I have heard from some people that there's potential for bottlenecks, but then also when I was streaming my run the other day, a few people said that it looks like, based on what they're seeing on my stream, some of the bottlenecks that they were aware of seem to have been fixed, so they don't think it'll be as big of a problem on launch, but who knows? I don't really think that there's any major difference between Harrandar, Erator, and Zul'Aman in terms of that. All zones are probably going to have some bottlenecks, and the reality is that no matter what you pick, so let's say you follow my route and you pick Erator first, well then you are still going to, when you get to Zul'Aman and Harrandar, have competition. By that point in time, even the people who are an entire hour behind you will now have gotten to that point in the questline, and some of them will have decided to do Harrandar first, and you will be competing with those people, even if you were technically speaking ahead of them overall. And then obviously later on, you'll pass them for Voidstorm and stuff like that, but that is something important to keep in mind. But anyways, I don't really know how to end this PowerPoint. I think that covers just about everything I wanted to say. Obviously, this is not the end of the video. We've talked extensively about the Sunwell intro, but now you got to actually watch me do it. So after I have gone and made a fresh mug of coffee and probably some food, because I haven't had anything to eat, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to take all of the lessons that I've instilled here, and I'm going to apply them to a really fast, mostly solo run of the Sunwell. I say mostly solo because I am going to demonstrate the server hop skip for Liadrin. I'm only going to do that, I'm doing it solo, right? So I'm going to use one of my alt accounts to help me do the skip. And the only reason I'm even going to include that is because I want to demonstrate on video just how powerful that skip is. Because I've already done a Sunwell intro where I don't use that skip. So by showing you that in video evidence, you can see how much of a massive time save that is compared to just doing it normally. And then we're just going to do the normal strategy that I discussed throughout every single other section of the questline. And yeah, hopefully that will give you a good idea of what to expect. This is the most exhaustive breakdown of any expansion intro I've ever done, but it's also the most convoluted expansion intro since the MoP. And back when I was making YouTube videos in Shadowlands, it didn't really occur to me to do a video like this. I was still, you know, an up-and-coming whippersnapper in the YouTube scene, and I was just doing full speedruns, and, you know, my guides were really rough and whatever, but, you know, hopefully you found this interesting. More importantly, I really had a lot of fun talking about all this stuff. I found it really fun getting to relive all those expansion launches, so, yeah, it was an enjoyable time, even though it took me basically an entire 2 days. 2 days, but this obviously involved a lot of research into the Sunwell Intro, which is going to be relevant for my eventual leveling guide and my launch day speedrun and blah, 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 blah. So, you know, it's relevant time spent. And yeah, I enjoyed doing it. But I will leave it there, and now you'll get to watch Harldan after he's eaten some food and drinking some coffee, and he will do hopefully really fast Sunwell intro for you. All right, so this is take 3. I've unfortunately run into some minor issues just with the beta and stuff. So for the purposes of this test, like I said, I'm going to try and do it with the Liadrin skip. So I'm going to invite myself on my alt account and phase Liadrin. That hasn't been working because like some of the beta servers haven't been properly phasing, so I had to pick a different one, which is why we're here. But from my cursory testing, I think this should work. Another thing that's a little bit janky is getting the Brutosaur and this stuff. I'm just gonna get this into my bags just so it doesn't disrupt anything. Getting the Brutosaur set up is really annoying because it only works for a little while after you copy account data, so it's really hard to test with this, but it is kind of mandatory to do an accurate test run of the Sunwell intro. So I kind of need to do that, but I've gotten it set up. I've mailed myself over 3 extra Radnax gems. Do I think I will need them? No. I don't think I'm going to need all 3 Radnax gems, but I want to make sure that I have them just in case. But I think that is everything. I'm also... There's a bug that sometimes happens when you copy character where there's like a big whooshing sound nonstop. Looks like it's not there, so I had to, on one of my tests, turn off sound. Thankfully, we didn't end up using that recording. But the way this is going to work is... Let me double check my other account. Yep. I should be good. I just need to make sure that obviously everything works correctly. But I am going to start the timer, and then I'm going to interact with Liadrin. And here we go. I was a little bit slow there. It's fine. So I'm going to send myself an invite. Now, I'm not going to take this. I'm going to wait until I have taken or interacted with Liadrin and pick up her next quest before I do this. Sometimes, obviously, loading screen's a bit hit or miss. It's been consistently around, like, 20 seconds for me. Yeah, there we go. So I have to interact with Liadrin, I have to get the next quest, and then I take this. And, yep, yeah, okay, finally it works. That is a relief. So I'm going to talk to Liadrin, I'm going to talk to Terralion here, get his quests, and then I'm going to try to round up as many mobs as I can here. Remember, the skinny Voidwalkers and the regular Voidwalkers, they are really good here. We like them. So this is really efficient for mob kill percent. At already 27, that's pretty good. I'm going to get my Perfidious Projector on. Then talk to Arator. I need to set up a macro at some point to get that working. Or you can automate that Gossip option. It shouldn't be too hard. Talk to Alonsis Fowl, and then I'm going to Radnax. Now you can see there's a wounded civilian. I think Arator is doing it. Yep, there you go. You got the 2%. So sometimes Arator does that correctly. Where's my Cancelora? There we go. That's my Cancelora. So I don't want the reserve guy, but we want these mobs, this pummeler. So there are some good mobs here. I'm not going to... I guess it doesn't really matter when I interact with Lothraxion. I'm going to then Shadow Meld. It's not working. I'm still stuck in combat. All right, well, that's really awkward. I don't know why Shadow Meld just decided I will not work today. Thankfully, we can head over here. We can talk to Farron, and then I'm going to do another Radanax. I'm going to round up a bunch of these mobs. And then, okay, I should be able to... Honestly, yeah, just doing it this way should be fine. And I believe that's enough. All right, and then we do another Radnax. And that's all of the quests. Turn all the stuff in, complete this. I should have gotten the auto-accept thing set up. Skip this. Alright, so now, yeah, I have both quests. I'm going to drop down. I'm going to interact with them. Then I'm going to try to bait Arator to go over this, but you can see here he sometimes just doesn't want to. That's why I said that one's a little bit inconsistent. I think he did actually do it this time, so that is nice, at least. I'm going to try to bait Arator to walk over this civilian just to heal it, just in case. Talk to this one, and then Gloomtriss. Now, I would like to... oh yeah, I don't have... Yo, Gloomtriss. And then I'm going to do this just because I'm stuck in combat, so I don't have a good chance to drop and do rednecks. It's whatever, it's fine. Alright. Talk to Lorthamar, turn in this quest. Lost a little bit of time there. Hop in the Dragonhawk. We have to wait before it moves. We're gonna go quickly. Let's think. Blocked my shot. Okay, rescue the civilian. Gonna aim up. Do this. Rescue the civilian. Do this. Rescue the civilian. And then, okay. Wow, that's really unlucky. My hitboxes did not work out in my favor this time. That's fine, we exit. Really long loading screen this time. Holy hell. Alright, that's fine. Talk to Lorthamar. We get the quest. This is a Brutosaur angle. So I'm gonna run, get a new Radnax, and we just do this. It's okay. Do you pick up these quests? Go like this. I'm gonna round these up, Typhoon them away so I can interact with this. Do it before the Void Bolt. That should work out. Then I'm going to do this. Should also, yeah, works before the Void Bolts. I need to, my edit mode is really buggy on beta. I don't have Feral Frenzy for this mob, but it should be fine, especially since I do have Perfidious Projector. Now, I would like to drop combat with these guys. It might honestly just be faster to kill them in this case. Yeah, this is definitely where I lose a little bit of time because of my single target as a Guardian Druid, but it's okay. All right, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna swap trinkets now. There's the wasting. All right. It's a little bit off the beaten path here, but it's okay. I always forget that normally as a Guardian Druid you can hit Rake because of Fluid Form to immediately shift into your Feral Frenzy, but because of the stupid talent changes, I don't actually have it right now. Fuck that up slightly. It's okay. Yeah, this Woodborn Defiler is gonna fuck up my day. We're good. Just gonna drop this here. I can use Projector on the next quest and save a bit of time. Here, do this. Then this. I fat-fingered Gunshoes when I wouldn't have liked, but it's okay, it happens. Swap to this. Seeing fuck me. I try to not get in combat with any of these mobs, because that can really mess you up. There, that's fine. Leodrin. We're gonna hop on a Radanax. And we're going to try and grab this mob so it chases us. And I need to cancel Aura. Tag that mob so it attacks. Now, sometimes I like to get the mob down there to help. In this case, I'm just going to Projector. Oh, can we get this Pillager? That would be really nice. Okay. Gotta get this guy at some point. We're gonna swap up to this. Just gonna shift into cat form, shift into travel form. Alternating gives you really good move speed. I'm going to try and get these Pillagers. It's pretty good. And good. Platform indoors here. I'm gonna grab Devastation, and I'm just going to hit the extra action button. Long cooldown, but we can get the Nether Strand Bow. And I'm apparently in combat with that mob. I think my dots should hopefully kill it. Yes. Alright. Scourgebane, just hit that, does damage. That actually killed it so quickly that I'm not even going to... Okay. I will have to Shadow Meld to get out of combat here. That is A-okay. I'm going to do Infinity Blades. And I just want to get my kill percent here. I'm going to even drop this here. Just so. And yeah, I knew something was going to die to all those mobs. Drop this, get Cosmic Infuser, drop down, dash to do the turn-in. And this, get the Terralion Quest, Shadow Melds, Radinax. Going down to the beach. When I get here, talk to Terralion, and then we're going to use the extra action button. Now, technically speaking, I could... Yeah, I'm just going to Gunshoes here. I could use my Shadow Flame Rockets, but I want to make sure I have that for the next objective. I forgot to turn in the quest. Minor time loss. I was bound to make a mistake. I was doing really well, man. Okay, let's slow Liadrin. Alright. I knew I was gonna make... I was like, wow, this is like the cleanest Sunwell intro I've had. Of course, I had to make a mistake somewhere. That's like 20-second time loss. So we're still cruising. This is by far the fastest Sunwell intro I've done. It's gonna be tight. If I can get under 11 minutes would be ideal. That's what I was hoping for. Sub 10 is gonna be, like, ridiculously impossible with this. Alright. Gonna do this. Rush inside. And I'm gonna tag as many skinny Voidwalkers as I can. Talked about how they are really good. Come on. Why can't I hit that? There we go. There's Liadrin, so we're gonna talk to her, talk to this, get this. Some of them leashed, so be it. Still got a bunch. It's really good. They're evading. Let's go here, yeah. Barely missing it. Sub 11, but that's still really good time. All things considered. And now we can go to Imperatus. I'm probably not going to get the value out of that, the trinket, but that's still pretty good. He should die any second now. And we're going to, whenever the cutscene plays, come on, game. And that's time. Still barely over 11 minutes. That's still pretty good without that 20-second hiccup. Might have been very close, but either way, overall, pretty happy with that Sunwell intro. I still need to get into the habit of dropping banners, but I just didn't even want to worry with that. I still need to build the muscle memory. I also lost, I think, about like 10 seconds on the Dragonhawk quest. I don't know why, but it's really RNG. Sometimes you get like the big squids in your face that block all your shots. So I had to go out of my way to shoot down a handful of squids. Most other stuff felt pretty good. I definitely think that my movement for that initial section can be a little bit cleaner for getting the mobs rounded up. And I'm trying to think what else. Having to get the Radinax out of your mailbox, it loses a little bit of time. So I don't know. It's a little bit tricky. I'm sure there's maybe like a better way to include that in the routing. And ethereal section I probably could have sped up a little bit. I don't know. It's tricky, but that's still, I mean, undoubtedly a very good Ma intro time. I also just realized I never left the group, which doesn't really matter that much. Theoretically, I think I might have been gaining slightly less experience than I would have wanted, but, you know, we're not judging the experience here. We're only judging the time. That's the relevant section. But overall, that's pretty good. And then just for demonstration purposes, right, like I picked this up, then I would fly into the air, I would do Goblin Glider, and then I would do Falling Flame for the next quest. I'm not including this as part of the Sunwell intro time, but because I did specifically talk about this in the video, I want to show you how it would be done. You can then cancel this. Now, what I'm going to personally do is I'm going to drop down here and then talk to Lorthamar. Another thing that I need to make sure that I do is I can set up my add-on to auto-select quest rewards, so I lost like a few seconds every now and then having to manually select that. It all adds up, right? And that's the kind of stuff where, as I always say, testing and making sure that you get practice is the best possible thing that you can do to save time for yourself. Because even here, right, I can identify now, if I fix that problem, then on launch day I will save like, 5 more seconds or so. And I'm never going to make that same mistake twice. I got too carried away. I didn't pick up the second quest from Liadrin. Guarantee I won't fuck that up again, because now I remember that time I lost 20 seconds on my example test run. But I'm still more than happy with that. I think that is still a very good demonstration of how all the speed strats really work together in practice. So I hope you enjoyed watching that. And I guess this is the last piece of footage that I'm going to include in the entire video. So I hope you enjoyed watching just this whole video. This is probably going to be like, 8 to 9 hours, really, really long. If you just skip to the end and only watch the Sunwell intro part, I completely understand, and I hope you at least found that part helpful. If you skipped most of me just rambling, then hopefully at least the other stuff you found interesting. And if you watch the entire thing, then, you're my favorite type of person, and give yourself a nice little pat on the back, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to post this. I wanted to make sure that this was out there. I've done extensive testing of the Sunwell intro. I'm sure there's going to be some slight optimizations that get found, but quite frankly, it's hard to optimize it more than that, unless we discover some, like, absolutely game-breaking skip that I can't even imagine what you could possibly skip from this point on. And then, obviously, as a group, you can do it faster, but I can't really test that unless I get my guildies on, which I will probably try to do next week, but we'll see. But yeah, now I go and finish working on my add-on and hopefully have that out for you guys in time. It's for you all to download it and use it on launch day. We'll see. But anyways, I will see you in the next video. Peace.